WILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
First half, Texans at the Houston 25. Chubb in the backfield. Stover, wing left, Stroud under center. Stands up, points to his head. On first down, CJ grabs the snap. Boots out to the left, but his man falls down. The ball is up for grabs, and it's picked off at the 20. Right side, Jones, 5, and Jones to the pylon. Jones is in. Pick 6. May steps up to the line with 35 seconds to go, and his team up 12. He takes a knee, and the season is over for the Houston Texans. The Dreamers badly in New England with the turnovers piling up. And the Texans seeing their campaign come to an end. A crushing defeat at the hands of the Patriots.
Keep your head up. I love you. Like, I got your back. And that's what I told him at halftime. This whole team has your back. Like, we're in this thing together from day one. Like, it doesn't change for me. Like, we have a really special group, a tight-knit group. You know, when things don't go your way, you have bad performances, it's not a time to point fingers or say it's on one person. If anybody, it all starts with me. For me, as the head coach of this team, we didn't perform well. Obviously, I didn't have our guys, ready to go in this moment. So that starts with me. We stick together.
That last cut you heard from D'Amico Ryans, the question was, what did you say to C.J. Stroud after the game? And he said, I got your back, I love you, and I just want to tell the audience right off of the top here, credit Mark Vandermeer on the audio that you heard right there on the play-by-play of the catastrophic pick 6 and the final call. I just want to tell everybody that if you've come to this show for a show that tells C.J. Stroud, puts their arm around him and tells him how much they love him, you've walked into the wrong room today. I'm just going to tell you that right now. You have walked into the wrong room. The Texans squandered what I think objectively, Seth, was their best chance to get to a Super Bowl when you consider the defense they have, the rest of the playoff field, and the fact that the Denver Broncos are going to be starting a backup quarterback in the AFC title game. This is the biggest opportunity that this organization has squandered in its 24-season history yesterday.
That was horrendous. That was absolutely unacceptable, and it's because it happened 2 weeks in a row. This is C.J. Stroud got dragged to a playoff victory against the Steelers, and then he managed to finally let the anchor take hold in the rocky bottom and pull the entire ship down with him. And he doesn't have the supporting cast he should. You know who else doesn't have a supporting cast he should? Many other quarterbacks who don't play as horrendously as C.J. Stroud has the last couple of weeks. And, I mean, there were times in that game where they would have been better off just kneeling on the ball, doing Cade Stover tush pushes. I honestly thought that at one point. What's the downside to just having Cade Stover do a tush push every single play? And then every now and then pop out and maybe make a little pass or something. Because I bet he could hit a wide-open receiver. CJ couldn't. And it made me even angrier that CJ made some really nice throws in that game as well. But then also just made some mind-bogglingly awful throws, and then he would sulk off to the sideline, and then he would sit with his I hate talking about body language, but my God, man, what the hell? 3 people independently texted me yesterday, not Texans fans, asking me about the moping behavior of C.J. Stroud.
That's a thing right
moping.
There. So these are almost like independent neurologists of moping. They're not
mopes, Sean.
They're not Texans-employed mope evaluators.
No.
They're not Sports Radio 610 mope evaluators like we are. We've watched every mope all season long, so we're desensitized.
We've grown accustomed to it.
We've grown accustomed to it.
There's 2 things we know in Houston.
Yep.
Moping quarterbacks and not having timeouts at the end of a half.
Yeah, and humidity. The 3 things, and humidity. Yeah, not having timeout. Okay, and we'll get to D'Amico's not off the hook either. This was the decision to punt at the end of the game. We'll get to that. But the opportunity squandered. D'Amico Ryans, here's the thing, before we get to D'Amico Ryans, warning, we're going to probably be a little all over the place today. We're going to be all over the place with a hyper focus on the opportunity the Texans blew yesterday and what happens now with C.J. Stroud. I can't believe this is where we are with the franchise quarterback, but the Texans' defense should be going to Denver this weekend. The defense should be going to Denver to play in the AFC title game. One perfect yesterday, but when you hold a team to 3 for 14 on third down, less than 250 yards, you force 3 turnovers, you should be going to the AFC title game, and they're not. They lost by 12. They lost by 12 in a game where their quarterback threw an awful pick six that you heard coming into the show and where they turned it over 2 times in field goal range. I'll add it up. That's 13 points at a minimum, and you lost by 12. So here was DeMeco Ryans after the game yesterday. What's missing to get to new? I was told we were going to try to get to new heights this year.
Yeah, we got to play better football. There's not any secrets. We got to protect the ball. We got to play better football when we get in this moment. For the past 3 years, we have not played well, haven't protected the ball well, and we have not executed well in this moment. So it's not a magical elixir that's going to happen to get past the divisional round. It's still football. And you got to go out and you got to execute football really well in these moments, and we have not done that.
I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, look, Sean, I'm glad you brought up the Broncos. If all of a sudden they had a surprise rule change and you're allowed to make trades in the playoffs, and Sean Payton were to call up DeMeco Ryans, I wonder how that conversation would go. Like, yeah, boy. And DeMeco would tell Sean that he loves him and all that, and I don't know if they've ever even met. And what can I do for you? And Sean Payton might say, well, our defense hasn't been actually as consistent as I would like them to be. Could you offer me up some of your defensive players? And DeMeco would say, no. How about the quarterback? I hear you're going to start Jarrett Stidham this week. And Sean would hang up the phone.
Click.
Yeah, I'll roll the dice with C.J. Stroud in altitude?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Potentially bad weather conditions? No. To him, it would be a road environment because he's not familiar with it. It's just, what the hell, man?
Dude.
This is it's so unacceptable. It is so ridiculously unacceptable. I like C.J. Stroud. I think there's something broken and something wrong with C.J. Stroud. And I think a lot of it coincides with whatever his mindset has been since the concussion this year. His reluctance to run, including yesterday, even on that 8-yard run, or whatever it was, 11-yard run, it looked like a grudging 11 yards. And dropping his eyes in the pocket, staring at the rush. But that pick six that's not even a rookie mistake. What on earth are you doing on that pick six? What on God's green earth are you doing just throwing the ball up in the air with a guy on your person? That defender was touching fabric as he's deciding to just hurl it up in the air. I mean, that was unforgivable. That is unexplainable.
Well,
That's irredeemable. I don't understand what was going on in his head yesterday.
That play, and there's a reason we bumped in with that. That to me was the game, because it was the second quarter. You're up 10-7. You just gone on a short drive to get the only touchdown of the game. Christian Kirk making a really nice catch next to the pylon there, and you get up 10-7, and the defense had started to figure some things out. That the first touchdown drive, not good. You gave up, Derek Stingley gave up contain on the outside there to Ramondre Stevenson. That was bad. 4th and 1, they got Pop Douglas matched up on Kalen Bullock, who got a finger on the ball, but Douglas was able to catch it. No help. We know what happened on that touchdown. But the Texans started to look like the Texans again, and you were up 10-7. Defense gets you the ball back at your own 25, and the crowd is now out of the game. The crowd is settled in. The crowd is realizing, all right, these guys just punched back. And they've, Drake May looks messy. And so if I'm a New England fan, I'm pretty nervous at that point. And then that happens, the pick six, and the place is haywire the rest of the night. The rest is haywire.
They had him. They smelled blood.
Yep.
And they could see that CJ was just a mess. It was He needs a sports psychologist or something this offseason. There's something that they've got to get right about him because there's just it's either you fix it or you're not the guy, man. There's no way in hell. I mean, I've had so many people ask me, are the Texans still going to think about giving him an extension? If David Mulugheta calls and suggests that C.J. Stroud needs or deserves an extension based on what he's done in the last 2 years, hell no. Hell no. I will not live in Tuatungavailoaville.
No.
Tuatungavailoaville is not the place for me. I will not spend $250 million to purchase a house there.
I looked at property in Tuatungavailoaville. I looked at property in Kylerville.
I'm still skeptical of Trevor Lawrenceville.
Yeah, Trevorville. Yeah,
Trevor Lawrenceville is in the hurricane path. You know?
That's right. That's right. It's nice at times.
I've seen a half season out of Trevor Lawrence before with a new offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And been fooled and duped. Oh, if the buck stops here, this idiotic trend of paying mid-quarterbacks after 3 years just because they're quarterbacks, it ends here.
Yeah.
I'll go full Jerry Jones on this, except we've got more reason to do it than Jerry Jones ever did. My goodness.
Dude.
No, unacceptable. They have given extensions after 3 years to guys who are dogs, guys who fight, guys who are everything you want in a football player, and C.J. Stroud is not everything you want in a quarterback right this moment.
Not even close. Well, I'll make a comparison. Well, before I do this, let's hear from C.J. Stroud, just to contextualize here. Let's hear the voice of the guy we're talking about right now. Hey, C.J., why all these uncharacteristic turnovers?
I mean, I think just trying to make plays, trying to, push the ball down the field and, put our team in position to score. So my intent in it is never to get to do that, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way. And, that happened today. And I'll take full responsibility. Something I'm going to learn from is just, ball security is everything, especially, the way our defense has played all year. And it's something that I've done a pretty good job of, up to this point. So I'm going to continue to, get better in that area. And, I'm not happy with myself when it comes to that because, I'm giving, points and opportunities away from our team. And we have so many great players on our team, great, on offense, defense, special teams. And the way our defense played all year, I'm just very, I'm not happy with, with that.
Okay, he was incorrect in one thing he said there in using the word today. In this playoffs, C.J. Stroud became the first Coral era to have 5 or more fumbles and 5 or more interceptions in a single playoffs.
Yeah.
And the other guys that did it, Terry Bradshaw and Roger Staubach, did it in years in which their teams went to the Super Bowl, so I presume it was in more than 2 games. Also in an era when quarterbacks would throw a 1-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio, and it was like, cool, Hall of Fame. The ball security is that much more important and valued now that it's not just yesterday, it's this entire playoff series.
Yeah.
The two games in the playoffs. That's all you get this year, Texans fans. I know you're not accustomed to that.
Yeah. This is CJ's offseason is going to be a huge topic. And the contract, which I'm in 100% lockstep with you on that, Seth. He should not get a contract. He shouldn't get a contract that's a market contract. Now, if they want to do something to, sort of, smooth out the 4th and 5th year and do something like the Packers did with Jordan Love, kind of take care of him, but not to a $60 million level. Look, anything's on the table for me quarterback-wise, including moving on from C.J. Stroud if it's a solution that still keeps you in the playoff and Super Bowl conversation. I'm open to anything really right now and this morning. He turned the ball over 4 times in the first half. They probably should have flipped over to Davis Mills at halftime. We can talk about that. As long as we're talking about what the future looks like, I want to frame it. I thought about this driving in this morning because the Texans have been in this situation before as a team with Deshaun Watson. And Deshaun Watson, after his 3rd year, was the quarterback of a team that blew a 24-0 lead in this very same round of the playoffs. So he was part of a group that was culpable for one of the biggest playoff collapses in the history of the NFL postseason. It was bad. People were celebrating when Deshaun Watson got his contract several months later. We were waiting for it. We wanted it. Deshaun was the guy. Even after being the quarterback even after being the quarterback of a team that lost at home to the Colts the year before in the postseason, didn't even get to the divisional round, and then in the only divisional round game he played, they blew a 24-0 lead. Texan fans wanted Deshaun Watson to be the guy here long term. CJ's been to the divisional round 3 times, and people are ready to drive him to the airport right now after yesterday.
Well, because he was doing a great job this year of playing like a Trent Dilfer or something, just managing the game and doing what you need to do to win. Well, you've got one of the best defenses in the league on the other side of the ball. Deshaun didn't have that. He had good defenses at times, but nothing like he had this year.
Yeah.
What does CJ look like on a team where they only have a mediocre defense on the other side of them? Is that the quarterback that's leading you and driving you to a championship?
No.
This is what's going to happen in the offseason. Texans are going to look at themselves organizationally. They're going to think about the positives and everything that C.J. Stroud can bring, and they're going to say, hey, you know what maybe we could have done last year? Maybe we could have bolstered the offensive line a little bit more aggressively. I occurred to us. I don't know if anybody out there was saying that they should have bolstered the offensive line more. And they're going to try to put things in place, et cetera, et cetera. But the real question is really just if he's agitating. I, for the life of me, cannot imagine that C.J. Stroud is going to be agitating for an extension. I will be shocked. I will be aghast if we start hearing reports that he's disgruntled or wants an extension or needs to have the assurance.
He was going out of his way to say how much he loved the organization in his postgame press conference yesterday.
If he puts his money where his mouth is and walks the walk and does everything that he talks about, as I'm getting life lessons from a 24-year-old every week in his press conferences, philosophizing, et cetera, then he won't be agitating for a new contract. If Texans go to him and say, hey, we'd like to maybe do this or do that, but you're not going to get one of these top-tier contract extensions. I'd be open to that, but it's got to be something the Texans can get from underneath.
Yeah.
You've got to. I've told you before. One of the reasons D'Amico is effective as a head coach is because he is a true believer in his own motivational posters, his propaganda, all of that. Some coaches are frauds. Some coaches don't live it out. They say one thing and then they do another. D'Amico is not that guy. But if you're going to be that guy, that consistent guy, you can't treat C.J. Stroud differently than you treat the other guys on your team. And, yes, you're going to always treat the quarterback a little bit differently in some regards. But this is not a guy who has earned an extension. This has earned the right to put your organization at risk with a contract that doesn't work out. When we're talking such gaudy numbers at quarterback right now, he's got to prove it. He's just flat out got to prove it. And yes, there are excuses for him, but at the end of the day, it's a results business, and the results aren't there right now.
They are not. They are not. Well put. Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday, our final Reaction Monday, unfortunately, of the Texans' 2025-26 season here. So we're here for you. If you've got thoughts, text in 713-572-4610. A lot of you, even on a holiday today, MLK Day today, happy MLK Day for everybody, people are up. And so we want to hear from you. Check in with us if you're up. We want to hear how you're feeling today. Just an awful, one of the worst days in franchise history yesterday, Sean, up at Gillette Stadium in New England.
Remember, it was MLK Day when Texans fans had a rally to be sure that we kept Deshaun Watson.
Was it?
I believe it, yeah, because I remember trying to just politely say, hey, guys, maybe don't do it on MLK Day.
Okay.
Maybe just push it off or something. But it was
because that was before 2021 when he was requesting a trade.
Before the allegations had emerged, but we just knew that he wanted a trade.
Yeah. Man.
Happy anniversary, everybody.
Happy anniversary. All right, we're off and running on a Reaction Monday. Up next, we'll stick with C.J. Stroud. What does the offseason look like for him? Two of the talking heads on the broadcast yesterday had very interesting thoughts, both during the game that we want to get to. There is still a ton to dig into, obviously, today as the Texan season is over. We'll do that coming up next. Now, I wish that'd be nice if for your quarterback there was
the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Did DeMeco Ryans consider benching C.J. Stroud at halftime? 4 interceptions in the first half. Okay. There were no, maybe the one that went through Hutchinson's hand, maybe that one not on C.J., but the rest of it just really bad. Here's DeMeco Ryans. Did you consider benching your quarterback?
No, C.J.'s our guy. I believe that he could come back out in the second half and flip it. I believe that he could play better, and he did that in the second half. He did play better. We had some positive drives there in the second half, as I believe that he would do that, and he did that.
I don't need any more. You scored 6 points in the second half. You scored 6 points.
Yeah.
You can't just go, well, yeah, we moved forward in some of it.
Yeah.
0 drives wound up in the other team's hands. No interceptions.
You're always 6 ifs away from a championship. That was the whole Bill O'Brien problem. They'd go into offseason explaining things with if this and if that and if this and if that. If these 6 different trades had worked out and we hadn't overpaid or undersold, the roster would be in magnificent shape right now.
It wasn't good. You had both teams had less than 250 yards of offense. And I know that this is DeMeco's ethos, and he's a positive guy, and there's probably some coddling going on right now with C.J. Stroud. Come on, man. You had 2 field goals in the second half of the game. You gave up at the end of the game. You punted on 4th down with 5 minutes to go in the game with 1 timeout. And the reason you had 1 timeout is because your offensive operation stinks. It's
atrocious. It is atrocious. And that, look, pre-snap operation, it's the quarterback, it's the offensive coordinator. Oh, no, your defensive tackle who plays fullback didn't get in his stance quickly enough, or Dalton Schultz went into motion too quickly. Right. CJ last week admitted that it sounded like they didn't even really practice the play with Taugiai at fullback all that much. Didn't take any full-speed reps at it. They botched it last week. They botch it again this week. You can't get the play call in time. There's illegal motions. There's timeouts taken to avoid delays of game. That's the quarterback. That's the offensive coordinator. Other individuals will make mistakes. That's on the. It's no different than a damn fast food restaurant. We've got people listening right now who are fast food managers. You've come in and taken over for somebody else that didn't know what the hell he was doing. It's amazing how quickly things start operating more smoothly when you've got a guy who's actually, or a woman who's actually running things properly.
Yeah.
It's not being run properly right now. C.J. Stroud on the road has been a disaster.
Yeah.
He's been an abysmal mess. We're giving him pats on the back for getting first downs in the 4th quarter on the road, drawing defensive holding calls in L.A. Like, all of these things that it's not good enough.
No.
My God, how many times? I swear, Sean, when Troy Aikman or Joe Buck last night noted that, oh, by the way, the Texans don't have all their timeouts here with 12 minutes left in the 4th quarter, I was kind of refreshed. I was like, oh, that's a surprise to them. Oh, they live in a world where you don't go into a game expecting your team to burn timeouts before the end of the half.
So bad, man.
Look, they got 1 timeout left with was that with 12 minutes left when they only had 1 timeout?
Yes, yes, yeah.
1 timeout left with 12 minutes left in the 4th quarter of a game in which you're struggling to do anything offensively.
Yeah. And DeMeco decided to punt with less than 5 minutes to go, down by 2 scores with 1 timeout left. And I know it's 4th and 18 at your own 21-yard line. You at this point, it's the better of 2 really bad choices. Punting the ball concedes the game. All the Patriots had to do with you having 1 timeout was honestly run the ball into the line 3 times, and the worst case is you get the ball back deep in your own territory again with 2 minutes to go in the game. That was inexcusable. That was inexcusable from DeMeco Ryans. Here was Ryan Clark at halftime when the studio crew there for ESPN was kicking around the idea of bringing in Davis Mills at halftime, which would have been completely plausible and justifiable to bring in your backup quarterback, who, by the way, was 3-0 this year, replacing C.J. Stroud. Here was Ryan Clark, also a David Mulligetta client, we must point out, almost making an appeal to the audience to say, you got to keep C.J. in here.
The second half has legit ramifications on whether or not C.J. Stroud is the quarterback for the Houston Texans going forward. 3 years in a row, C.J. Stroud's gotten you to this game. This is the year you feel like you have the players around him to win it. There's no Nico Collins. There's no Dalton Schultz. There's no run game. They put everything on this young man's shoulders. Give him 30 minutes to show you that he's the guy you drafted second overall. He's the guy that's brought you here, and that he's the dude that can take you playing for it all right now. Whether if it's his mind, if it's physical, if it's decisions, if it's bad throws, you got to let him go out and show you this is who he is.
Okay. He's the same guy on his driver's license. Same picture, same name. Other than that, not the same guy that you drafted. He's the guy that's been,
by that point, he'd been doing it for 6 quarters in the playoffs.
Yep.
This is the other thing. And we'll play the Troy Aikman audio later where he mentions maybe he's got a hand injury. And, CJ's had that tape on his middle finger. If that's the case, why
is he in there?
Why is he out there?
Yep.
If that's the explanation, that's the easiest thing in the world. You can take everything Ryan Clark just said and throw it out the window. That's a coaching decision-making error. And I hesitate to say I don't think D'Amico was quitting when he punted there. I think it's a bad decision. It's a defensive-minded head coach who's thinking, all right, the only good unit we have in this game is the defense, and maybe they can make something happen. But meanwhile, you're looking at a Patriots team where Ramondre Stevenson had both arms and every other appendage he had available covering the ball up at the end of the game. I think relying on the Patriots to try to make a bad decision or a mistake in that situation when by the way, they're running on you by that point in the game.
By that point, they're running on you. Yeah. The only way it's justifiable, the only way, is if you have all 3 of your timeouts left.
Plus, Clint made a great point last night, too, is even if you go for it on 4th and don't make it, the offense has time to burn off the clock at that point.
Well, there's an end point. They can't just run the ball till the end of the game. They've got to decide to do something.
Right.
Kick a field goal or do something, and you at least get the ball back and you hold them to a field goal.
And at that point, if you're looking for a miracle in sloppy conditions, A, missed field goal, or B, Danico Autry lives and breathes, and he's one of the best field goal block kickers in NFL history.
Yep.
If you're looking for a miracle, a blocked kick for a return touchdown, or even just a blocked field goal, whatever it might be, that it forces the issue. You get to keep playing football.
Yeah. And if the one play you run, if you just throw it downfield, either they're gonna, there's a chance they intercept it, which is like a punt anyways, or you might get a pass interference penalty down there.
Well, and this is where the problem is. I heard one of your callers last night. I forget his name. And I thought he was making a good point. It's just partially, and it was that D'Amico needs an offensive mind to help him with this game management stuff. They've got plenty of good offensive minds over there.
Oh, yeah.
It's however the process is to get to when is D'Amico relying on his gut feel versus the hardcore. It's not even advanced analytics, man. It's arithmetic. No, it's just you could do it on a napkin. It's percentage chances of doing anything in this given situation. You could do it with 1970s computers.
Yep.
There's a point where D'Amico's got to get his game operation back on track with what he did his rookie year.
Yes.
His rookie year, I thought for a rookie head coach, he did an incredible job. For a defensive-minded rookie head coach, I thought he was game management.
Yeah.
And somewhere along the way, it feels like it's gotten worse and worse. And maybe it's gotten worse as the defense has gotten better.
Maybe.
That his tendency to want to believe in the defense is just a little out of skew right now.
Maybe, but D'Amico's game management is the coaching equivalent of whatever is affecting CJ. Both guys were great their first year, and for some reason it's fallen apart in those areas moving forward. I want to get a few texts in here because so many people are up listening this morning right now. My 11-year-old daughter, who has less than 0% interest in football, walked by the screen, looked at CJ, and said, "Is he crying?" Yeah.
I just the LeSean McCoy audio will play. I think probably echoes what a lot of people who might be casual observers of the Texans, or the 3 different people that texted me, and all that use the word moping or some derivation of that word to describe C.J. Stroud. Yeah, that's pretty much what C.J. does. He just kind of just kind of mopes around at times.
Yeah.
Don't worry, leader of men, haver of it.
Right. Stroud looks so timid, jittery, and lost. He's always had a terrified look on his face. That's not a leader. Someone asked, wasn't Mills not suited for the game? I didn't think he was available. I don't know where that came from. I had friends of mine texting me like, I can't believe Davis Mills isn't playing. I'm like, I just read the inactive list on the air. He's not on it. He's not
a publicity whore that stands in sight of the camera all the time.
Right. Well, no,
that would have been.
But I looked it up. There was some Twitter account that said he was unavailable, and so they were wrong.
So it was a bogus Twitter.
Bogus Twitter.
People ran with it.
Yeah.
These days.
It does. They broke.
You and I have succumbed to it ourselves.
They broke CJ like they broke David Carr. The front office should be held accountable for these offensive lines they've thrown out there. I think there is something to that. I've said it for a year and a half now. I said it when it was happening. That midpoint of last season, the Green Bay, Indy, and Halloween night game against the Jets, where CJ got his ass kicked.
Yeah.
Ass kicked in those 3 games. He has not been the same since then. He's not been the same. They were 6-2 going into that Green Bay game last year. He was having a good season.
The biggest thing, too, man, his reluctance to run since the concussion and him dropping his eyes in the pocket, the staring at the rush, these are things that he was, even as the Texans were struggling early in the year, CJ wasn't doing that. And you can blame the offensive line, but many other quarterbacks have dealt with this in the past and done a better job of it.
Yep.
His reluctance to run in this modern NFL. I mean, did you watch the playoffs this week? It's not a nice little bonus to have anymore when you have a quarterback who can run.
It's essential.
It's an essential ingredient.
Yep, it is.
They all do it. They all do it.
Yep.
Even the ones who aren't as good an athlete as C.J. Stroud are doing it with more regularity and frequency than C.J. Stroud.
We haven't touched on anything else that went on in the NFL playoffs. We will do that, and we'll recap the Texans coming up next in headlines. Stay there.
Hey, I don't know if you guys are aware of it or not, but it's the playoffs. They exist. They go on. And Underdog is still the place to get in on all.
Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's go. Headlines. Let's start with the Texans. They lose yesterday, 28-16 to the New England Patriots. The big story in this game was C.J. Stroud was awful. He threw 4 interceptions in the first half. He completed less than 50% of his passes. The conditions weren't great. Granted, he was without his 2 leading receivers by the end of the first quarter. No excuse, though, for a performance that bad. And, Seth, you and I were both of the school of thought after that Pittsburgh game that, hey, I know he put the ball on the ground 5 times. That's not going to happen again. That was an outlier. This isn't who he's been all season long. We were right. It wasn't the same performance. It was even worse.
It actually doubled down on it.
Yeah.
I heard Trent. Trent, thanks for being polite about it and everything, but I heard Clint. My nephew is Trent. Clint in the postgame was saying, people were saying that CJ couldn't be that sloppy again, et cetera, and I was like, hey, Clint, you're talking about Sean and I. I said that same thing in the pregame show. Yeah. I didn't. It was sloppy in a different regard, but all of the excuses that you can make for him because of the offensive line or anything else like that, it still doesn't explain his unwillingness to run the ball and that pick six. The pick six, remember. And this is important. This is really, really important. The Texans were leading the game at that point. And you might say, well, yeah, but Seth, it's still early in the game. The Texans are leading the game. You've got that defense. That can help you maintain a lead. You don't have to do anything superhuman.
Nope.
You certainly don't have to do anything boneheadedly idiotic, like try to throw the ball up as you're getting plastered in that moment. It's a broken, just eat it. You go full Weird Al Yankovic on that one, man.
Kids, Eat It was a parody of the Michael Jackson song, Beat It. That's what that reference was.
Michael Jackson was a great, great singer and nothing else.
Yeah, yep.
Don't Google anything.
That's right. Someone's saying on the text page, don't stay with the Texans. I don't want to hear about the other games. Sir, it's headlines. We're just going to spend a couple minutes. I promise
We'll make it relevant to the Texans.
I promise you. Well, we can certainly make that AFC game that kicked off the weekend relevant to the Texans, because in the other games around the NFL, the only other AFC game involved the Buffalo Bills and the Denver Broncos in Denver. This was a great game. It was a very watchable game.
Man.
It was really fun. Josh Allen turned the ball over a bunch in this game. Unlike C.J. Stroud, Josh Allen had a bunch of big plays to try to make up for it and keep his team in the game. But it was a bad day. By Josh Allen standards, a bad day for Josh Allen, especially at the end of the half with that fumble that just gave 3 points to the Broncos.
It was some ridiculously bad decisions.
Awful.
Yeah, it was like rookie year Josh.
Yes. And ultimately, the Denver Broncos win 33-30 on a last-second field goal. The big story coming out of this game, though, Bo Nix, the quarterback for the Denver Broncos, breaks a bone in his ankle on the second-to-last play of the game before the field goal, just on a designed run to the left, and he got tackled, breaks a bone in his ankle. The news came out immediately after the game that he would miss the rest of the season, and it would be Jarrett Stidham time. Seth, this was the biggest breaking news flash that I've seen where I had to check who's giving it to us.
Yeah, even more so than when Andrew Luck retired. Because now we have the added element of, okay, well, there's a Sean Payton press conference where he's saying it, but do I know that this isn't AI?
Well, I hadn't seen the press conference yet. Yeah. I'd only seen, like, Field Yates and Underdog and Schefter, and I'm checking to make sure it's Adam Schefter, not Schmadam Efter or something like that. Probably the most since the Doncic trade came down. Shams last year, and we're like, hey, this is midnight, and Shams is tweeting about a Doncic trade.
This one was just surreal.
Yeah.
And that's in a game where I was texting back and forth with my old teammate Drew Hodgson, because he's a high school coach now. And I was like, why do NFL coaches love having the QB designed run early on in the game, and then they move away from it, even though it was so effective?
Yeah.
And we talked about the various reasons why and everything, and then ultimately you find out, one of the reasons is that your quarterback has a better chance of getting injured on a designed run, just like Bo Nix did. I'll tell you what, man, to his credit, I thought, to his credit, he played through it.
Yeah.
But then also, I mean, that was a duck of a ball he threw that drew the pass interference in overtime. I was like, my God, what the hell was that?
Yep.
And, okay, he's throwing off a broken ankle.
Yeah, and got the PI, got what he needed, and they get off the field. But it'll be Jarrett Stidham starting against Drake May and the New England Patriots. Over in the NFC side, the Seattle Seahawks look unstoppable right now. They returned the opening down against the San Francisco 49ers and didn't look back. That was enough points right there to win the game, 41-6. The Seahawks won that game on Saturday night. And then, boy, the game after the Texans last night, Caleb Williams giveth, Caleb Williams taketh away. Look, C.J. Stroud wasn't the only quarterback who had turnover issues this weekend. Josh Allen had turnover issues. Caleb Williams had turnover issues. C.J. was just the only one who didn't do anything at all to counteract the turnovers in the game. Caleb Williams got them into overtime to on yet another incredible fourth down play. We had somebody earlier saying that it would have been dumb for the Texans to go for it on 4th and 16 or 4th and... Man, I've watched Caleb Williams in successive weeks make incredible plays in desperation moments on 4th and long. Yeah. I am in no mood to hear about how you can't rely on C.J. Stroud to try to do something there. You've got to... Caleb gets an amazing touchdown to tie the game with just seconds to go in regulation to Cole Kmet, and the game goes to overtime. And then Caleb Williams driving down the field. They had stopped the Rams on the first possession of overtime, so now all the Bears need is a field goal, and they're going to the NFC title game after finishing in last place in the NFC North last year. And Caleb Williams throws his 3rd interception of the game. Rams get the ball back. They drive down the field. And a kicker who's been on their team for about 3 weeks kicks a game-winning field goal in snowy conditions.
Real quick nugget for the football nerds. This is cool because the Super Bowl is definitely going to be the Shanahan tree versus the Parcells tree. Peyton and I put Vrabel in the Parcells tree partly because he played for Belichick forever, so that's going to have an influence on him. And then he also played for coached for Bill O'Brien.
He's like a nephew.
And then, and then obviously with the with the Rams or the Seahawks, Gary's son is the offensive coordinator for the Seahawks.
Yeah. So you have the actual Shanahan with you have second generation. That's pretty fun, actually. Mike Shanahan's kid versus Gary Kubiak's kid.
Yeah.
All right. So there you go. Those are your NFL playoff scores. Kevin Stefanski will be the head coach in Atlanta. I think it's hilarious. The only 2 jobs that have been filled are by guys that got fired by teams earlier this offseason. John Harbaugh to the Giants, that's done, and Kevin Stefanski to the Falcons, that's done. Rockets win last night, 119-110 over the Pelicans. All right, up next, the opportunity squandered by the Texans. Why yesterday might have been the worst playoff day in franchise history. We will explain. We'll go back through the ups and downs, a lot of downs of the game, through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. Got a whole lot to get to. We'll do a few acknowledgments as well at about 7:20 or so. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Man, there's so much luck involved in rebuilding a football team, or at least trying.
Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
The worst part about yesterday's game, other than C.J. Stroud, is the Texans may have just squandered not just their best defense in the history of the franchise, but maybe the best defense in the NFL since the Denver defense that won the Super Bowl. People, if the Texans had gone on to win the Super Bowl, people would have talked about this defense in the same breath as the 2015 Broncos, the Legion of Boom, the 2000 Ravens, hell, even the 85 Bears. It would have been, especially if the offense continued to play the way that they've been playing. If this was a defense, Seth, that dragged an offense to a Super Bowl victory in a season where the rest of the league unfolded in a way that was very conducive to this. The New England Patriots are going up to Denver to face the Broncos' backup quarterback in the AFC title game. That's what was at stake yesterday. And that, to me, is the part that is just gut-wrenching. The CJ part is just, it's gut-wrenching in a different way in that, like, man, we thought this was going to be the guy, and now there's a lot of questions as to whether or not this is the guy. This one is gut-wrenching because you've got guys that had all-time performances this season, and it's just going to get lost as dust at the end of the divisional round.
Yeah,
that's
that'll
horrible.
be, I mean, Daniil Hunter, who's criminally under-discussed to begin with, it's all for naught. And I've heard some people talk nationally about how, hey, you don't know if this defense is going to come back and be the same team. Their key players are all under contract. That's the one thing to know. The most notable players are offensive linemen, and Danico Autry is the only one who is on a notable contract. And then it's all of these other guys that the Texans have done a good job of bringing in, shuffling through and rotating guys like Tim Settle and getting the best version of themselves. So on paper, this defense should remain relatively the same. What they did have this year that you can't count on is pretty remarkable health throughout the season. You only missed a few games from a few of your key starters. It's rare to go through a season like that without losing somebody to injury for the year.
I said that exact same thing to Clint during a break last night, Seth, in the postgame. I think there's two things that concern me about the defense. That's one of them. And if you're wondering, just to give you – I'm going to do this off the top of my head, but I think I'm pretty accurate because I went through the exercise last night. I think you got a full season out of Will. You got a full season out of Daniil. You got a full season out of Stingley, even though he was banged up at times. He might have missed one game. Kamari missed that game at the end of the year. Petrie missed a few games with a concussion. Aziz missed a game against the Raiders where Toa had to green dot the thing. Yep. Those are your main guys. Those are the 6 or 7. Bullock played every game this season. Those are your 6 or 7 main guys. They missed a combined total of less than half a dozen games among all of them combined. That never happens. And the other thing is, I just think in general, it's just hard to do that 2 years in a row.
It's really hard to do. This is where the teams that have had consistently great defense for a long time, it's the exception much more so than the rule. Whenever you have a really good defense, and now for the Texans to remain a top 5 defense consistently, the Steelers back in the day, the Ravens back in the day. Yeah. I'm probably missing somebody right now, but usually you get a 2 or 3 year window where they're really humming. They're still in that window when it comes to contracts. Their defensive backfield is very, very young. Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are still very much in their – Danielle's still in his prime.
Yeah.
So I think you got at least another year of this window. You've just got to be aggressive as hell in figuring out what the hell to do with that offensive line.
You got to, man.
I think Cole Popovich is a good O-line coach. I think he did the best he could with some really – with flotsam and jetsam.
Yep.
But it's got to be better than that next year.
It absolutely does. All right, so let's get into this game through the voice of Mark Vandermeer, the voice of Vandy, we call it. And it started early in this game. Texans got a 3-and-out on the first drive, so that was nice to see. Unfortunately, the offense came back and went 3-and-out themselves. Christian Kirk with a brutal drop on a 3rd and 7 to start the game. So you're already kind of, you're less than 2 minutes into the game, and each team's already had a possession. Patriots get the ball back. They go on a nice drive. Drive. Their second possession of the game, they get a nice 20-yard run from Ramondre Stevenson around the right side where Derek Stingley loses contain. They get a nice pass over the middle to Stephon Diggs on a 3rd and 14 to make it 4th and 1 at the Houston 28. They decide to go for it on 4th and 1, and here's what happened.
May looks it over. Diggs slot left.
They're going to go to Diggs right here. Too deep on the
May takes the snap, pumps, fires over the middle, and caught. Douglas, 15-10-5, touchdown, Patriots.
That play was about 2 or 3 more inches out of a reach from Kalen Bullock of being a pass breakup. He got a finger on that ball, on that play. But unfortunately, Douglas was able to secure it.
That they called it, they called a blitz there, and Kalen Bullock, made the right read, was in good position. I wondered in that moment, okay, in going for the pass breakup there instead of securing the tackle, is that a young player pressing in the playoffs and just trying a little too hard on a really aggressive play call? I don't know. Also, I don't know, like Jalen Petrie looked like he came off the blitz to, like he was thinking it might be a screen or something. That guy was accounted for in coverage. I don't know if Jalen was supposed to actually keep rushing on that, but it ends up being a great throw and catch by Drake May, which he would do 3 times. It's the only time Drake May played well in this game.
On touchdowns.
But it was on 3 really nice touchdown drives.
Yeah.
It was weird. I mean, for the vast majority of this game, Drake May was slightly outplaying C.J. Stroud. Slightly.
Yeah.
But to his credit, man, when he was on, he was on. And he put together 3, including the short field drive. Those were 3 really nice touchdown drives versus a really good defense.
Texans responded to that with a good drive. 10 plays, 65 yards. They stalled in the red zone. Stop me if you've heard that before. But they did kick a field goal to get on the board. So it's 7-3. They punched. You punch back. The defense gets a 3-and-out on the next play, on the next series. Texans get the ball back. We can do all of CJ's interceptions in this segment. We would need an extra hour of the show. But CJ throws his first interception of the game. Just a great play by Carlton Davis to get a knee down on an interception along the sideline. So the Patriots get the ball back in their own territory. But then Tommy Togiai, who's come up big a lot of times this year for the Texans, comes up big here with a forced fumble.
May wants to run it himself over the right side, and May's going to be brought down. The fumble occurs, and the Texans say they have it. May trying to run with the football over the right side of the line. The Texans say they have recovered, and Sean Smith does not say anything. But now they do. Houston has it as Seas comes out of the pile with it.
First down.
And so there's the defense making plays again to give the offense opportunities right there.
Fotu, the defensive tackle on the field with Tommy Togiai, really got his butt handed to him on that play. So Togiai took what was, a nice play for the Patriots and turned it into a disaster for him.
Yep.
Sean, for all the criticism we're going to levy upon the Texans for the offensive line and everything in this offseason, Togiai was just a brilliant signing and extension. A lot of people last night were asking me, boy, are they going to be able to hold on to Togiai? Yeah, they extended him at the beginning of the season while he was inactive on game day. He wasn't even playing yet, and that's how highly they thought of him.
They extended him in between. He was inactive weeks 1 and 2. They extended him in between for $3.3 million. That's a great signing right there. And that's a guy who I feel confident whatever they got out of him this year, they're going to continue to get that out of him just based on what you hear about how the guy works every day. The Texans get the ball back in New England territory. They would not have to go far, just 6 plays, 27 yards, and it would be completed right here. C.J. Stroud and Christian Kirk.
3rd and 4th, the New England 10, Stroud in the gun. Higgins, short side left. 3 receivers to the right. CJ gets the snap. Here's the blitz. Stroud throws right side of the end zone and caught by Christian Kirk. Touchdown, Houston. What a grab by Kirk as the Texans grab the lead.
10-7 now. 10-7, and now you've really punched back in this game.
And Sean, this is the key about that play and where I had hope at this point before my hopes and dreams were dashed against the rocks. The Patriots sent 8 guys on that blitz. It was a kitchen sink blitz, and the protection held up. CJ got rid of the ball quickly. He understood there was going to be an opportunity in man coverage down the field. And I said this early in the game, even when it was still really scary, because CJ, I mean, he could have had 8 interceptions in this game.
Oh, yeah.
He easily could have had 6, and 8 isn't out that – like, they were lucky to not have 8 interceptions in this game. And I said early on, and I don't take it back, I thought CJ early on was handling the blitz as well as I've seen him handle it all year long. And this play was included in that. I said he's just got to get rid of the heart attack balls. He never got rid of the heart attack balls.
He did not.
Sean, he threw a hospital ball that didn't even require contact from a defender.
Yeah. Yeah,
he led Cade Stover into danger.
Yeah.
That danger being the sticky turf in Foxborough.
Yes. Yeah.
You know how bad you have to be ball
with no defenders
with no defender actually making contact. A no-contact
really
hospital
bad.
ball.
Really bad. So the Texans would take the lead 10-7. And at this point, you know, CJ thrown an interception, but it wasn't nearly to the degree of the interception we're about to hear. It looked like he kind of steadied things. To your point, Seth, that was just a great read of the blitz. And it was a great throw, too. I mean, it was one of those throws that not a lot of guys can make into that tight window along the pylon right there, kind of flat-footed. So you feel pretty good, and you feel even better when the Texans defense gets off the field on the very next series. 6 plays, 12 yards. The Patriots have to punt the ball back. So the Texans have the ball 10-7. We're a few minutes into the second quarter. The crowd is out of the game now. The crowd realizes, oh, crap, this Texans defense woke up. They forced the turnover. C.J. Stroud looks like he's figured some things out after the first interception. And then the most inexcusable play of C.J. Stroud's career came next. Very first play of the drive.
First down, Texans at the Houston 25. Chubb in the backfield. Stover, wing left. Stroud under center. Stands up. Points to his head. On first down, CJ grabs the snap. Boots out to the left, but his man falls down. The ball is up for grabs, and it's picked off at the 20. Right side, Jones, 5, and Jones to the pylon. Jones is in. Pick 6.
Just terrible. Just terrible. Right. Now, Vandy pointed out Harrison Bryant was the receiver. He fell down coming out of his break. The play was supposed to be that little boot to the left where he flips it to the tight end for,
or he had Jaden Higgins wide. Yeah. You know, if and that's where I don't know if Higgins. Yeah, like it's impossible to know exactly whether Harrison Bryant was supposed to block. I'm guessing he was supposed to block and then release, but he just completely lost control of his body. Yeah. But at that point, I mean, CJ is falling backwards. He sees that he's got Jaden Higgins at the second level of the route, but the guy is in his face. You're not going to make that throw. No. You're just not going to make that throw. It was just a horrendous decision. It was a horrendous decision, and it's inexcusable. You have a lead at that point in the game. Everything that we've heard him say about, just not taking risks, not doing harm to your team and everything, it was a horrendous, I'm pressing, I want to be the big man, I want to be the hero, and it was a ridiculously bad decision. That's rookie level. Yep. That's rookie level, like, I don't know if this guy has a place in the NFL type of decision-making.
Yep, so the Patriots take a 14-10 lead. The Texans would get the ball back. CJ would throw another interception. This one sailed it a little high to Xavier Hutchinson. Nico Collins probably catches that ball, but it tips off Hutchinson's hands, and the Patriots get another pick. They get the ball back and go 3-and-out. Credit the Texans' defense. The only of the 5 turnovers, the only one the Patriots scored off of was the one that was an actual touchdown, the pick 6. The rest of them, the Texans held up. Texans would get the ball back. They would go 3-and-out and punt, and then the Patriots would go on a short drive, 5 plays, 56 yards, ending with an old friend scoring the touchdown.
First and goal at the 7. May shotgun, Henderson in the backfield with him. May in the pocket with time over the middle and caught. Touchdown, New England. Diggs got it in front of the safety. Reed And New England opens up a 2-score lead on Houston.
This was really a Kayshon Boutte drive, though. He had a big 25-yard catch on 2nd and 7, and he had an 18-yard catch on another 2nd and 7 to set up that 7-yard touchdown pass to Diggs.
There's a stat floating around out there about Derek Stingley versus every other wide receiver in the NFL, and Derek Stingley versus Kayshon Boutte.
Yeah, he gave up a touchdown to Boutte last year too.
Yeah. And they hadn't targeted Stingley at all in this game until that drive. That Kayshon Boutte drive where Derek Stingley got the pass interference, and then obviously the really incredible throw and catch by Boutte in the end zone.
Yeah, we'll hear that one in just a little bit. But that was Stephon Diggs. Boy, what a catch by Diggs! Like the hands hands element to it. He had Jalen Reed draped all over him, and he was able to hold on to that football. That was a nice catch. 3 catches for 40 yards for Diggs, but impactful, I would say.
Lassiter could have had a defensive holding on that play too. That was Bullock gets over there just a little bit late, and it's just a great throw and catch. It was a really good job. Hats off to Drake May.
Yep.
Drake May did not have a great game if you look at the box score necessarily, but he had 3 really nice drives that required some precision passing and some elite reading of the defenses.
Yep.
Good job. Good for you.
Good for you, Drake May. Yep. Texans to get the ball back. Stop me if you've heard this before. CJ Stroud throws an interception. So it's 21-10 at this point. You need something going into the half, and CJ Stroud throws an interception. The teams would exchange punts and go to halftime there. Texans would come out and kick a field goal to start the half. 11 plays, 58 yards. So they had a nice drive to get 3 points. They get to within 1 score. And then on the next possession, the defense gives the Texans yet another chance.
Texans frothing at the mouth on defense on this 3rd down situation. May calls for the ball. Here's the rush. Here comes Will. The ball is out, and the Texans have it. Azeez falls on it. A takeaway for the Texans. The Terminator strikes again.
This one, Sean, and I still don't know. I've watched it a couple times, and I don't know how I knew it, but I told Brandy right before the play, watch Will on this.
So did Vandy.
Really?
Well,
I didn't hear that first part
He didn't say Will, but he said the defense frothing at the mouth right now.
No, yeah. There was something about Will right
though,
there that I could tell, like, he was going to get a jump on this. And those guys, boy, they were giving the rookie left tackle there, Will Campbell, just nightmares all game long.
Yeah.
That was, for whatever reason, I could just tell that Will was about to dust him, and he did, and it was beautiful. He did that thing that Will Anderson was working on all offseason, was at the top of the rush, getting his hand on the ball, getting a strip sack, instead of all those things that you wish your quarterback maybe would have done in the offseason, figuring some things out, improving some things, take a step forward. Well, Will showed it right there.
He did. He absolutely did. Will Anderson was a beast. He'll get acknowledged or two as we do Acknowledge Me. Last one, and this is what put the game ultimately out of reach. Texans 21-16 going into the 4th quarter. They did kick a field goal to make it 21-16. And then the Patriots, they basically had 3 drives in this game, Seth, and they all ended in touchdowns. Other than that, for the Patriots, it was a bunch of punts and a couple of turnovers. But this was the last one. 6 plays, 71 yards on one of the best catches that you're going to see from Kayshon Boutte.
Texans loading up at the line. Now Stevenson creeps closer to the line as May calls for the ball. And here comes the rush. May hit as he throws downfield, wants the big ball, and juggled and caught. Touchdown. Boutte, what a grab against Stingley.
Yeah, that was a hell of a catch. They replayed it. I was hoping maybe the ball was moving there, Seth.
Yeah.
The ball did touch the ground, but Boutte had control of it.
Yeah, he had control of it the whole time. I didn't think that was anything that they would overturn or
Me
anything.
neither. I was hopeful.
It was good coverage by Stingley. Boutte makes an incredible throw,
Great throw and
but it was a perfect throw for it too, for what they needed in that moment to a covered receiver. And that's the key to the game that everybody in the world was saying, us, nationally, whatever, was all right. The Texans, as good as they are, have allowed some big chunk pass plays at times, and the Patriots are really good at the explosive plays. That was borne out, and I'm not blaming the Texans defense whatsoever for the loss or anything, but man, Drake May held up his end of the bargain. in that, and they figured out a way to exploit, I don't want to call it a weakness, but a vulnerability by the Texans at times defensively. Josh McDaniels and Drake May and that receiving corps just did exactly what they needed to do.
They sure did. All right, so those are that's the voice of Vandy. We do it after every Texans game. The big plays, the ups, the downs. This will be the last time we're doing it for a while because the Texans lost yesterday, 28-16 to the New England Patriots. All right, let's do some acknowledgments, and then we'll circle back to the game. We got to play Troy Aikman talking about this team. About as strong a commentary as you're going to hear from a color analyst. We'll get to that a little later, hopefully this segment. Will Anderson Jr., for those who don't know about the Acknowledge Me segment, because we get new listeners, I imagine we got a bunch of new listeners today after that game yesterday. Every Monday, throughout the year, not just during football season, Seth and I take time at about 7:20 on Monday to acknowledge big performances or notable things from over the weekend. So let's give Will one more acknowledgement.
Acknowledge me!
At least one of your top picks from 2023 is getting paid this offseason. Will Anderson Jr. has been outstanding all year, and you might even argue he saved his best for last. He had 3 sacks on the game yesterday. He and Danielle Hunter were Danielle had 2. They were every bit the terror that you drew it up on the chalkboard as when you signed Danielle Hunter 2 years ago.
Yeah, they did.
You signed him to go win playoff games with Will Anderson, and they did their part yesterday.
Yeah, you do that. You take the ball away. You get the sacks and the huge, all of those things that are supposed to really tip the table in your favor. They did all of that. You know, I mean, once they had a lead, I was almost at the point where run the Stover tush push every single play.
I honestly thought when they were up 10-7 in the second quarter, I'm like, they're going to win this game. So there's no way CJ does as many stupid things as he did against the Pittsburgh Steelers over the next 2.5 quarters.
Again, to go back to the pick six, that's why that pick six is so unforgivable. You have a lead. It's early in the game. It's not a desperation moment. What on earth are you making a desperation play for? That play is excusable in one situation and one situation alone. 4th and long at the end of the game when you're down and I'm saying this is your last possession.
If they had gone for it on 4th and 18 in their own territory at the end when they punted,
it's forgivable at that point.
It's forgivable at that point.
Maybe because there was still like 4 minutes left in the game at that point.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So with 4 minutes left, it's not forgivable. It's on the last play of the game.
Yeah, right.
Or inside of 2 minutes when it's 4. That's the only time on any level of football that's excusable. They were not anywhere near that game situation. It blew my mind.
Yep.
It blew my mind. It freaked me the hell out after that, Sean.
Yep. It freaked CJ out, too. He had 2 interceptions on the next 3 possessions after that.
Spent the next 3 quarters grieving that decision.
Yeah.
You could tell. Somebody had just shot his dog.
Yeah. He had a grieving look on his face. Kaimi Fairbairn.
Acknowledge me!
I want to acknowledge him for his full day, too. Here's Kaimi Fairbairn kicking a field goal to make it 21-16 from 51 yards out.
Brinkman with the snap, Tommy with the hold. Here's Fairbairn's kick, and it's good. Fairbairn with another bomb in the postseason. 51 yards through the snow, and the Texans cut the lead to 5.
Look, this team's going to take inventory of itself over the next several weeks, and the good and the bad, the ugly. And not that there was any question that Kaimi Fairbairn was going to be their kicker moving forward. They love Kaimi, and Kaimi's excellent. The one Achilles heel Kaimi had was kicking outdoors in cold weather. He'd not been great at doing that.
Yeah.
But he kicked well against Pittsburgh last week in the cold weather. A 51-yard field goal in a 1-score game in the second half through the snow with a raging crowd at that point. Kaimi Fairbairn, I don't have any nervousness anymore. Like, Kaimi Fairbairn to me is the perfect kicker.
Yeah. The indoor kicker kicking outdoors, not a concern for the Texans. What are we going to do next year? What am I supposed to do? Get upset when people from other fan bases say that C.J. Stroud isn't good in bad weather? Am I going to get upset about that?
No.
I mean, point to Ohio State all you want. He had multiple first-round draft picks on the field with the best offensive line in the league in college football front of him.
You play 3 hard games a year at Ohio State.
Right, yeah, in October.
You're right.
It's not, you don't face the weather that you face in January in the Northeast. Yeah. C.J. Stroud in these big situations in bad weather. Sean, we've seen it in Houston, Texas, when there's precipitate. Stroud has a hard time executing. We get into the game, and it's the dreaded wintry mix.
Yeah.
It's the wintry mix. That's the worst weather conditions you can have for a quarterback.
Yep.
And one quarterback figured it out. The other one did not. We have to listen to that, and it's valid. C.J. Stroud in bad weather, I don't know. On the road, I don't know if he has it in him.
Yeah.
The Jets game last year before he got concussed.
I have one plea right here.
That was 2 years ago that it was the bad weather.
Yeah. I have a plea.
Where he also got concussed.
I have a plea. Right. I have a plea here right now, and you know who you are. The Twitter accounts out there that are going to try to sift through whatever the hell it is that's been happening with C.J. Stroud and try to point out unequivocally that he's still that guy.
Yeah,
that he's still.
You're the ball knowers know.
Yeah. Take a day off. Take a week off. Take a month off.
If you can't honestly, if you can't admit to yourself that CJ, despite the offensive line and everything else like that, was as atrocious as a quarterback can be in that game, then you're not being honest with yourself.
Right.
You just aren't. You gotta go see a sports psychologist alongside CJ Stroud. I want you and CJ Stroud to go find a sports psychologist that can get you focused and on the right path and figure out what the hell's going on in your head.
And I like CJ, and I probably lean more towards the side of defending CJ what he did yesterday is indefensible.
It's 2 weeks in a row.
It's indefensible, and it's 2 weeks in a row.
It's 2 weeks in a row. Talk about the bad protection all you want. The decision with bad protection in front of him are things that other quarterbacks don't do. Yeah. It's just there's something off with him. His unwillingness to run. Oh, you've got a bad offensive line. Well, maybe when you have to, do it with your legs. Man, how many yards was it before this game?
19 since the concussion.
Yeah.
6 games, 19 carries, 20 yards.
Yeah. And then he had to tax on 11 yards to that after that. Remember last year in the playoffs? Hey, CJ uses his wheels now. This is a different version of CJ Stroud.
Magic legs. Yeah.
And he looked reluctant to take that 11 yards yesterday too.
Yep.
I'm not being dramatic at all. I told you before. I used a couple different sports psychologists when I was in the league. They transformed me. They changed my career. They like calling them mental enhancement coaches.
They probably have one on staff, don't you think?
Oh yeah, totally. I don't know.
Go talk to him or her, CJ.
And if your answer is like, well, no, he uses the Lord for that and everything. God doesn't want you to stupid, okay? God wants you to use the resources available. You're like, does CJ say, no, I don't need to practice, I've got God on my side?
It's in the Bible.
No, God helps those who help themselves to sports psychology.
Ecclesiastes 3:18.
Yeah.
Use your sports psychologist. All right, NFL Live crew.
Acknowledgments.
This was on Friday. Mina Kimes, Ryan Clark, Dan Orlovsky, Marcus Spears, Hannah Storm. This is them unveiling each of their picks. They all privately made their picks on the divisional round games. Visualize the 5 of them across your screen, and then visualize logos popping up beneath them at the bottom of the screen as you listen to this.
Look at our picks in this one. I got to say, I was surprised. We are all.
No way.
No way. Oh, no.
Change mine. Change mine.
I know. Once the gong is in, it's fine.
What? None of y'all took Louis.
No. Lydell got my paper wrong.
Mina's gone.
Lydell, did you get my paper?
Okay, so that's all of them just marveling over it. The funniest part was Mina Kimes, ducking out of the shot and then, peeking back up with just her eyes over the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, and a lot of Texans fans knew at that point that we were doomed.
We were doomed. Yeah, they all
Marcus Spears is the one who's almost he's kind of a closet Texans fan, I think.
Yeah.
More times than not, I see him pointing out something that others in the national media might miss or what have you. I think he, with ties to the region and what have you, I think he's got a soft spot in his heart for the Texans. The other 3 were basing it on their cold, hard analytics and film watching.
Orlovsky and Mina Kimes, especially Orlovsky.
Oh, no. Really all 4 of those watch a lot of it. All 4 of those panelists are ones that actually watch the games and think about it,
but here's
as opposed to just having a couple bullet points.
But Mina and especially Dan have been on the Texans throughout this entire 10-game winning streak.
Yeah.
They've been backing them big time, and the Texans failed them. At least the offensive side failed them yesterday. Ryan Presley retiring from baseball after 13 seasons. Will Presley here, Seth, be most remembered for closing out the 2022 World Series? I think
so. Yeah, I think, what I have for Presley, too, is that over time and with reflection, his esteem within the fan base will actually increase.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was always such a grudging reluctance to accept even his really good years because he's not a conventional go out there and smoke 3 dudes in a row. Because of that, people didn't embrace him the same way and didn't really necessarily recognize how good he was.
Yeah.
So that's my hope for him and his mom.
Yep, me too. Yeah, for him and his mom.
Mom's very active on
very
social
active
media.
on social.
Yeah.
I sent her a congratulations tweet yesterday. She seems like a really nice person. And I'm with you. Probably too, I know we're acknowledging Presley for this great career. He was outstanding in the postseason as an Astro, like nails in the postseason. The way he handled Josh Hader coming in is probably something that's a little bit of a blemish at the end. Didn't handle that all that well. Didn't perform all that well.
But at the same time, I feel like that's something that you can see coming from a mile away.
Sure.
That's an organizational decision that probably that probably when you sign a closer to replace your closer, figure out a way to get something good for Ryan Presley and move on.
Yep. All right. Let's. You know what? I'm going to acknowledge Troy Aikman.
Acknowledge me.
Let's play this Troy Aikman audio. This is Troy Aikman in the fourth quarter of yesterday's game, acknowledging himself that D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio have some tough conversations coming up.
History, but I will say this, Joe. D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, they've got some tough decisions they've got to make about this team. Ball. They replaced Bobby Slowick last year after his 2 years as the offensive coordinator. C.J. Stroud has been chasing his rookie success for the last 2 years. He's not been the same player. We've not seen the development from him. There's a reason for that, and it has to be addressed.
Here's Bryant. All right, so what do you think the toughest decision is for D'Amico and Nick Caserio coming up this offseason?
I think that they are going to 100% try to see exactly how they can help CJ improve, starting with the offensive line. And I think Cole Popovich is a good offensive line coach. I think they're on the right track with that. So they have to do that. But as a good organization always should be doing, they've also got to be wondering, okay, who's gonna be the next guy? That's what the Patriots did forever. That's why they drafted Garoppolo. That's why they did all these things. And that maybe, I don't know, Graham Mertz has been working in isolation. We haven't seen anything from Graham Mertz since he was, 20 of 22 in that game in the preseason?
He was something. He was lights out in that preseason game.
I don't, man, where did you land on benching CJ at halftime?
I would have been in favor of it.
I was in favor of it. I wasn't demanding it. That's weak sauce by me. But
I was not surprised that he was right back in there in the second.
Yeah, I was still vacillating on it in a 12-minute halftime break, and I know all the long-term and there's got plenty of other quarterbacks that have had bad games or 4 interceptions. Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions in a game that they won last year in Houston.
Yes.
And I was trying to think about it that way. This is your quarterback for a reason, and roll it out there. And then I was thinking give him a series. And if he had more of those ducks or just any of those incredibly bad decisions, then maybe pull the plug at that point. And he came out and he operated well on that series.
Yeah.
So, I'm not mad at them for not doing it, but I would have been impressed if they did.
I
thought it would have been a big balls move.
Yeah, I do think this. I think and we'll talk plenty about this week, tomorrow, throughout the offseason, probably until the league business year starts, and Will Anderson Jr. immediately gets his contract extension. I think CJ made one of the tougher decisions this team had, probably a month or two, or maybe beginning of the season. What to do about his contract this coming offseason. He made that decision a lot easier these last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
You can't give him $60 million. You cannot.
I'll be really surprised if CJ agitates for a new contract. And I think Mulligetta will probably try to talk him into it. But, man, CJ's already potentially fragile to begin with. The added scrutiny of playing on which tells you everything you need to know about whether you should give him a big contract right now or not. That's the part that
he does that, and then I think moving on from him is in play.
It's 100% in play. It needs to be. He needs to earn his job.
Yeah.
I think as of right now, he's a starting quarterback. in the NFL. He's not playing for a contract. He needs to play for his job.
Yep.
He needs to prove that he's a championship caliber quarterback. And he's not. He's not done it this year. He's proved that he's a nice quarterback at times. And you can make all the excuses that you want. We're not in the futures business now. I'm not going to play this game that all these other teams are doing and wilting because, that's what you do these days. You pay your quarterback. Yeah, that's what you do after 3 years.
Yep.
Nope, go die. We're done with it. The buck stops here.
I'm putting you on the spot. Do you have a good tease for this LeSean McCoy audio we're going to play in the next segment?
Yeah, I think everything that I just expressed about CJ's core makeup and who is he as a quarterback and a leader. There's other former NFL players out there who have the same concerns.
Yeah, boy, this is going to be a week for audio, man. The takes that we're going to see nationwide about C.J. Stroud today, if you don't have the stomach for it, then I would avoid the television today. But keep it tuned here to Sports Radio 610 all day long. All right, so we'll do that coming up next. What has to happen with the offense? We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans. We may also be handling the first segment of Texans All Access, Texans Monday as well. The Texans were sitting on a tarmac for 5 hours last night, and they just landed 20 minutes ago. So Seth and I may be pinch hitting for Vandy and John Harris for a little bit.
Those guys need to be lucky that they are not playing for Tom Coughlin in an era when we didn't have our own personal entertainment devices. Because Tom Coughlin's rule was after a loss on a road game, no movies.
Yeah,
no enjoying of movies.
Brutal. Oh my God,
flight.
10 hours staring straight ahead.
Maybe a few guys might have a pocket DVD player by the end of that or something, but yeah.
All right, so that's what's coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about Prize Picks. Did you get on the CJ
is a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Someone just texted in, y'all check out the speakeasy assessment of yesterday's game. Brutal and real, good stuff.
Yeah, well, and this is coming from LeSean McCoy, I think, with an opinion that is something that's noticed, and it's something that's real, and it's something that you can't run away from. Somebody real quick tweeted at me, said, you guys do know with your platform the rhetoric you create for these players. You make people love them or hate them with your analysis on them, then everyone wonders why fan bases are all over the place. This is what I'm going to tell you about this is the first time I've ever been this critical of C.J. Stroud, ever. His entire time since the Texans drafted him, I have not been this irritated, annoyed, critical of C.J. Stroud. So it's not to create drama. It's not for clicks. It's because it's the way I freaking see it. I think I have a certain level of credibility, and people don't look at me as a guy that's trying to muckrake and just get ratings or anything. This is the way I feel. So you can take your soft-ass opinion about how we need to be nicer to CJ and go cry in a pillow, because that's a soft-ass take. That's just, CJ did what he did. He's the last 2 weeks, he hasn't had a good season this year. He's done some things what I've given him much, much credit for in learning how to manage games better and learning how to understand situations and not hurt his football team. All of that has gone flying out the window these last 2 weeks in the playoffs, in cold weather, in bad weather conditions, all of those things. So no, this is not rhetoric. This is the way I see it. And you can either deny it and just wanna be a fluffy, soft, know-nothing idiot about it, or you can acknowledge the reality in front of you.
Well, and that's insulting to the listenership as well.
Yeah,
as if we're some sort of mind effers out there that just crawl into people's brains and say this will be your opinion on everything.
If there's a weakness Sean and I have, it's that we're probably not dramatic enough.
Yeah.
We're probably not vicious. We just like having a good time.
That's right.
We just like enjoying having fun talking to each other for a few hours every morning.
That's right.
And that is a weakness in our industry, but we live with it. We're like, what are you? Life's too short.
And it managed to succeed through it, I would say, too. So, yeah, people like it. Man, people don't like getting in their car. But a lot of times people don't like getting in their cars in the morning and hearing the vitriol that we've had this morning on the show. It doesn't mean that we won't be vitriolic when we need to. And this morning is a morning where I think the two of us are being completely honest with how we feel. And I think we always are about how we feel about C.J. Stroud. But your point is a good one. We've probably, certainly on this station, been the easiest on C.J. Stroud, I think, throughout his struggles over the last year and a half.
And I still see the upside in C.J. Stroud, but he's got to hammer some of these things you're about to hear LeSean McCoy talk about.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's set this up.
This is LeSean McCoy on the Speakeasy podcast with Emmanuel Ocho after the game last night.
I ain't seen no fight. I ain't seen no fight, C.J. Stroud. I seen this playing the game, playing bad, looking sorry for himself. Yeah. Another thing I don't like, I hate a player that's moping around the game when it's your fault. Sometimes I don't like that. Wide receivers sometimes do it. Running backs do it. We ain't getting the ball. So that's kind of the coach, maybe the quarterback. When you're the quarterback and the ball's in your hands, why you moping? You don't want to get on the picks. I'm sitting around looking at him like, what the? Man, it's a teammate, a real teammate. Go next to him. Hey, man, step out of this. Stop acting like a girl and play tough. We need you. No, we also. Sometimes in that game, he was moping Sauce's fault, and you the problem.
Boy, you're right, Seth. The CJ body language thing was a localized storyline. It was something that we mostly saw here that people outside of Houston didn't really, they would point out when CJ was not performing well. I am very anxious to see today how the national media, how the analysts, former players especially former players on the offensive side of the ball like LeSean McCoy, who kind of acknowledges the personality differences between different positions, quarterbacks versus others. This is going to be a very interesting referendum here over the next 24 hours on C.J. Stroud as the guy.
It's It's unacceptable. It's just not. You need to be a leader of men. I mean, you need to be at the very least a hyper focused. Don't care. Even if you're more of you could be an Eli Manning type who's unaffected by the pressure or his own bad decisions at times. I guess maybe that's the common thing in the mental toughness that it requires to be a quarterback, similar to the mental toughness that it takes to be a cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
It's that ability to really F up really, really badly, excuse my abbreviated swear word, and just come out and play like nothing at all ever happened, just to forget it and move on. And, man, there's times where just CJ is emo. It doesn't inspire confidence. It doesn't inspire trust. It doesn't do any of those things. It feels like you're working in a company where the boss's kid is all of a sudden in charge and he doesn't know what he's doing. Well, and I don't know what's to be done about it. I mean, he's been in the NFL for 3 years now. Moping. That's the fourth time I heard moping. I heard it from 3 different non-Texans fans who texted me last night. Maybe Troy used the word on the broadcast or something, and that's why moping was so consistently used by various people around America.
I wondered. I don't remember hearing that, but boy, if he did, that's notable.
I don't know. I didn't hear it either. It was alarming to me how many people were consistently saying the same thing that we've said before is, man, he gets kind of mopey sometimes.
Yeah.
LeSean McCoy would go on to say, I don't know, maybe it's a California thing. All right. You could either be Tom Brady, California, or you could be Josh Rosen, California.
Yeah, I guess. This is, to me, as we're going to kind of wrap things up in our part here, and then Seth and I are going to handle Texans Monday until Mark and John get back from the airport. Their flight just landed a short time ago. The scariest thing to me, and this deserves more than the 20 seconds we have, is in the NFL, you either have or have not when it comes to quarterbacks. And the scary thing is we thought we were a have for the last 2.5 years, and now it's feeling like the pendulum could be swinging towards a have-not, and that's terrifying if you're an NFL fan. All right, so we are done with this portion. Texans Monday begins next. Seth and I are sticking around for a few more minutes here. So stick around with us. We'll reset everything. If you're just getting in your car, you're just tuning in, we'll reset everything from yesterday. The biggest missed opportunity in Texas happened at Gillette Stadium yesterday, and we'll talk about it coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. Oh, I love to get to talk about this, and I know my son Sammy loves to get to talk about this.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened today. Presented by Houston Methodist.
First down, Texans at the Houston 25. Chubb in the backfield. Stover, wing left. Stroud under center. Stands up. Points to his head. On first down, CJ grabs the snap. Boots out to the left, but his man falls down. The ball is up for grabs, and it's picked off at the 20. Right side, Jones. 5, and Jones to the pylon. Jones is in. Pick 6. May steps up to the line with 35 seconds to go, and his team up 12. He takes a knee, and the season is over for the Houston Texans. The dream run airs badly. The dream ends with a nightmare in New England. 28-16 final. The Patriots take it. The offseason begins.
Yeah, Mark Vandermeer on the call. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. You'll hear from Mark and John shortly. The team was sitting on a tarmac for 5 hours after the game last night, got rerouted, and they just landed within the last hour. They landed less than an hour ago. They're on their way to the studio right now. So you've got us for the next several minutes here, so we'll reset some of the things we talked about on Payne and Pendergast with that game. But welcome everybody into Texans Monday here on Sports Radio 610. You heard that pick 6. You heard the final call from Mark Vandermeer. And the storyline, the biggest storyline with this game, non-CJ Stroud, although CJ is certainly the most culpable in this, is the Houston Texans may have just squandered their best chance to get to a Super Bowl. They undeniably squandered the best chance they've had thus far. But I feel pretty comfortable with that the future is probably going to once again include Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, guys like that again. We haven't even talked about that this morning, Seth. We've talked about the teams that are still in it that the Texans would have gotten to play. They'd be going up to Denver this morning, or not this morning, but this weekend. And make no mistake, the defense deserves to go to Denver. The offense does not. They deserve whatever it is they're getting back here. The defense deserves to go to Denver. They would be playing a backup quarterback in the AFC title game for a chance to go to the Super Bowl this weekend.
Yeah. Jarrett Stidham.
That was squandered by your quarterback yesterday.
Jarrett Stidham, who doesn't have as many bad performances in the playoffs as C.J. Stroud does.
He hasn't thrown a ball in 2 years. It's wild.
He doesn't have very little NFL play. I'll tell you what, I remember from a couple years ago when he got those 2 starts in was it was
Vegas.
in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it was in Vegas.
I mean, I knew it was for the Raiders. I was trying to get my timelines right. Yep. But I thought he showed toughness. He was kind of out there in YOLO mode. I think he knew it had a chance and was just making nice throws as he was getting just blasted in the chest.
I think it was against the Niners too. So he threw like a jillion yards. But you're right, he was getting.
I thought he did some impressive things,
Yeah.
but obviously also looked like a guy that wasn't a polished NFL quarterback. It'll be interesting. It'll be kind of glad we don't have to see C.J. Stroud go versus Jarrett Stidham right now. I don't know what he would have done.
Yeah.
I don't know which quarterback would have performed better.
I don't either.
It's the playoff. It's not yesterday. I hate it that C.J. Stroud himself and other people keep talking about his performance yesterday. No, it's his entire playoffs series. And it's playoffs in general.
Yeah.
And it's anything anybody nationally wants to say about C.J. Stroud in bad weather conditions.
Yep.
He still has yet to step up and have a great game in bad weather.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. But if he had just played the Kansas City version of C.J. Stroud this year.
Right.
They're on their way to the AFC title. He didn't do much in that game, made a few throws, but protected the football in that game.
No, and there were times, this is a thing, early on in the game, I said it and I stand by it. There were times early in the game yesterday when I said CJ is handling the blitz as well as he's handled it all year long, except the second sentence was he just needs to stop throwing these heart attack balls.
Yeah.
He did not stop throwing the heart attack balls.
No.
Very shortly after that tweet, he threw, I wouldn't even call it a pass. It was a forward fumble into the air that was returned for a touchdown.
Inexcusable. That is a play that's going to live in Texans infamy. In the same corner of the mythical Hall of Fame for the Texans that the Rosencopter lives. That play needs a nickname. It was that bad yesterday. There's a reason we played it coming into the show, and it's because
it was
to
as
me
bad as Matt. You know what it was?
What's that?
Sorry, go ahead.
That's what I was just saying. That was a turning point in the game. You're controlling the game at that point.
When Schaub was in the middle of his glorious pick six season, The really egregiously bad one where it felt like there was no return from it was when all Schaub had to do was take a sack.
Richard Sherman.
And instead, he throws the ball directly to Richard Sherman, who returns it for a touchdown.
Yeah.
That was at the end of the game. But to take a sack. And the Texans almost definitely would have won that game.
Yep.
But he didn't. He made a horrendous decision. This was early in the game, but it's the Texans having a lead with the best defense, or one of the two best defenses in the league, playing for his own team. And he threw the ball up for grabs in an even worse decision than at least Schaub was trying to make a normal football play.
Yep.
That he made a really bad mistake on. This was a horrendously bad decision.
It was horrible.
I shudder. I hesitate to even call it a decision because that's a great and massive disrespect to even bad decisions historically.
Yeah, it's a decisions.
Should we invade Russia in the winter? Better decision than that ball that CJ threw. Yeah.
All right, here's CJ Stroud. Ben, let's skip down to CJ here. Hey, CJ, what's the deal with these uncharacteristic turnovers?
I mean, I think just trying to make plays, trying to, push the ball down the field and, put our team in position to score. So my intent in it is never to get to do that, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way. And, that happened today. And I'll take full responsibility. Something I'm going to learn from is just, ball security is everything, especially, the way our defense has played all year. And it's something that I've done a pretty good job of, up to this point. So I'm going to continue to, get better in that area. And, I'm not happy with myself when it comes to that because, I'm giving, points and opportunities away from our team. And we have so many great players on our team, great, on offense, defense, special teams. And the way our defense played all year, I'm just very, I'm not happy with that.
Yeah, this team had an historical defense, and that's the other sad thing about all this is the Texans have a defense that if they had gone on to a Super Bowl, if they'd gone on to win a Super Bowl, they have a defense that people would have talked about alongside the great defenses in Super Bowl lore, the 2015 Denver Bronco defense, the Legion of Boom, the 2000 Ravens, teams like that.
The difference, to not put it all on CJ's shoulders, the difference with those teams was that they also had good rushing attacks at least.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a big difference. The other big difference really is if you think about those 2015 Broncos, Peyton Manning knew who he was at that point and knew how he had to manage it. He wasn't the Peyton Manning of old. He wasn't going to be the driving force with incredible passing attacks that was going to drive that team to a Super Bowl, and he managed it properly.
Peyton Manning wins that game.
Yeah.
2015 Peyton Manning wins that game yesterday.
He had a really, really bad game in that stretch, in that playoff run.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one it was, but he had a really bad game in it. But he knew what he had to do, and I think that the difference with C.J. Stroud, at least partly these last 2 weeks, has been that no young quarterback goes into a playoffs thinking, I want to be Trent Dilfer. That's my career goal. And it just felt like, man, for a quarterback who all season long I thought had made great progress in understanding when and where to take risks, when to just go ahead and manage the game, possess the ball, do all those things, don't make a bad decision. It just all went out the window. It all evaporated into thin air in the playoffs. The time when you could least afford to do it, that's when it evaporated. He was lucky to be a part of a winning effort in Pittsburgh last week.
Yeah.
But then yesterday he just slammed the door shut on any kind of hope that, okay, that was a fluke, that was an error. I look like an idiot for all week long. It was like people saying I'm being too hard on CJ this morning because, that's what you guys do. You're just being, just trying to get people all emotional and riled up.
Bunch of muckrakers you are.
I wasn't as bad. I was endorsing CJ after that horrendous performance last week.
Yep.
I was saying there's no way he could do that again.
Yeah.
And he went out and did it. He was even worse.
Yeah.
And credit to the Patriots defense. They great job. I think Vrabel was probably angry with his defense that they only had 4 interceptions in that game.
They could have had
at least
6. At least 2 more.
Easily 6.
Yep.
Possibly 8 or 9. I look forward to seeing how many turnover-worthy plays he has in this
Oh,
game.
yeah, the old turnover-worthy plays. Yep. CJ, my fear is CJ is broken, and I don't know what you do in the offseason to fix him, other than just go throw some money at some things to put around him to potentially make him better. But do better weapons? If Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz are both healthy for the full game yesterday, do the Texans win that game? I don't think so. I think you had a version of CJ, and the offensive line didn't do him any favors. There was no run game yesterday. They had 22 carries for 48 yards. So I'll acknowledge that CJ was not operations, both meteorologically and in terms of structurally around him. Good quarterbacks find a way to do something other than go lose the game for you. He lost the game for the Texans. I don't know if at any point during his post-game press conference he acknowledged letting everybody down. He let everybody down.
He did.
He let everybody down
said he
yesterday.
felt like he let everybody down.
He did? Okay, well, he's right. He did.
That's why I don't think – I'll be surprised if he – honestly, the question everybody's asking is, hey, do the Texans give him a new contract? I will genuinely be surprised if CJ agitates for that.
Dude, I hope you're right. This is the same guy who went on a podcast after his rookie year and put himself in the top 5 of quarterbacks. I don't know if CJ lives in a world where he's got a completely 2020 focused worldview of what logical looks like sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know what he made a comment at one point this year about, kind of restricting his inner circle and everything.
Yeah.
And I've said a couple times this show already, man, I don't know if he's using any of the Texans sports psychologists, but it can help a lot. And the public doesn't need to know about it or anything.
No.
Like with Brock Osweiler bragging about his mental enhancement coach was probably the worst business thing that ever happened to that guy. But there's
guy's a Walmart greeter now.
Yeah, there's things that he's got to hammer down. But then also, I don't know what people are telling him in his inner circle or whatever, or maybe propping him up or not telling him hard truths. But maybe he just needs to hear some hard truths. My God.
Maybe. So CJ with this one. Here was DeMeco Ryans asking the broader question, hey, what's missing? 3 times now you've been to the divisional round. 3 times you've gotten knocked out. What's missing to get over the hump?
Yeah, we got to play better football. There's not any secrets. We got to protect the ball. We got to play better football when we get in this moment. For the past 3 years, we have not played well, haven't protected the ball well, and we have not executed well in this moment. So it's not a magical elixir that's going to happen to get past the divisional round. It's still football. And you got to go out and you got to execute football really well in these moments, and we have not done that.
Right.
Yeah, they got to as far as the organization, they got to get a better offensive line. Right. I thought they made improvements this year. And all offseason long, we were saying, hey, well, man, if you can just get to average, then you might be all right as long as the skill position players do their part.
Yep.
By and large, does this game look a lot different with Nico Collins yesterday? I don't know. But does it look better with better offensive linemen? Certainly it would. But it's impossible to ignore how atrocious, and I think that's what people need to understand. It's not just that CJ played poorly. It was how atrocious the play and the decision-making was for 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks in a row now. Lots of quarterbacks have played with bad offensive lines. Lots of quarterbacks have played in uncertain circumstances or adverse circumstances. This has been an atrocious display of quarterback decision-making and game management for the last 2 games. And he's spent a full 3 seasons.
And even when, during this 10-game winning streak, when it's been good, Seth, because it's one thing to have 2 really horrible games like this in a row and it be in the playoffs and have all of us feeling the way we're feeling. At its peak, with CJ at quarterback this year during the 10-game winning streak, you're talking about games where they're scoring 20 points. They're scoring 20 against the Colts. They're scoring 20 against Kansas City. Now they got 40 against the Cardinals. Okay, a lot of teams got 40 against the Cardinals. 23 against the Raiders. It's not, even when it was going well this year by Texan standards, it's probably not good enough to win a Super Bowl.
And the other thing, too, is, this year, a running theme in press conferences has been about how they're not worried about all of these comments on social media, and yet they seem to be aware of all these comments on social media. So, if at some point, man, you got to stop worrying about whether people are being too mean to your quarterback. Killers don't care, Okay. You think Jeffrey Dahmer cared what people thought of him? No.
Right.
He's a killer.
Right.
We don't even have a Jeffrey Dahmer level mentality on offense right now.
On that note, the guys are in the studio, Ben? Okay, yeah. So the guys are in the studio. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer. We'll crosstalk with them for a little bit here.
They don't want to crosstalk with me right
gentlemen,
this moment.
Gentlemen, what do you think of Seth's Dahmer analogy there?
Yeah. If there was a name I was not expecting to hear this morning, but if the shoe fits.
Hey, whatever.
I was trying to real killer, but that was the first one that popped into my mind.
The Boston Strangler.
Ed Gein.
There we go.
Ed Gein, Monster, which my daughter was in on Netflix.
There you go. There you go.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So you just think they need more of that mentality. They need to not turn the ball over, okay? That's a big part of this formula. A big part of the formula during the 10-game winning streak, and actually a couple of those games they had some turnover issues, but don't turn the ball over. Punt is okay. Let the defense eat. Take it from there. Obviously, it didn't work. And by the way, guys, we're going to be punchy during this program because we literally just got here, and thanks for filling in for the first several minutes of this show because the team playing, look, full disclosure, the team playing, there were issues getting off the ground, bad weather in New England, couldn't take off, airport closed, whatever, had to make a stop, crew timed out. They got us here safely, which is the most important thing, so here we are. Fresh as roses.
You guys had to take a connecting flight home. Oh,
yeah. We had to do what I did a long time ago in college. I used to always fly from Providence to Newark to Houston.
Oh, yeah?
I did it all the freaking time.
Well, we did it for you.
And Newark would always screw up my flight.
Oh, really?
I always ended up in Newark for like half a day.
That's
terrible.
And I know, look, I'm not going to get you guys into the same trouble that Tennessee broadcaster did by saying anything about what the mood was like on the plane or anything. I can just speak from personal experience. After a really bad loss like that, when you've got flight delays and everything, it's brutal, man. It's you feel bad to begin with, and then there's just it's extended misery. The last game of the season like that was a tough one. That was a really tough one in a lot of ways.
I can only speak for me. Look, we have such smooth sailing with travel so often that, all right, whatever, it's bad weather. Everybody just deal with it. And it would be interesting. I would love to have this problem. What if they had won and gotten back this late? How does that affect prep going into next week? That kind of thing. I think you're running on adrenaline. I know. That would be lovely. Great problem to have. But you don't have that problem right now. And it is what it is. Look, we're here, and we're here to talk about it. It was a rough day. I'm still wearing what I was wearing during the game.
Actually, I had to change. If you look around the studio, I know you guys can't do this. I've got 3 different things like hanging up on chairs that I need to dry out before I can put it in my laundry because it's soaked.
Guys,
it was just soaked.
We literally get on a bus at the stadium, right? And this is every team in the NFL. You TSA at the stadium, and then you go to the tarmac, you get on the plane. Seth knows this. You wait, and we waited a very long time because the airport was closed or something. There was a lot of stuff going on. Mm-hmm. And then we finally took off, had to make that stop. You never get out of the plane. It's not like, I'm going to go take a shower now in the restroom. So here we are. We just literally rolled in, and we're here to do a show to talk about your 2025 Texans. The season comes to a screeching halt in painful fashion. It's funny, though. I walk down the halls, and they have all the victories up that they get because when they win, they put up a victory slate.
Yep.
And I was thinking, man, that is so – yet you look at all the work they did. And, that's what D'Amico's saying, to get to that moment. You get to that moment, and then you don't do what you're supposed to do, and it's very painful.
I'll tell you, that's the most frustrating thing is that you get to the point where it's not even as if you have to be Superman. You just can't be the freaking Joker. You just keep the train on the track. 65 in the left lane is cool, man. That's fine. And you didn't do that. That was and that's the frustrating
They were
thing.
driving 45 in the left lane in heavy traffic. They were the person that's a danger to others around them because they're driving so slow in heavy traffic.
Yeah, but you in a big old F-350, threatening you like, hey, that little Rolls Royce next to you, you want to challenge me? I'll run you over. So it was fine.
It's Metaphor
okay.
Radio 610.
Yeah, there you go, because that's what happens when we're tired. But I think that's the frustrating aspect. And, Sean, I was listening to the beginning of the show, and you brought up the Marcus Jones pick 6.
Yeah.
And when that play happened, And, I mean, I have headphones on during the game. But I will say this now. That stadium isn't like that normally, not that I can remember. But when he scored that touchdown, that place erupted unlike any stadium I've heard this year. Unlike any stadium I've heard this year.
That's saying
They
something.
went nuts, and the game changed immediately on that particular note.
Well, yeah, they retook the lead. I mean, that was a disaster right there. And it was too easy. That's the problem.
Yeah.
These turnovers were too easy. I give difficulty for the defense turnovers by the New England Patriots, takeaways. The Texans, they earned theirs, right? Yeah. Now the pick at the end of the half, whatever. But they earned their takeaways. The Texans, these were self-inflicted wounds largely.
Yeah.
I mean, I might be missing one of the picks. There were
Well,
four
I mean,
of them, so I
the
might be
picks,
missing one.
first of all, the one that Jones ran back for a pick six should have never been thrown. The ball that Carlton Davis got the knee inbounds on the other side, I don't even know what he saw.
Yeah,
the one across the.
Yeah.
There was Carlton Davis was sitting back there.
Yeah.
Like he was sitting back there. He didn't buy the little move that Kirk had. He's just sitting back there. And then the one that went off of Hutchinson's hands, like, that's probably a ball Hutch probably should catch.
A little high,
but
though.
he was kind of extended and the ball was high. But the one thing, and then the Davis one, which was symbolic basically of the whole day, when CJ rolled out or moved, the ball was behind every receiver.
Yeah, that was rough. What were you going to say, Seth?
Oh no, I think I was just agreeing with something John said.
Well, I got
yeah.
some.
Okay.
I got
no, yeah, the Carlton Davis, the first pick there. That just I was trying to make an excuse for him, or just trying to be objective about it and say, oh well, he had pressure up the middle. For one, I still think he could have stepped into the throw, but he threw it off his back foot. But I don't know why the decision to throw was even made. It was that there were just so many bad decisions compounded on top of other decisions.
All right, I got two things to say here real quick. Two things to say. One is that one of the things I said coming into the season is just if you're going to lose games, it's the NFL. Just don't have any of these losses where afterwards I got to read all these tweets that this is the first time since 1970 that a team that picked off 5 passes, sacked a quarterback 8 times, and held a team to under 300 yards has lost the game. Now teams are 1-486 in these situations. Did you guys see this one from yesterday? You ready? The Texans they're back doing it again. Did you know that the Patriots are the first team since 1987 to win a game with less than 250 yards of total offense, 13 or fewer first downs, three plus turnovers. Granted, one of them was Hail Mary in the end zone, but let's stick with it for the narrative's sake. They're the first team to win a game doing those 3 things. The other 30 since then are 0-30, obviously. They've lost by an average, are you ready for this, guys? 21.3 points per game. The profile for the Texans yesterday said that defensively they should have won this game by multiple touchdowns. The defense should be on their way to Denver right now. This defense should be on their way to Denver. And you know what? Let's send them to Denver. Let's go send on a ski trip to Breckenridge or something like that, just to give them a little time off because they deserve it. That was one thing. The other thing I want to say is that this is going to be a painful week because we're to the stage of the playoffs now where it's starting to bleed into the mainstream. You get down to the conference title games. Yeah. The TV in our studio here was still on NBC from the game last night, from the Sunday night game, Clinton game. So I get in here, and it was on NBC, and I'm like, ain't no way I'm changing it to ESPN this morning. God, no.
Hot Take City.
Right. Nope. The Today Show opens with conference title games, and immediately there's Keyshawn Boutte reaching out for a one-handed catch with Derek Stingley draped all over him. The squandered opportunity from a Super Bowl and a team accomplishment standpoint is obvious. The opportunity for the Texans to finally do something on a huge stage nationally to become more than just kind of second fiddle to the marquee teams is one that's going to be very painful because this team could have won the whole damn thing with that defense, man.
I agree, but clearly they couldn't because they didn't, and I think that the offense is just in disrepair right now. Injuries are a big part of that, but also just performance. They have to perform at a higher level. They know that, and you can't make decisions or throws that way. You can't
you can't fail to move the ball with some kind of consistency against a defense that, look, they're a good defense. They played well. Vrabel knows, hey, it's the playoffs. We just got to go out and win one game. Let's ball out. Let's play. And he knows this. They have to absolutely play with less turnovers. I'm not saying you have to be perfect, but you can't just help them out the way they did. And that happened, and you're right. The defense was elite. I heard you talking about it. We could have been talking about Legion of Boom and Denver. They don't call it the Orange Crush from 2015, but whatever it was, the Wade Phillips special, and 2000 Ravens and all that. But we're not going to get that opportunity. But with these guys coming back this year, maybe you can find something. And that's what the whole offseason is right now. Let's keep the defense going, get it better wherever possible. Let's get this offense going. And there are a lot of different things that go into that. I get it. But that's what we're here for, to talk about it. Guys, thanks so much for helping us out as we were on the bus.
No problem.
And I'm finally drinking some coffee here. And after no sleep, we're ready to do an hour and a half more of radio before In the Loop. Thanks so much, Sean.
All right, you guys got it. I'll repeat what Johnny always says. Love you guys. We'll hang up and listen.
Okay, love you guys.
All right, boys.
Thanks very much. Okay. Houston, what did you see? Story breaking?
The Buffalo Bills have fired Coach Sean McDermott.
Oh, my gosh. All right, we got to talk about this.
That is at Rap Sheet. That is happening right now.
That is wild. So they didn't get there. They didn't break through.
Wow.
And they finally make the move. That is really interesting stuff. Okay, let's get to this. Houston Methodist, and we'll have ND Kalu on next and continue to talk about the game yesterday and that developing story. Houston Methodist brings you this show, and they have emergency care centers available for you 24/7. There's probably one right down the street from wherever you're listening right now. You might have driven by one. On-site labs, full-service X-ray, CT, ultrasounds, all of it, HoustonMethodist.org/ER for more information from the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
A breast cancer
loss to the Patriots.
May steps up to the line. He takes a knee, and the season is over for the Houston Texans. A crushing defeat. 28-16 final. The Patriots take it.
Yeah, we got to play better football. There's not any secrets. We got to protect the ball. We got to play better football when we get in this moment.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
May wants to run it himself over the right side, and May's going to be brought down. The fumble occurs, and the Texans say they have it. May trying to run with the football over the right side of the line. The Texans say they have recovered, and Sean Smith does not say anything, but now they do. Houston has it as Sneeze comes out of the pile with it.
First down.
That's back-to-back fumbles for the Patriots.
Yep, and one they got back, one they didn't get back, right? The first one they got back, that forced a long punt.
They got two of them back.
Well, all right, but when I said back-to-back,
back-to-back, yeah.
The one prior to that one.
That was the one Daniil tried to pick up, couldn't get.
Oh, gosh.
You know, it's a big play in the game that we forgot about was, and as I was watching the game on the plane, because we were sitting there for a while, Will gets a strip sack right near the half.
Yeah.
And as he's going down to get it, he's not in a position, kind of an athletic position. He's kind of bent over trying to pick it up because it's right there.
Yeah.
And he can't get it. You could have stolen 3 right there. I mean, at some point we'll go over
what could have been.
What the lost 4 points here, the lost 3 points there, the 7 you should have never given up. I mean,
yeah, like a pick 6.
Yeah.
And then that would have made the difference in the game. But you had to play clean, at least cleaner than that. Maybe not totally clean, but we said you got to be +1 in the turnovers at least. But you can't have like 2 or 3 and they have 4. Even at that, it starts to get a little haywire. All right, let's get to ND Kalu here joining us on Texans Radio on Texans Monday. ND, good morning. We haven't slept, my friend. How are you doing? So your thoughts on seeing it all come to an end and the way it went down. Good morning.
Good morning. Unlike y'all, I actually was able to sleep, so I probably feel a little bit better. But all jokes aside, usually after a loss, a game where I'm watching, it doesn't really bother me. That one bothered me. That one hurt because this is one of the best defenses I've ever seen, and I've been watching football since I was 10 as a true fan. And to know that the world won't get to see this defense on the big stage, that's what bothered me the most at the end of that game. And there's going to be some tough decisions that are going to have to be made, some tough questions, that they're going to have to ask because, man, I'm telling you, Mark, John, like with a defense like that, the expectation was they can carry this team to the Super Bowl. Or if the offense was at horrific ball, then that's not going to happen, and that's what we saw yesterday.
And I think, Indy, this is the thing, and I kept thinking about this on the plane and on the bus over. This defense was so damn good, and it's so physical. And in some sense, I don't want to say lucky, but lucky because they weren't banged up much this year. And how long does a great defense stay a great defense? That to me is like, okay, this defense was otherworldly. You start running up against salary cap issues, and then maybe some guys start to get a little older, et cetera. I think that's the frustrating part for me, Andy, is that this, and I believe in windows, like the windows. You try and keep the window up open as much as possible. And this is still a pretty young defense. But you got incredible play from Tommy Togiai. Henry To'oTo'o was absolutely amazing this year. Naquan came in at the end of the year. Naquan had a huge play on Sunday. I want to say yesterday, but it feels like it's all one big day, one long day. That's my worry, ND, and I'm not to bring everybody down, but it's like I loved watching this defense. You and I called the preseason games. We only got to see it together a little bit, but we watched it all throughout the year. It's such a balanced unit at all 3 levels. I just worry about how long you can keep that defense together due to contracts, health, and especially because you're going to have to pay in some way, shape, or form the offensive side to get it right. And I just worry about, man, did you lose the window? This was the opportunity. It was going to be Jarrett Stidham next week in Denver.
Stop.
I know.
Don't
I'm
do
stopping,
that to
so
me.
I want Andy to react.
Stop on Stidham. Go ahead, Andy.
I know.
No, you nailed it, John. Like, what you just said is why I felt so, I had that bad feeling in the pit of my stomach is because of what you just said. To expect this defense to play next season the way they played this season is ridiculous because this was a magical season, and a big part of it was the health. A big part of it was to be this late in the year and to still have your nucleus intact, to have the guys that were injured, the Petries in the world, coming back right on time. You can't expect that to happen every year. And you mentioned Tommy Togiai. There was a point yesterday during the game where I looked over to the person next to me and I said, that dude just made a lot of money this year. And more than likely, we've seen it. It's probably not going to be here with the Houston Texans. I'm not sure what the status is on his contract, but that was a guy that was on a year-to-year deal for most of his career, and I think he just made himself some money. Henry Toto, like you're not going to see the same guys. Now, you might see the same superstars, but I just don't expect every year for the defense to perform the way they did this year. And that's why you have that bad feeling that you really missed that window. You missed that opportunity to take advantage of that.
Tommy's under contract, so that's good.
Yeah, they got him under contract when he was inactive for the first 2 weeks.
Yeah. So through the 2026 season, Tommy is under contract. That is good news. And I will share a list of pending free agents. Now, they could sign these guys before they hit the market.
Right.
But I will share with you. The defense is pretty shored up here. Now, not everybody, but they got a lot of guys coming back who are going to make a lot of plays, and they should be really good again.
You know what? It's interesting you say that, Mark. I'm having a really hard time this morning, even though it's been a long freaking day, talking about the damn offseason instead of talking about the Broncos.
Oh, see, really?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I'm not completely turning the page yet. Don't get me wrong. But I know that this is a program, right? We just got through 3 years. Look, I am extremely disappointed. It's so tantalizing to think about what this week was going to be like.
Yes.
You don't get to have that. So we have to have the funeral for this season. It ended yesterday. It's over. It's a finality. We have to do it. We'll have D'Amico Ryans in here today. Andy, more on this stuff because the offense clearly was a problem. Now, I know they were banged up, but some bad decisions, bad plays. They just needed to hold it together, and they didn't. What's the remedy? I guess that's a long answer. But what did you think, and what do you think needs to happen moving forward here? They got to fix this stuff.
No, you have to fix it, and y'all already mentioned you're going to have to spend some capital and draft picks on the offensive side of the ball. And with the guy, the most important position on the team, you have to work with him in the offseason and just kind of understand what happened. Whether it's the quarterback coach, the offensive coordinator, it's not just the quarterback. It's also the people who are developing him. CJ is a good quarterback. Like, this is a guy that I expect to lead a franchise before his career is over, but for whatever reason, we just didn't see it consistently this year. There were flashes after his concussion protocol. We were like, oh man, he's back. He looks good. He looks comfortable in the pocket. And then we see what we saw the last 2 weeks. So whatever it is, whether it's a sports psychologist, whether it is talking to him about his mental approach, there's something that has to be done to get him to play towards his ceiling a little bit more consistently. Now, that's just one man. Obviously, there's some issues with the offensive line. You want more consistency out of the running back position, and I think they have the pieces at the running back position. But let's be real. If we're going to be honest with ourselves and the people listening, it starts with the guy under center, and they need to get him to be more consistent.
Andy, how much do you think it hurt the offense not having Nico to start and then losing Dalton Schultz after the first, second series maybe of the game? For the majority of the game, losing Dalton Schultz. His two top receivers, the two guys he leaned on the most, and I would imagine were, at least Dalton was in this one, a big part of the game plan. How much do you think it impacted him without Nico and without Dalton?
Oh, that's huge. I mean, Nico, y'all know I'm a huge Nico fan. There aren't too many wide receivers out of the AFC, the entire conference, that I'm taking over Nico. And not to have him this late in the season in a huge game in New England, that's big. Not just for the numbers that he puts up, but the attention that the defense has to pay Nico Collins. When you have Nico on the field, then he becomes that guy, one, that's going to make big plays, and two, that your safety has to cheat over. and it's going to open. So it's not just, oh, he's going to have 5 catches, 100 yards. He's opening things up for Xavier Hutchinson. He's opening things up for Christian Kirk because of the fact that he's that huge presence out there. And Dalton Schultz, I mean, that's always felt like his security blanket, and when you lose him, that hurts. But at this, again, the same time, we saw when Cade Stover was injured is because the pass was.
Andy dropped out. I think we're still on the air.
And that's
there
right.
he is. Go ahead. Keep talking. Keep talking. Go.
Okay, I can hear you. I'm not sure where y'all lost me, but what I was saying is that even with Dalton Schultz being out, we saw an errant pass to Cade Stover. I don't care who's playing the tight end position. You have to put that ball where anybody can catch it.
Yeah, and look, you got some good performances this year from the rookies. Now, Noel didn't have any catches yesterday on one target, and that's one that is a kind of a head-scratcher, really, because Noel's a big playmaker. I know only so many balls to go around, but CJ threw the rock 47 times. And I get it that Higgins has to get 10 targets, which he did. Hutchinson's going to get his share. He got 13 in this game. You'd hope that maybe they could find a way to get the ball in the hands of some playmakers. Maybe it's easier said than done. But what about the rookies? Higgins, Noel, the job they did, Woody Marks through the course of the season. Yesterday it wasn't materializing, though, with the ground game, but they did get some good performances overall. And Ursery was holding it down at left tackle this year. You just didn't get the oomph that you needed in this particular game and a few others, but we are talking about a 10-game winning streak heading into.
No, I like that you bring that up because in 2 weeks from now, or when the entire NFL season's over, Mark, and we're talking about the upcoming draft, it's going to feel good to know that you don't have to go draft a wide receiver because of Nico and these young guys and what they've shown. And they're going to be a year older. You know, they're going to have that experience of starting a season 3 games down, 0-3, going on a 10-game winning streak. Like, that does a lot for your maturity. You learn a lot. So you're going to have some second-year players that were a big part of that streak. They're going to have kind of that veteran mentality. So I am excited about the young guys on this football team, and it makes some of these picks that we're going to see or some of these free agent signings where you could really attack the necessities and you don't have that many holes to fill.
Andy, losing in the playoffs, reflect, as a player, the pain of losing in the postseason. You were part of some losses in the postseason. Hate to bring it up right now, but you tell me what that's like when it comes to a screeching halt, because your whole body is projecting, your mind projecting into next week. We got to get to next week, and all of a sudden there is no next week. What's that like?
No, that's tough because the closer you get to the big dance, the harder it is to accept the fact that you're not going. So I've been part of many teams where you lose in the playoffs, and it hurts worse than not even making the playoffs. Like right now, the Texans, the players, they feel worse than the Dallas Cowboys, and they sucked all year. But they knew they sucked. They knew they weren't going to the playoffs. They knew they weren't going to the Super Bowl. So they did those dreams. They weren't that close to touching it like the Houston Texans. There's something about the further you go in the playoffs, the harder it is for your season to be over, which doesn't sound like it makes there's not much logic there. Like the further you go, the better season you had, but the closer you are to feeling it, to knowing that this thing could be a reality, and then it's just ripped away from you. So it's tough. It's going to bother you the entire offseason. There were some years where we really felt like we had a team good enough to make it to the Super Bowl, and when you lose, you can't even watch the rest of the season. Like there are seasons where I wasn't a big go out of town guy, but I really made sure when the playoffs were on, I kept myself busy because it hurt too much, and I didn't want to be around any televisions where I was going to look at the game or watch the game.
I felt that way last night. Mark looked at me on the plane. We were still sitting there, and he goes, "You watching?"
Chicago.
And I said, "You know?" And I was like, "I don't want to watch.
Yep.
I don't want to watch this. I really don't." And then I turned it on. I'm glad I did because I was reminded how much I love football, and I watched that incredible ending. This one's for both of you, and we might get into this a little bit more later. Who is your Texans MVP for 2025? Because, look, it was a 10-game winning streak. They won 12 out of the last 14 in the regular season. The win at Pittsburgh will be one that we remember forever. It's tough because it was an opportunity squandered, but when we get further away from the tough loss of yesterday, I think we'll look back and go, man, cool things that happened this year. Who is your Indy Kalu MVP of the Texans season?
Man, that's tough. And the easy answer is like, oh, just give it to the entire defensive unit or the defensive coordinator. But to choose one guy, I have to go Will Anderson. Like, for me, it was going to be between Will Anderson, Petrie, but he missed some time. So even with the way he played yesterday, Will Anderson, and the impact that he has on a game, he has the impact like an offensive player, but from the defensive side of the ball. So I'm going to go Will Anderson with that one.
Okay. Yeah, it's on offense, maybe Nico.
No, I just want your overall MVP.
I was going to say Will. If I had to pick a position group, it's the D-line, the engine. The secondary is impressive, too. And linebackers not bad. I mean, that defense is amazing. We all know that. And I think the fact that it's difficult to answer says something about this team. Now, if the quarterback was, thrown for 4,000 yards and didn't miss the 3 games and all that, well, we'd look at that on a 12-win team. But this team was clearly highlighted or carried by the defense. And I thought the offense did a really good job of killing the clock late in games, of not turning the ball over for a big stretch, because Stroud threw a pick in the Colts game in the first half and then shut down the interceptions until the Charger game. Right. And then it flashed again in the Pittsburgh game and obviously against the Patriots. So that turnover bug, Johnny, and ND, in the last 3 road games was absolutely killer. And you mentioned it. You've got to talk to CJ. You've got to coach him in the offseason. I don't know what you do, but he's got to figure that out because he was pressing. He was trying to do some things that he shouldn't have tried to do. I get it. You want to make plays, but it wasn't happening. So you got to figure that out.
And again, I want to emphasize that it's not just CJ. I think it's a team effort when it comes to developing quarterbacks, especially quarterbacks that are good and can be, true leaders of a team. So you have to sit down with the coaches, whatever coach. I don't know whichever coach really works with him on a daily basis and understand, okay, what are we teaching him on a day-to-day basis? How are we trying to reach him? Are we doing it the right way? Because he is too good of a player to play like that when the game really matters.
And what you're dealing with yesterday, no Nico, no Trent
Schultz,
Brown, who was really important to the O-line.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that loss of Trent was a lot bigger, figuratively and literally, than anybody's thought. You didn't ask me my MVP.
Oh, Johnny, I'm sorry. Who's your MVP?
Kamari Lassiter.
That's a good one, too.
Kamari Lassiter.
That's a good one, too.
He's going to be one of the top 2 corners, he and Sting, next year, without a doubt.
Yeah.
You can have Surtain. You can have all of them.
I'm so glad they're back.
Hey, Gonzo's good. Hig went 5 for whatever against him as a rookie.
I'm so glad they're back. I think
I'll take Lassiter all day, every day.
I know people are thinking, wow, Vandermeer's turning the page too quickly, and I get it. I think it's my coping mechanism because I'm feeling the pain, all right?
I wouldn't say that you weren't.
The Texans had captured the city in a way that I hadn't seen since, like, the 2011, 2012 era. We've had good seasons since then last year. But this was different. This was, we're going places. And they weren't able to go. So that's a bitter pill, but we're all going to have to digest it and get ready for next year. Andy, thanks so much for these appearances every Texans Monday. You're the best. We appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
No, appreciate y'all. Look forward to talking more football.
Let's do it, as always.
That's what makes me so damn sad.
I know. It's over.
It's like.
It's over.
It's over. It's like no more ND, no more matchup, I mean, you, me, and Dre, we're always texting in the offseason and everything like that. But, damn it.
Okay, that sums it up. That just about sums it up, folks. Some of the free agents on the roster that you want to keep your eye on here, because they might re-sign some of these guys before they hit the market. But we'll let you know who some of those guys are and more on the game against the Patriots. My goodness. Johnny's missing points. What are they? We'll get to all of it coming up here on Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in possibilities at
for the showcase at HoustonTexans.com/senior showcase and make their college football dreams come true.
Now, more Texans Monday.
3rd and 4th, the New England 10, Stroud in the gun. CJ gets the snap. Here's the blitz. Stroud throws right side of the end zone and caught by Christian Kirk. Touchdown, Houston. What a grab by Kirk as the Texans grab the lead.
Wow. He makes throws like that.
I mean,
you can make a throw like that, putting the ball on the money.
Mark, they brought 8 on that play, and every one of them got picked up. There was nobody at his feet. Like, no one.
We saw some plays, and look, I know he feels like, I don't have Nico, all the guys we mentioned that he doesn't have, and he's got to make plays. So I'm not inside his head. He might be feeling, I got to make plays.
Yeah.
I'm going to make plays today. I got to make plays. You know, he ran the ball once.
Yeah,
effectively.
Big run.
And I, again, can't speak for him, but he's not running much since he came back from the concussion.
Right.
From the 3 games missed, 3 and a half. And I think that's too bad in the sense that it's an effective weapon. Not going crazy with it, but we talk about this. You run 3 or 4 times for 20, 30, 40 yards, and it makes a big difference in the course of a ball game. Drake May last week was their leading rusher against the Chargers. Drake May yesterday didn't do much to kill you in the ground game. Look, the defense played well.
I thought they were going to design more for him. They did not.
And I thought the Patriots, I said they didn't really earn their turnovers as much as they were self-inflicted wounds for the Texans.
Yep.
But they earned their big plays. They made good plays. I mean, when they hit the throw to Booty was as good as you're going to see in this league, the catch is even better. And Stingley's right there. His grandfather played for the Patriots. I got a shout out in the Boston Globe, by the way, Dan Shaughnessy.
Oh, nice.
How about that?
Yeah, nice.
Said, voice of the Minutemen comes back. I'm thinking, that was a while ago, but that was very nice of him.
But you talk about self-inflicted wounds.
Yeah.
I texted you this.
Okay, what is it?
So I watched the game until Booty's touchdown catch, and I'm like, okay, I'm done with this.
Mm-hmm.
So some of these, difficult to do. Couldn't recover the fumble after Daniil's strip sack deep in Patriots territory. You lost at least 3 points there because if Daniil can get on the ball inside the 5, that's at least 3. Togiai and somebody else in motion negated Woody's touchdown. You lost 4 points there.
Right.
Woody's fumble in the red zone. You lost at least 3 right there. Stroud's pick 6, if he just dirts it, you save another 7 there.
So what does that total up to?
So at that point, that's at least 3, 4, 3, 7.
I can add. That's 14.
Okay. Will has a strip sack right before halftime.
You couldn't fall on it.
And he couldn't fall on it. You could have stolen 3 there.
But that's a little tougher.
I know, just like Daniil.
The Togi, I think, was self-inflicted.
Exactly.
The pick 6, self-inflicted.
And let me stop there. This is my issue. Standing on the sidelines at SoFi State, week 1, illegal shifts, guys not lined up correctly, illegal formation happened all year long. False starts at the 1-yard line that cost you 7. You'd move back and you have to take a 3 all year long. And that's the thing that bothered me.
But they cleaned it up for a while, Johnny.
They did. They cleaned it up for a while.
But
then they fell back into that rut again, and it all showed up yesterday. And here's the thing, Mark. When does it show up? When you play teams that are really good and really disciplined like the Patriots are. The Patriots play hard. Their defense is very good. Self-inflicted wounds kill you. And that happened. There was no reason for any of that to happen. Woody walked in the end zone.
Yeah.
They blew him right off the ball. But all because somebody was slow to put a hand down and the motion man, and it's not timed up right. It all goes, you lose 4 points there.
That was rough.
And look, Woody, not a lot has been said about that fumble. I mean, Woody fumbled one time all year. Once, and that was it. Nico fumbled one time that I remember. There might have been another one, but I remember one. It was against the Jags, deep in their territory, and it ends up being the play that more than likely cost you that win against Jacksonville. That's where it's so tough. It's so, you have to be perfect all the time, especially when you're not this prolific offense that, okay, we can overcome that because in the end,
Do you want
we
me
don't
to-
have the greatest show on turf.
Do you want me to put you in excruciating mental pain right now?
No.
Okay,
No.
but I'm
Can
going
we
to
go
do
to
it
a
anyway.
break?
I'm going to do it anyway.
Okay,
then
go
we'll go
ahead.
to break.
Damn it.
Last year,
Okay.
Arrowhead Stadium, they didn't turn it over. They did not turn it over once. No picks. Now, no touchdowns, but no picks. No touchdowns for CJ.
Okay.
No picks.
Right.
Mixon had a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
CJ threw for 245. No TDs, no picks. Quarterback rating 95.
Right.
Mixon ran for 88. Stroud ran for 42 on 6 carries.
Right.
They ran for 149 yards in that game.
However, you had an extra point missed. You had a field goal blocked. You gave up a kickoff return at the beginning of the game plus a 15-yard stupid-ass penalty that set them up when you stopped the Chiefs on a 3-and-out and actually sent them back 2 yards,
Right.
but they steal 3 at the beginning of the game for
You
that.
still only scored 14 points in that one. You actually scored more
Right.
yesterday.
Yeah.
But what's mind-boggling, is that if you had a performance even close to what you did last year against the Chiefs, you win this game going away against the Patriots.
And what 2 players did you have in that game you didn't have yesterday?
You had Nico
and
Collins
Schultz.
and Joe Mixon, too.
Yeah, well, Joe
you know,
Mixon, too,
he
yeah.
comes in handy,
Yeah.
all right?
Yeah.
So let's just overlook that little one. But, yeah, you're right. Collins and Schultz played in that game. That was a big miss. Look, that is a big part of the story here. You can't deny it, but you can't help them.
Yeah,
You
that's
got to
not
make it
right.
difficult for them, and they made it too easy at times. All right, the free agent list coming up. More on the game. There were some really bright spots, but there were too many dark clouds in Foxborough, and some things that happened there before, even with a completely different group of players on both sides of the field. But it's New England, and it's weird, and it happened again. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM.
and so much more. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com today for more information.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
On first down, CJ grabs the snap, boots out to the left, but his man falls down. The ball is up for grabs, and it's picked off at the 20. Right side, Jones, 5, and Jones to the pylon. Jones is in. Pick 6.
He was in the end zone so fast. That dude from University of Fun, and that was frightening. Because right there, you gave up the lead that you worked so hard to get, 10-7. Yep. It was a slim lead, but it was a lead, and you could ill afford to give them a gift. What down was that, Johnny?
First.
All right, so at least 2 of the picks are on first down. That's another thing.
First down.
First down picks. Not like, oh, I'm forcing it, it's third and whatever, I got to go get it. People are making a big deal. I mean, I get it. You know, the 4th and forever at the end of the game. Yeah, I guess you got to go for that. I think in the broadcast we brought that up, but we weren't as
It was 4th and 18.
Adamant. I was thinking you can get a stop, and then now you're in touchdown and get an onside kick mode, right?
Right.
Which,
right.
you know.
That's what you were going to need
happens.
anyways. And, you know, if Hutch cut that one down the field with about 1 minute and 10 left, maybe you punch it in, and now it's a hope and a prayer with an onside kick and then a Hail Mary or something like that. But
oh no,
why did you only have 1 timeout in the game with 12 minutes left?
Oh, because you had to use.
You had to use 2 of them on offense because you couldn't get your act together.
Yeah, that's right.
Again, that goes back to the whole thing we were talking about the illegal shifts, illegal motions, false start, guys not lined up correctly. You know, there were times where it was clear that during meetings that week there was talk about sense of urgency of getting up to the line of scrimmage and getting set.
And you would see the results.
And you'd see it. And then there was just kind of falling into some bad habits. And, you know, those bad habits end up, killing you offensively in a game in which you didn't have to do a whole lot. You just, couldn't, hey, here's the game. Like Bobby Boucher intercepts the pass, and he looks around. He's like, 62, where's 62? And he gives the ball to 62. And then 62 goes and scores a touchdown, and he drop kicks him in the end zone. Like, that's kind of what we did in a sense. Like, we gave them the ball, and then we drop kicked them. And then they, Drake May made enough plays. Drake May is an impressive dude, but this defense didn't deserve to lose that game. And we've said that throughout the year. The defense did not deserve to lose the game. The throw to Pop Douglas is a great throw. Kalen missed it by inches. I thought he actually had knocked it away when I was watching it live. I was right in line with it. I was standing right that line where he caught it. I thought Kalen had actually knocked it away. I thought Jalen Reed and Kalen had knocked the ball away from Diggs. Diggs doesn't have great hands. He doesn't.
But he had him on that
play.
But
he held on. And then, of course, Kayshon Boutte makes the catch of all catches, that one-hander down the sidelines. And
you make big plays as a quarterback. Sorry to interrupt that. But you make big plays as a quarterback, you get a lot of forgiveness in this league.
That's right.
May last week was not that good.
Yeah.
But he was good enough to beat the Chargers 16-3. May yesterday, I know he made 3 or 4 really great throws.
Right.
And that's all it took on a day where you were donating the ball to them with the 5 turnovers. But May fumbled 4 times. You got to him 4 times. He lost 2 of them, right?
Yep.
So you got 2 of those. He had the pick that was on the deep ball and the Hail Mary situation at the end of the half. But you were able to get to Drake May. It just wasn't enough to win the game because of the mistakes you made on offense. And, Johnny, here's how I see the whole thing. Was herky-jerky at best, and you went to Baltimore, you blew them out. Mm-hmm. So all of a sudden you're 2-3. Okay, you go to Seattle. They're very good. We saw them on Saturday night.
Seattle's the best team left.
Goodness, yes, they were amazing. But look at it this way. You come home, you beat the 49ers without Nico and Kirk, and Stroud looks really good. Then he gets concussed against Denver, and you lose that by 3. Mm-hmm. Then Mills comes in against Jacksonville. He throws an early pick, and it's really shaky. You're down 19, but you come back and win it.
Right.
Then Mills wins the next 3 or the next 2 after that because the formula now is don't turn the ball over, Davis. Right. And he makes big throws at the end, but doesn't turn the ball over, you win those games. Stroud comes back, throws a pick against the Colts, but it's okay. It's in the first half, minor damage. And then he doesn't turn the ball over again until the Chargers.
Right.
And
then
it's
the
just
3 road
crazy.
games. I pointed this out to you on the bus on the way home. You'd hit me. I was like, man, the road games. He had the 2 interceptions against the Chargers. Then he had the 5 fumbles and a pick against the Steelers. And then he had the 4 picks yesterday. I mean,
That's rough. That is rough, and that has to eat at him.
It's amazing to look at the drive chart. I'm always fascinated about drive chart. First of all, we had 15 drives. Listen to this. I don't know that I've ever seen a Texans drive chart like this.
47 throws.
Yeah. Listen to this. Punt, field goal, interception. Oh, sorry. Punt, field goal, pick, touchdown, pick, punt, field goal, fumble, field goal, punt downs.
Jeez. That is unbelievable.
And in the fourth quarter where you had really kind of been dominating, you came up with a total of 30 yards offense. Wow. And, defensively, I mean, and here's the thing that's kind of maddening on defense. The second drive of the game, they went 6 plays, 66 yards. That went for a touchdown. Then they went 5 plays for 56 yards for a touchdown. That was the Diggs catch. And then they went 6 for 54 for a touchdown. Other drives, 3 and out, 2 and out fumble, 1 first down, 3 and out, 4 downs, interception, 3 and out. They did go 10 plays, 44 yards. That was a killer because that took time off the clock, that one in the fourth quarter. 5 plays, 11 yards, 2 plays. Well, they kneeled it down. They had 3 drives, basically. And one was 66, one was 56, one was 54. And honestly, I mean, they didn't really have to go the long way. I mean, they those were against this defense, those are long drives.
Yeah.
But it just shouldn't happen. They had every opportunity to stop it, and they should have gotten a lot of help from the offense that it didn't get. So now we go into this offseason with a lot of freaking questions that I swear to you I do not want, but they're coming. And obviously it starts with CJ and how getting him on track. The team changes in a lot of ways. Personnel, coaching, all that kind of stuff. What happens over the next season with Buffalo, Sean McDermott gets fired. I mean, DeMeco Ryans is the 3rd longest tenured coach in the AFC.
Wait, repeat that. DeMeco Ryans.
He's the 3rd longest tenured coach in the AFC. Andy Reid, Chiefs, Zach Taylor, Bengals, and then he's next, along with Steichen and somebody else. Oh, Sean Payton.
Right, because they started the same year he did.
They started 23.
But so he's tied for the 3rd. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But no Harbaugh, no Tomlin, no McDermott. Here we go. Right. But we do have Andre Ware on the line with us right now, and he has slept a full 8 hours. No, he hasn't.
8 minutes, maybe.
Maybe. No, but
I'm
Drake can kind of but you can kind of sleep on planes a little bit. I've noticed this about you.
Yeah.
You are able to. What's the secret?
Yeah, I don't know what the secret is or if there's a secret, but it's always been that way. You kind of, when I've gone to sleep before they close the door, it's just something about it that I don't know. It just works for me.
You slept on the bus too.
We were on the plane long enough, and we were on the bus long enough too. I mean, that's a trip when you go to Providence.
You combine both. I might have gotten close to 8 hours.
Dre, when you, in your mind, kind of going back over the game, and my guess is kind of like you and I and, Sean and Seth, or Mark was talking about this earlier, it probably starts with CJ, I would suppose, the offense, I suppose. But what kind of sticks in your craw the most about the way it kind of cascaded downward yesterday against the Patriots?
Just kind of knew that anything that resembled Pittsburgh from an offensive standpoint, and there were some good things there, and I'm talking strictly from the turnovers,
right?
That we couldn't get out of that stadium with a win based on the team and type of team that you're playing. That's a more explosive team. They averaged, I think it was 28 points a game, closer to 29, and I think that's good enough for like 2nd in the league. So they're going to put points on the board if you give them opportunities. It's a good young quarterback who made a Pro Bowl last year as a rookie. He's dynamic. He's going to make plays. And the more opportunities you provide an offense like that, you're going to have problems catching up, and you're having issues scoring anyway. So you're giving them opportunities, and you have issues scoring. It's going to make for a bad recipe, and we watched that entire thing play out in front of us.
Dre, you think C.J. Stroud, I mean, we can't speak for him, and he said some things after the game, and it takes a lot of responsibility, all the responsibility he took, I believe, for what went down. But when you look at trying to force things that appeared to be, or having to make a play, feeling the need to make a play, considering so many people are out, how do you look at that part of the performance, forcing some of those throws or throwing some passes that probably shouldn't have been thrown?
Yeah, I heard that and heard his comments or some of them, and that generation is when you use the word trying to make plays, and I can only take him at face value for what that means to the average fan or myself or whomever else that may read the comment or see it. You don't need to make plays when you have a defense that does what it does. You have special teams that set you up in terms of field position and all of those things that are involved with special teams. You just need to kind of just guide the ship. You don't need to go outside of that and try to make plays, because we saw what that looked like a week ago. Reel it back in, settle back in within the system, and just operate the system. And if you just do that and don't turn it over and try to make something happen, then you may not have four first half interceptions. You may have more opportunities to stay on the field and produce as an offense. And so that I think Johnny asked me what's kind of stuck in my craw. I think that is a little bit, along with the fact that we're not going to Denver this week and continuing to play against Jared Stidham and the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, that's the one that just is stuck with me is that. This is for both of you. And look, I know a lot of people are going to be talking about CJ and the things that he has to do going forward. I know that's probably the default answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Going into 2026, and I guess we won't know exactly how the defense is made up, but we know a lot of the guys will be here. They're under contract. So we know that the majority of the defense is going to be here. So they're going to play, you would think, at a high level again, because they're playing together for another year. So let's fix the offense. What one thing do you want to see this offense do, Dre, that maybe they didn't do well this year or didn't do it all this year? I'll give you mine, and then you guys can build off of that if you choose. But this is mine, and I mentioned it earlier. I need the pre-snap. I need the things you can control to stop killing you. I need the pre-snap stuff to stop. I need the sense of urgency of getting up to the line of scrimmage and getting set. I need everybody know what the bleep they're supposed to do, that you're not cost touchdowns because of something you should have handled Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in practice, and you get it right on Sunday. And it killed you on Sunday against the Patriots. It may be CJ. It may be the offensive line. It might be another ball carrier. I don't know. What one thing do you want to see changed on this offense or improved on this offense? No questions asked going into 2026. Dre, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, for me, it's just strictly offensive line play. It's protection. It's run blocking. To become a more consistent offense, those guys have to have chemistry. And I think, you go into the year, you're rotating guards, you're doing stuff that is counterproductive to the unit. And that's a close unit. They've got to be, in sync with one another. Hell, if it's the same five, I suggest they go vacation together, get to know each other, talk a little shop while you're on vacation and getting ready for the off season and going through that whole process together, because good offensive lines, and I'm kind of saying that half-heartedly, but good offensive lines do those types of things together.
Yep.
And they bond. But when you don't know who's doing what from week to week, it's tough to build chemistry that way. And I think, over time, the deeper you get into the season and the more important games are, the more important that group becomes. And you've got to figure out just how it's going to get done this offseason, how you're going to build that, because with the defense, we've seen that the defense and an adequate, and I'm talking adequate running game was not enough to get this to prevent this offense from going forward and helping this team reach even greater heights than it was. So I don't want to take anything away from this season. It was magical. The run they went on, the 10-game winning streak was outstanding. But at some point, the view shifted to something else that was a little bit greater than what we're all used to, and it was there. And you don't want to be the part of it that is this entire team back. So I think this offseason's got to really be focused on that grouping, and in and of itself, it's got to get better.
You know who would agree with Dre? 100%? Offensive line coach Cole Popovich.
Yeah.
He would agree with it a whole heart. Everything Dre said, Cole Popovich absolutely would agree with.
Everybody's back except for Trent Brown, who's a free agent. I don't know if they re-sign him or not, but he's a free agent to be, so they can re-sign him. Obviously, he's not a young player anymore.
What's your answer to that?
For me, Johnny, it's running the ball. So it goes in concert with the offensive line. You got to run the ball more consistently. You know, you got to find a way. Now, Woody in year 2, I don't know if Chubb's coming back. He's an unrestricted free agent to be as well. So we'll see how they put it all together. But get ready. Free agency, the draft, they're going to get linemen.
Yeah, the hard thing in this, Mark, is you can build a pass-protecting offensive line pretty quick. You can build a run-blocking offensive line pretty quick. What you can't do that takes time is build an offensive line that can do both and do both well and understand who's doing what, who's getting to the second level, who's passing this block off. I got the guy on the outside. You got the guy that's bringing the stunt on the inside. All that is communication and chemistry, and that is what takes the longest, I think, on any football team to build. I think that comes together. You can get a quarterback, I think, up to a group of 5 guys up front working as one.
Dre, Sean McDermott got fired this morning from the Buffalo Bills. DeMeco Ryans now tied for 3rd in longest tenured AFC coaches. So what do you think here as McDermott gets shown the door and the Buffalo Bills? This is sustained. Do I call it excellence? It's sustained high-caliber play, that's for sure. They've been knocking on the door for years, not able to break through.
6 straight years in the divisional round.
And he's been there 9 years. They were horrible before he got there. He's built the program. Be careful what you ask for. I always say that. Maybe they get better, but your thoughts on that departure?
Yeah, you hate it because you hate to see something like that because you knew that that's a guy that wanted to be there. Now, there's only 32 of these jobs, and so you think, they'll get whoever they want because of that, the number being so low, but that's not always the case. And it could be someone that's going to take it for a while to with the intentions on doing something else. You just never know what the intent is. But Sean McDermott wanted to be in Buffalo. I think he had become Buffalo. He's as Bill as anybody else there, as Bill Mafia as anybody that could claim so. And so you hate to see that happening. Does it surprise me? No. Because if the Pittsburgh Steelers can fire Mike Tomlin after 19 years or whatever, parting of ways, or whatever you want to call it, this after just 9, and you're not getting there, and your aspirations are to win and get back to win a Super Bowl, not just to get there because they've been there, but to win a Super Bowl, they're basically going to turn every stone that they possibly can in order to do so. And you have to commend them because I am one true believer that not all have the intent to reach and win a Super Bowl. It takes a lot. It takes a total commitment from everybody from top to bottom. And there have been franchises in the past way a long time ago, but it has been that way that they weren't spending to actually get there.
Okay, I'm giving you your $1, and now there are only 4 teams left, so it's an easy question. Put your $1 on the best of the 4. And here's one thing. I said this to Mark on the way home, that, yes, the Texans had an opportunity. There's no question about that. But the 4 teams that are in the championship round, the Texans lost to.
That's
albeit close, and albeit could have won those games, but didn't.
Yep.
They lost to all four of these teams.
Yep.
So maybe there is more just overall they've got to be able to do, and obviously offensively, et cetera. But there are 4 teams left. Seattle, the Rams, the Broncos, and the Patriots. You got your dollar. You can go to your local watering hole and just bet with your buddies which is the best team, who you're putting your dollar on. Mark, I'll let you go first.
Seattle. I mean, the other night they were so overwhelmingly good against the San Francisco 49ers, who I know were banged up.
Yep.
And the Rams, look, that was a tight game. They could have lost that one easily. They didn't. Give them credit. They won the game. I thought Caleb's late pick, I know he's being celebrated for that dynamite. They threw an interception that ended your season, basically, because he gave the ball back to Matthew Stafford in overtime. But I got the Seahawks.
Dre?
Yeah, I'm going Seahawks as well. They're playing the best of anybody. When you talk about full complement of offense, defense, and special teams and everybody clicking on the right cylinders at the right time, it's the Seahawks. You pretty much could find problems with the other three teams, obviously, what Denver has going on at quarterback. I'm not a full believer in the Patriots. I think they could have been had even yesterday with just, adequate offensive play. And then there's the Rams, who I think, you take away Puka Nacua and you got a shot at beating them if you can control the running game. So Seattle can hit you with so many different, or hit you from so many different angles and different ways. And defensively, they're one of the best teams in the league, right up at the top in just about every statistical category. So it's Seattle for me. If I had to pick one that's going to win it all, that's where I would lean.
One more here. Should the Bears have gone for 2 after the play?
That's what I was thinking.
With 18 seconds left.
I thought about it totally. They should have done it.
Why? Go to overtime. Just play ball. They had the ball. They stopped them.
I mean, when you go to overtime, I just feel like there are a lot more variables that come in.
That's why this book is tricky, because it doesn't tell you whether it's the regular season or if it's the playoffs. In the regular season, you go for 2. You got to extend that, baby, because you've limited it to 1 play as opposed to multiple plays in overtime. So I think you go to overtime in the playoffs. In the regular season, depending on where it is in the regular season, that's a go for 2. That's a go for 2 moment.
Yeah, and the Rams had 18 seconds, which is not a lot, right? But you could still possibly make like a Mahomes-like throw and kick a game-winning field goal,
even if you're up 1. You could do it when it's tied, too.
Yeah, I know, but that's the point. Tie the game. Go for the sure thing. Take your shot that way. Head to overtime.
Well,
and they forced a 3-and-out on the first possession of overtime. The Bears got the ball, but they threw a pick.
You say sure thing. The extra point could be a sure thing if it were the old school extra point. It's a sure thing. So
especially in Chicago.
Overtime. But with this new rule on the extra point, who knows if you make or miss?
I'd go for 2.
Play like that.
I'd go for 2 because I feel like I got one play. They're already rocked a little bit. If I felt like now, I mean, we're not a good example of that because we made 1 2-point play all year, and that was the Nico one-handed catch against the Jaguars. That was it.
Jeez.
Our other 2-point plays were not good. If I know I'm not a good 2-point play team, I kick it. I play for overtime. But if I feel like I got Caleb Williams on a run-pass option in overtime, or to keep from going to overtime, I might go for it.
Dre.
And again, but it's to Dre's point. It's situational, and it's all about how I got to that point. That maybe there's too much chaos going on. You know what? Kick it, go to overtime.
Dre, who do you got tonight?
Yeah, you got Art. This one, the Miami's offensive line is just massive.
Huge.
And if they played this right and it's the perfect storm, I could see them running Fletcher and just pounding away at Indiana, controlling the game, time of possession, and pulling this thing out. It's just some kind of mojo magic with Indiana that Indiana has going on this year that makes me pick them. And I'm going to pick them. I picked them to win it. I'm going to stick with my original pick, and so it's Indiana. But I could easily see what I just described happening and Miami being able to control this game. Because if it gets in a shootout, I'm taking Mendoza over Beck. Beck's going to make a mistake at some point. Mendoza's just he's just got everything going in the right direction this year.
1983, Big Ten team.
Yep.
Taking on Bernie Kosar. If
Big
Bernie
Ten
Kosar's
team.
playing for Miami tonight,
Big Ten
I might
team.
pick Miami.
Big Ten team, the Huskers.
The Huskers.
They weren't then,
1983.
kids.
They sure
Hardly.
played like one, though.
Yeah. Anyway, Trey, thanks so much for all the Monday visits. We look forward to catching up. It's going to be
Love
an
you, man.
interesting offseason. Love you, Dre. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Love you guys, man. And I'll miss you. And hate like all outdoors that we're not on a plane going to Denver next week. But
I know.
We'll
That's a
get
tough
there
one.
at some point. Yeah.
We will. Absolutely. All right, the General coming up next. Let's get to him here.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston
takes a knee, and the season is over for the Houston Texans. A crushing defeat, 28-16 final. The Patriots take it.
Yeah, we got to play better football. There's not any secrets. We got to protect the ball. We got to play better football when we get in this moment.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
First and goal at the 7. May shotgun, Henderson in the backfield with him. Diggs in motion to the left. May in the pocket with time over the middle and caught. Touchdown, New England. Diggs got it in front of the safety, Reed. And New England opens up a 2-score lead on Houston.
Man, Reed was there. You know,
so was Kalen, man. I don't know how he caught that ball.
I think Reed's going to be pretty good. I'm looking forward to Reed next year.
Yeah, Jalen's gonna be
sophomore
tough.
year, he was hurt. You know, he didn't play as much as you wanted to see. But this is going to be interesting to see how he fits in. John McClain joins us right now. General, thoughts? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm looking at a list in the Athletic about quarterbacks interceptions in the playoffs, like Stroud did yesterday. I covered this one. Brett Favre had 6 in a game in the playoffs. Dan Fouts had 5 2 different times. Roger Staubach, Brett Favre, Peyton Manning, and Lynn Dawson all had 4 in the playoffs.
All Hall of Famers.
So it's unusual, but it's pretty obvious. Nick Caserio's got his work cut out for the cap. There's a lot of things he can do to create money, but they've got to work on the offense, and I think starting with a running back. They need a big-time running back, and then they need, to me, a couple of interior offensive linemen who are guys who hit people and create snot bubbles, and to improve the running game, because they have to improve the running game. But I feel sorry for the defense. Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter, 5 sacks. You don't see that much in a team losing. And, of course, everybody is concerned about C.J. Stroud and his performance in the playoff victory over Pittsburgh and, of course, the loss yesterday. And, still people are going to look back. They won 13 games, but, boy, just the way they lost and wasted such a fantastic defense in the playoff game.
All right, architect John McClain of the 2026 offense. You started it with talking about the running back. Then you talked about offensive line. That's where you would start, John. What else would you want to be able to do? Now, I say all that. Consider hopefully Tank Dell is back. Hopefully Nico Collins will come back off the concussion. He was actually there and went on a flight with us to New England, which makes me think that had there been another game, Nico would have been able to play. Dalton Schultz got hurt yesterday, obviously, but I believe he's coming back. What else would you do to this offense to get it going in 2026 a little better than it did in 2025?
The running game is paramount. The interior offensive line needs work. And I think they need a backup tight end who can catch. Cade Stover's not a good receiver. He's there because of his blocking. But you can't lose Nico and Dalton Schultz and not expect it to have an effect on the offense. Now, that didn't have anything to do with C.J. Stroud making so many bad decisions under pressure. But the running back, to me, is the most important. There's no way they're going to get Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame, who's the best by far. Reminds people of Bijan Robinson. But you can get interior offensive linemen. And I don't know if it's first round, second round. Nick Caserio's got 8 picks right now. And we know that's not going to be the number that he actually picks because he'll make trades. But there's not a lot on defense. You guys mentioned Reed. Reed looks really good if he can stay healthy. Players to re-sign. They also have some players, they can do things to their contract, extensions, and lower the cap rate next season. The unsung hero this year, Kaimi Fairbairn. Snowing like crazy yesterday. He acts like he's kicking in NRG Stadium, including that 51-yarder. But you guys know they rely way too much on Fairbairn. This offense has to get better in the red zone, especially running the ball inside the 5. Only the Raiders ran for fewer touchdowns, and they didn't have their running back, Joe Mixon, all season for some mysterious reason. But I feel like if maybe Breece Hall in free agency, maybe you find another nugget, and then you have Woody Marks coming off the bench, but they have to run the ball better.
You got the two Penn State guys, Katron Allen, Nicholas Singleton. You also, and I would be very happy with this.
Johnny's going draft.
The other Notre Dame running back, Jadarian Price, I would be very, very happy with.
It's time. It's the offseason officially, folks.
Did I mention draft picks? I mentioned draft
John, who
picks.
is the guard from Penn State? How do you pronounce his
name?
Yeah,
I'm not even going to try this morning.
He's going to be
Ola Iaoni.
He'll be gone, but he's the best interior prospect according to everybody I've read. I'd love to see him get a nasty inside guy, and he's the best. But there's a lot of good inside guys that you can get.
Uh-oh. What was that?
You don't like that sound because that's the general clicking off. I don't know what happened.
Are we still on the air, Benny?
I think we're still on the air. We're
good. Okay,
yeah, we'll get him back up.
Because you never know when you hear like a boom.
Yeah.
It
you
sounds
know what this
weird.
draft has?
What?
That I like, which has been the case a lot, has a lot of centers. Jake Slaughter at Florida, Logan Jones from Iowa. There are a couple others that I like.
Things I did not want to be talking about today. This.
Yeah, I know, but
I mean, it's nice. I love it, and I
know.
love it because we'll be back on the
Trust
air.
me, I did not want to be talking about that this morning.
General, I'm glad you brought up Fairbairn because he was nails this year. He was perfect inside of 50. He made every extra point until last week when they had that celebratory 38-yard. We can't get it together because we're so happy we scored another defensive touchdown miss. And he hit two 51-yard bombs in each of the playoff games, one each. That was very cool to see.
On the road in the cold.
Congrats to Emi for a great season, and the operation worked well because last year in the playoffs it was a little clunky at Kansas City, to say the least. But Brinkman, rookie, nice year for him. Good long snapping debut. I just didn't want to let the day get away. Tommy was third with punts inside the 20 in the NFL. Very nice. Tommy's a free agent. We'll see what they do in the punting department. General, Sean McDermott gets shown the door. What's your reaction?
I'm stunned. It wasn't his fault that Josh Allen had all those turnovers. I think the owner, Terry Pagula, he's meeting him next year. He wants to start anew. It could be Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator, but man, certain coaches that are about to sign with other teams have to slam the brakes, and then teams hiring coaches have to slam the brakes. The Titans went heavily after John Harbaugh and Kevin Stefanski, and supposedly, based on reporting that I trust, they finished second in both of them. And I'm sure now they're going to be looking at Sean McDermott. His record, 98-50. Playoffs all but 1 year, 9 years, 8 playoff appearances. But they held it against him that a official's call or two could have caused him to lose. Wow. And I think it's awful. We don't know if he wants to coach right away or wait. But that's 10 job openings, tying the all-time high.
It's amazing. Okay, General, I'm going to ask this question a different way. There are 4 NFL teams left, obviously. Texans played all 4 this year. Unfortunately, went 0-4 against them. I want you to make a case against Seattle being the best of the 4 left.
If you're looking at Matthew Stafford or Sam Darnold, and Sam Darnold had that oblique injury in which he took a shot of Toradol right before the game, that's not good. That doesn't just go away in a week. So I would say Matthew Stafford, who is now 4-0 in Chicago in December and January. Matthew Stafford, we all know, he's the better quarterback. So I would say the case against Seattle would be Stafford.
Okay.
I agree with that. I think that's the way the Rams win is with Stafford. Now, keep in mind that Thursday night game that they had, 6-7 weeks ago, whatever it was, 38-37. They threw the 2-pointer to Salbert at the end of the game. The Rams dominated that game. Dominated the game. But they had to settle for field goals. Tell me if you heard that before. They settled for field goals early on, and then Seattle got cooking, and they were scoring tutties. And
I'll use the word clunky again. The Rams' play calling at times in that Bears game was clunky, I thought, but they won, and they're in the NFC Championship game, and I'd love to be in the AFC Championship game, where Denver and the Patriots will play. General, what's your pick?
I remember in 1979, the Oilers played at San Diego. Dan Pastorini, Earl Campbell, and Kenny Burrow were out. Gifford Nielsen, who was a better broadcaster than a quarterback at Channel 11, had to play. Gifford wasn't very good. And they were 18-point underdogs, and they won over Eric Coryell. And Vernon Perry intercepted 4 passes, still a playoff record. If they can win that game, Denver can win. Jarrett Stidham's had a couple of big games. He started his career at Baylor under Art Browse, and then he left during the scandal for Auburn. His wife is former Rocket president Tad Brown's daughter. I think Sean Payton is such a good coach. He'll play. I think it was very smart to announce it immediately so it didn't leak out, so Stidham would know you're the man, and he could step up. I think it won't surprise me at all if the Broncos win, but I tell you what, I would love to have seen what the Texans defense could do against a quarterback who took one snap on a kneel down this year. And the way New England's defense played, it's capable of doing the same thing. I like Mike Vrabel. I don't like Sean Payton, so I'm hoping Vrabel and the Patriots win to go to the Super Bowl.
General, thanks so much for the visit and all the visits this season. We really appreciate it as always.
All right, guys. Thank you very much as always.
Okay, this is our last Texans Monday until after the first preseason game. Final segment coming up before we hand off to In the Loop. Smoking out players of the game? No. Smoking out players of the year? Maybe. We'll have some things to say on the way out, and we'll have a complete D'Amico Ryan show for you at 5 o'clock today as we visit with the head coach. Everybody's going to be, like, really fresh and well-rested. Probably not. But we've got a lot to say, a lot to hear about from the head coach at 5 o'clock, who's always in the same great disposition mode. No question about it. Looking forward to that visit with D'Amico. Final segment next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
H-Town, the Houston Texans. but you can join the wait list now. Visit HoustonTexans.com/cheerleaders to learn more.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Texans frothing at the mouth on defense on this third down situation. May calls for the ball. Here's the rush. Here comes Will. The ball is out, and the Texans have it. Aziz falls on it. A takeaway for the Texans. The Terminator strikes again.
Oh, Will Anderson Jr., what a day. 3 sacks. Daniil had 2.
3 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. Daniil forced a fumble or 2. Those 2 were on it. Will Campbell after the game was like, yep. Those guys are pretty good. Yeah, Will Anderson Jr. isn't the guy you remember from college, bro.
Man.
He was talking about, well, I faced him in college, so I've got some well, that experience did you no good because when you went one-on-one with 51, you got dominated.
I look at those numbers, Johnny, and I want to throw up because you couldn't support it on the other side.
So Sean brought this up with us. In fact, I sent you that tweet on the way home. Some kind of analytics guy had sent that.
Some of this stuff.
How about this? This is from Carson Breber. So here's the one that Sean mentioned. The Patriots are the first team since 1987 to win a playoff game with 250 yards or fewer, 13 first downs or fewer, and 3+ turnovers. The last 30 teams to post those marks all lost by an average of 21 points per game. 4 yards per play, 3 of 14 on third down, 5 sacks taken, and won the game. Then here's another one. In 2 playoff games, Houston's defense allowed 13.5 points per game, 211.5 yards per game, 3.5 yards per play, 5 of 28 on third downs. I'll do the math for you. That's 18%. They had 9 sacks, forced 5 turnovers, and scored 2 touchdowns. And then I don't really want to say the rest, but he said we just watched an all-time unit completely failed by its offense.
Well, look. It's a team game.
Share blame.
That is definitely a thing, and they know it, and that's something that they have to work on a lot because, I was trying to make this point earlier. Issues early, they smoothed them out, but didn't totally correct them, but they reduced the turnovers and the pre-snap penalties dramatically during the early part of this winning streak.
Right.
And then they kind of flared up again. The whole idea was the offense gets it together and plays good, solid.
Right.
Doesn't have to go crazy, but good, solid, mistake-free for the most part.
Be
offense.
smart, be sound.
But the last
on.
3 road games, mistakes. And you won 2 yesterday, and it's a crushing defeat because it ends your campaign. And 12 wins, ties an all-time season best. I know you had to get to 17 to get it, but still, very impressive campaign. DeMeco Ryans' 3rd year. Thank God for DeMeco Ryans because that is the right man at the helm. Nick Caserio acquiring players, off-season to come. These guys are going to figure it out. I have that confidence in them, but this was a really hard way to end it. Remember, you won 10 games in a row. You were 0-3. You were dead, it seemed. A lot of people wrote you off. A lot of the people criticizing you today fell in love with you again, and now they're criticizing you today. But they criticized you at 0-3 and thought it was over. And I get it because, look, you're 0-3. You're 3-5. Where are you going? Well, guess what? You're going to the divisional round, and I know it's hard to lose at this level again, especially with what's in front of you or what was, but it happened. Okay, that's it for Texans Monday. Johnny, you're the best. We'll have the DeMeco Ryans Show at 5 o'clock. Ben Gary, thank you for producing all season long. It's been great. Awesome producer, best in the biz.
Yeah.
And we'll be back at 5, and then we're dark until until the day after the Super Bowl, which will start our 6 o'clock run. Weeknights at 6 for 1 hour. That's it for Texans Monday. In the Loop. Coming up next, I think they've got a full slate. Thank you. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
A breast cancer.
Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, what did he say, off the slide?
Oh, God, that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
think I was cringing.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these.
No, it's
if Lil Kiki
slide.
said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Shotgun. Higgins to the right side. Here's Stroud taking the snap, fakes the give, steps out to his left, squares up, fires, and this is picked off. This is an interception by Davis at the 47-yard line. My goodness, that's 4.
You heard the man, 4 interceptions in this game, and that's going to be the largest, the overarching, resounding kind of thought or image or staying power in this game. The Texans' season comes to a close in a 28-16 loss at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough with C.J. Stroud, quarterback of the team, having to wear this one because that was a terrible, awful, no good performance from the quarterback in the playoffs in the divisional round where you fall once again, the 7th time in franchise history. You will not reach the previously untapped land of the AFC Championship in a season where it felt like that was promising and it felt like your path had unfurled before you for you to do something special this year. But the dream dies on the vine. In Foxborough, 28-16. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and I'm in mourning, although that might not even be the emotion that a majority of our listenership feels. I think it might be. I think it's anger. If I'm going to be honest, I think it's anger out there. In Texan land.
It's anger, and it's anger at one person, and I don't think it's even unfair. I really don't. This was a championship-level defense that performed at a championship level again. The story now and for the next several months, really into next season, going into the postseason next season if they go to the postseason again, it's still going to be C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, there's no more defending him. No more, yeah, but, he does have these throws in him, and he has made these plays. For the first time ever, I'm not sure C.J. Stroud has it in him or ever will have it in him to be a championship-level quarterback. That's how bad yesterday was. And I'm not, trying. It's not like just the anger of the moment and the 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 interceptions, gets you in a certain place where you're just mad. No, I think it was loud and clear, man. I think it was very vivid. There is something about C.J. Stroud that just isn't it. It just isn't it. I mean, maybe it'll change, but that alone, hoping for change, is just hope at this point.
Yeah, hope isn't a game plan. Hope isn't a strategy. But let's dig into it. And I have to start by also saying, Happy Martin Luther King Day as we go ahead and eviscerate the black quarterback here. But no, I think the thing I will implore you, actually that's not fair because it's a reaction Monday. It's the day in which everybody wants to have their emotions. I'll say we will try and have more level conversation, and we'll try and have a level conversation here amongst ourselves inherently. We got a whole week. We got a whole offseason to have like the larger conversations. I kind of want to stick to how you felt about this game, where you feel about CJ in this moment. And so I want to allow room for everybody to be a little bit reactionary. But I try and fight being reactionary. I hear, and I very much felt viscerally, everybody who goes, CJ isn't it, I don't need to see him ever again. I feel that. It was an abysmal game. I don't even know. I need to break out the thesaurus, there we go, to find the right word that captures just how bad of a performance that was without having to do but there were some good things in there. No. If you wanted to find a single solitary reason why this game was lost, you have to look no further than C.J. Stroud wearing number 7 there. The thing that is tough for me, though, is I end up being susceptible to the thought of, all right, the pieces are there, you got to put it all together. Except this was a game in which we thought he would only do this once. Just this is so anomalous, the type of play from who he has been, that it makes me ponder like everything I know and everything I hold to be dear. Right? Like this is a quarterback that we've seen protect the football relatively recently. This is a quarterback that we've seen make the throws that he was constantly missing, throwing behind people. A dude that at one point had been talked about as an incredibly accurate, ball placement specialist type quarterback. You couldn't get anywhere close to calling him that in that game, to the point where he got dudes injured with how poorly he was throwing the football.
Yeah,
in this game.
He got dudes injured. He's going to get people fired. That's the double whammy right there. I mean, there will be firings over there. We'll get to that at some point. But let me just tell you why I think, it's one thing for you and me and Figgy and our listeners to say, yeah, I don't think he's the guy. They're thinking about that in there. No matter what they say post game, no matter how they diligent and sort of just straightforward and try to be. They're wondering in NRG, is he the guy? If they're not doing their job. So the fact that we can say he was that bad, we can say I'm not sure he has it in to be a championship level quarterback, that we can say there's no defending him, that's one thing. But how are they going to defend him in there? Not just the front office, not just coaches, but his teammates. I know Will Anderson said his thing. We'll hear from that later. But in their heart of hearts collectively, I don't see how they can feel he's the guy.
It's funny you say that, because this was DeMeco Ryans after the game, and I was very curious to listen to post-game, because DeMeco Ryans tends to be who he is, and DeMeco Ryans is a very positive, very rah-rah, like that's, and I don't say rah-rah in a pejorative way or to try and like demean him, because I do think that he believes in, he's very much a I need to uplift type of guy. But I was intrigued to hear the way that he would talk about his quarterback in what was a terrible, awful, no good game afterwards. That this is what he said about, what he said to CJ after the game.
Keep your head up. I love you. Like, I got your back. And that's what I told him at halftime. This whole team has your back. Like, we're in this thing together from day one. Like, it doesn't change for me. Like, we have a really special group, a tight-knit group. When things don't go your way, you have bad performances. It's not a time to point fingers or say it's on one person. If anybody, it all starts with me. For me, as the head coach of this team, we didn't perform well. Obviously, I didn't have it ready to go in this moment. So that starts with me. We stick together.
That can't be true. It shouldn't be true. It should not be true. You're the head coach and your quarterback. By the way, it wasn't a performance. It was performances, plural.
Yeah,
you got the postseason.
You got the benefit of, in spite of his performance last week.
Yeah.
Or maybe you could say that there was he at least made some place to redeem at least some portions of it in Pittsburgh. There was none of that in this game. It got worse in a way that was weird. And the reason why this frustrated me to no end, one, is because I don't like being wrong. And we spent all of last week talking about that felt like an anomaly. He should bounce back. He did not bounce back. And I know that some people, very small portion of people, will say, well, there was the snow, maybe that affected it. It was one of the questions I asked, like, how much was the cold? I don't think any of those things are there. We've seen him make those throws before. We've seen him protect the football in this system before. It feels like it's between the ears.
It is.
John Lopez.
It is.
But the between the ears gets tough, because that's not something you could see. That's not something you can MRI. That's not something that you can, do some imaging on to get a figure of. This is something that's really hard to diagnose. The thing that I felt most comfortable being able to say about C.J. Stroud's between the ears is all his play felt very much like a lack of trust. It's something that it's kind of been an undercurrent of things that we've talked about in this season with C.J. Stroud. Is he going to buy into what this offense is asking? And after times of feeling like he had done that, this felt like a complete rejection of what this offense was. It felt like he was trying so hard to make things happen. And with this, we could track this back to last week as well. It's Pittsburgh. Some of these things where he's allowing the pressure to get to him, hitting him so hard to make a play. It almost felt like to me, and correct me if you think I'm wrong here, he did not believe that the opportunities for explosives would be created in this offense, and he had to make it himself. It felt like he went hero mode in a way where the constant refrain from this coaching staff has been, you don't got to be a hero, you just got to do enough.
Well, here's the thing, though. That's also on him.
Sure.
Because it's one of two things at this point with C.J. Stroud. And this is why, for the first time, Even when there were bad moments, this is the first time I am looking at C.J. Stroud, and I don't know. I don't know if he has it in him to be a championship-level quarterback. It's one of two things. He's either emotionally fragile, and we saw it. We saw the look on his face in Pittsburgh and in New England. We saw the confusion, the lost look, the lack of confidence. We saw all of that. He's either emotionally fragile or he's not the teammate that he and others say he is. Because if he were, even though this may not be the best offense, the best approach, philosophy for him, he'd have not done the stupid-ass things he did. I'm sorry. They were freaking stupid. Everything that he should have done. Take the sack, man. Throw it in the dirt, man. Do this or do that. He wouldn't have done that if he were the teammate and he would that they say he is, and he says he is.
No, and I'm with you. I think that's what makes this more complex. It's not as simple as CJ is bad, because that would be wrong. We've seen CJ be a good quarterback.
Yeah.
We've seen CJ, at the very least, if you don't want to agree with that statement, we've seen CJ demonstrate a lot of, if not all of the pieces that would be necessary to be a good quarterback. When it's time for you to put it together, especially with the mental aspect of this, and I think that is the complexity that this organization has to contend with right now. As people are immediately jumping to the fifth-year option, the how do you handle the possibility of negotiation with contracts and all that. I think that is much more difficult than being able to go cut and dry. This guy isn't good. The idea is he has the pieces, but how do you pull it all together? And what's deeply frustrating is in a year where you've tried to make it as easy for him, it felt like he went and made it more difficult for himself.
Well, and then to make matters worse, he has that performance yesterday. The whole world, NFL football world, is watching. And so you start to think, okay, well, how does he bounce back? How does he come back? Well, I just said he's emotionally fragile or he's not a good teammate. Are either of those two things going to change after something like yesterday, which, if you are emotionally fragile, is going to leave the kind of scar that lingers, is going to leave the kind of scar mentally and emotionally that is going to make you not rally, but maybe wither? You know
what threw me off about this, though, because you said maybe he's not the guy that people think he is. I forgot how you phrased it, Lopez.
He's not the championship level. For the first time, I'm wondering if he is.
The thing that really threw me off, and I don't think we talked about it as much, but after the Pittsburgh game, remember he was going in the tunnel, and fan was heckling him, and he said, you mad?
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of weird to me, man, because to me, he didn't have a type of game where I could be like,
Yeah.
And
you're not alone.
He followed, and he followed that game. Something don't seem right, man. It's one thing if you had your head down and you just ignore all of that stuff and you had some personal things going on.
Yeah.
But you got time to sit there and heckle a fan like that?
If he is going to come back from this, Reggie, he has to have it in him to be emotionally strong, able to get over it, build on it, buy back in, and be strong mentally. Has he shown us any of that?
That's tough because there's been small moments, but now I'm trying to hold on to flashes.
Yeah.
Small flashes and make them into the whole cloth. And I don't think that's a reasonable thing to do in this moment. Right? Like that's not a reasonable thing to do.
A lot of quarterbacks have flashes.
Yeah.
And that's the tough part about this. And some of just the general mentality. Like I think that there's ways that you can talk and make it sound good in fact, let's hear from C.J. Stroud here, and maybe this will make you more mad, but you know what? It's a day to be mad, I guess. This is C.J. Stroud when he was asked what was the cause for the uncharacteristic turnovers in this game.
I mean, I think just trying to make plays, trying to, push the ball down the field and, put our team in position to score. So my intent in it is never to get to do that, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and, that happened today, and I'll take full responsibility. Something I'm going to learn from is just, ball security is everything, especially, the way our defense has played all year. And it's something that I've done a pretty good job of, up to this point. So I'm going to continue to, get better in that area. And, I'm not happy with myself when it comes to that because, I'm giving from our team. And we have so many great players on our team, great, on offense, defense, special teams. And the way our defense played all year, I'm just very, I'm not happy with, that.
Lopez, one of the things for me is that I absolutely despise is the almost the office-esque. I accept responsibility, but it only really happens in lip service because You brought up Figgy, the Pittsburgh Steelers after the game, pointing and laughing at the crowd saying, aha, you mad after a game in which you did not do enough to help that result be positive. That feels like, and then going in the post game and saying, it was, there were some bad plays, but I also still did some good things. This is where the feeling of accepting responsibility doesn't land.
Well,
especially not outside that building, but also like I know in the building they're like, hey, we defend our guy CJ or what have you, but that breaks at a point. I asked you guys in a text, do you feel like we might be reaching 2017 Jaguars? And if you remember, 2017 Jaguars were a team that went to the actual AFC Championship game. Goodness. I almost cussed on air. They went to the AFC Championship game. They had a good defense. They had a great defense, and Blake Bortles was out there messing stuff up. And that their defense broke themselves apart because they were tired of carrying the quarterback. And they're saying the right things, and this is a lot of saying the right things, whether it's C.J. Stroud saying, oh, man, I'll learn from this. I can't need to be – but this is a second game in a row when your team needs you to be right, where you were not right, and your defense put on a show. In this game. I think they did all that you could possibly expect in this game.
You mentioned one of the two things that jumps out from what we just heard from. I'm just trying to make big plays, take my shots. It's not what you're supposed to do right now. You're only supposed to do that when it's there, not throw the ball dead ass straight up in the air so somebody can take it.
He was throwing a punt.
He was throwing a punt. That is basic stuff. That was an insult to good football. And then the other thing that he said there is, I'm going to learn from it. When? How?
I think the issue I had with this answer right here, this answer would have been fine last week after the win.
6 or something.
This answer, he could have gave this answer last week after the win.
Yeah.
But he didn't. He pretty much said he had a few mistakes, but we won the game pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear it now.
You had 4 interceptions in this game.
Exactly.
You had 4 interceptions in this game.
Could have been 5 or 6.
Could have been a lot more. And I'll give you the leeway on Xavier Hutchinson letting the ball bounce off his hands. Basically,
I don't know what was going on with them two. They wasn't on the same page at all.
Well, I mean, this is where you could talk about the fact that your 2 best receivers are out in this game. Your two best, maybe best, or at least most veteran offensive linemen end up being out at points in this game. And you can talk about all those other things. And we will talk about all those other things because it's not a singular circumstance that lost you this football game. But the big one that carries a lot of the weight is that C.J. Stroud was awful in this game. And that's going to be a hard thing to contend with because C.J. Stroud has been questionable at other points in the season, and he has not been able to get anywhere near or recapture the same heat that you were able to get in his rookie season. And that's problematic in this league. You can't have a quarterback long in his tenure. It's supposed to be, even if development isn't linear, it's supposed to be a general upward trend, and I can't say that to CJ right now.
And you talk about regressing, and we're going to get into more of this, but just the biggest thing for me with how emotionally broken and emotionally fragile he has become and is in this system and this offense and with this team is the easy throws he made look the hardest. The easy throws that he normally, quote-unquote ball placement specialist, which let's put that in the basement for a while.
You got to earn that one back. You got to win that one back from me.
Yeah,
this is like when your mama took away your Game Boy when you're being bad. No, you got to be good to get that one back, big dog.
He was the easiest throws he was making look different. That's the sign of a guy that is just shook completely, mentally broken.
And I think that the reason why I know that it's easy to go, CJ is soft, and maybe that's true at this point. Like, what do I have to be able to put against you if you want to say that? The thing that I think is more difficult is CJ is stubborn and unwilling to go with the plan. Because again, the ideas of I'm out here making plays, not really what we're being asked of you in those moments. The plays that were there to be made, cool, not manufacturing them out of whole cloth. And that is the thing that is most frustrating because a quarterback that is operating out of almost dissent is one that's not going to be able to work with the larger construct of the team. And that's the thing that's more complex. Bad is one thing, and it's not going to be a good thing to deal with. It's not going to be anything that anybody is happy about. A quarterback that was almost insubordinate, which is not quite the word that I want.
No, I think you're right.
But just the game plan is the thing that is most complex because what causes you to get there? Because it doesn't feel like C.J. Stroud is normally that, but here you are with dealing with that on the larger stage in front of the host, right? And on the biggest stage that the Texans had and an opportunity to reach new ground. He particularly soiled himself, and that's tough to deal with.
Do you think Davis Mills could have possibly, if he was playing, could have won this game?
That is a question that we'll have to deal with, and we'll have to talk about because D'Amico Ryans never considered it, but there was a real possibility that was the right answer to make at points in this game. A lot of things to still talk about in what was a very, very frustrating. I feel myself yelling. I apologize. Let me walk this down. In a very, very frustrating 28-16 loss for your Houston Texans, in a season where it felt like things were unfurling for you to maybe go and do something special, it was the complete opposite of special in that game. All right, coming up next, there was a number of times in this game where even despite C.J. Stroud being as bad as he was, it felt like there were big what-if moments. So I kind of want to go back. Which of these what-if moments do you feel like could have gotten you to the place where you could keep having playoff football? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about the what-ifs next.
After another rough 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
9:50 to go in the first. No score. Patriots second possession. 4th and 1 at the Houston 28. May in the gun. Stevenson to his right. May looks it over. Diggs slot left.
They're going to go to Diggs right here. Too deep on the drive.
May takes fires over middle and caught. Douglas 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Patriots. 28-yard TD pass. New England scores first.
One of the few plays that it felt like the defense got absolutely beat on in this game. 21 offensive points, a total of 28 points in this game. 28-16 was the score in favor of the Patriots. Your Texans fall in the divisional round of the playoffs. And this was one of the many what-ifs that felt like they were in play in this football game, John Lopez. The reason why I thought of this is B. Scott. I tried to spread out some of my insane texts during the course of the game. So B. Scott got this one, but there was a point in the game where I asked, is this going to be one of those what-if sliding door moments where if this had gone the other way, maybe this game goes a different way? So you tell me, do you agree that these are the sliding doors possible moments that would have maybe helped you overcome what was a 4-interception game for C.J. Stroud and maybe have still gotten over this game? And I kind of use this to point out just how close it felt like you still were in this game. We start with the one that you heard, a slant to Demario Douglas over the middle where Kalen Bullock in coverage. This is zero man. So cover zero. Nobody is additionally over top. It's just your man coverage with your guys, and they're sending as many as they can to go and get pressure on Drake May. And Demario Douglas with a slant, or maybe it's a post, and Kalen Bullock gets his hand. He tips this football. It's just got enough zip where it slides. Demario Douglas able to bring it in because it's cover zero, and Kalen Bullock went for a dive to try and get the football. He's able to turn and go. Does this feel like this could have been a big moment? Because if you hold them to 3 there, you're not as behind the 8 ball early on as it felt like you ended up being.
It is kind of an answer because
no, absolutely.
because I say kind of because he did get his hand on the ball. They did bring it, but I was actually very surprised. And this was one of my passing thoughts. You're going to hear at noon. Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans kind of went out of character there. They were out of character.
It wasn't entirely out of character, but I get what you mean.
They brought 6 dudes.
Yeah, that was a blitz.
They brought 6 dudes on a 4th and 1.
Yeah,
That is not
blitz.
something that's not a recipe for success against the pass.
They'll blitz sometimes in those
But on a 4th and 1 is
late
what I'm
situations.
saying.
But yeah, that
4th
one
and 1 that is out of character.
I think I think it's fair to say at the very least that it was a little uncomfortable seeing them do that, and unfortunately it did not work for you. I think the idea was, hey, Drake May has not been in a lot of these circumstances, literally his second playoff game. Can you heat him up and then believe that your defenders are able to play good coverage in the very quick moments that you can maybe get the ball out quickly? And it was a pretty – like the gamble was okay, except you were a fingernail away from that being a good call.
But if you want to know why a lot of defensive – and fans get frustrated with this, but this is why a lot of defensive coordinators and defenses do not blitz on 4th and 1. Because once you get past that initial front, it's wide open and you're susceptible to big plays like that.
What if Trent Brown's ankle was good enough?
That's an interesting one for me. I think it might have been better. And ultimately, the common thread today and all week and beyond is going to be C.J. Stroud. I don't know if it would have made that big of a difference given his emotional state, frankly.
Well, I think the thing that I was thinking of last week when you had a bad C.J. Stroud performance, what was able to help you kind of navigate that was being able to run the football. This game was
8 yards in the first half.
Was an atrocious running game. You carried the ball 22 times. 48 yards, good for 2.2 yards per carry. And even if you want to take out the C.J. Stroud of it, that is what, 20 carries for 37 yards? Like this is just this was not good at all when it came to running the football. And I thought that was something that you might be able to do. And I think you lost that when you had to put in Jake Patterson at left guard and you weren't able to get nearly as much push without having the big boys. And remember, Trent Brown was throwing dudes out the club last week. I don't know if it would have been exactly that, but not having that very much felt like it hurt being able to run the football, which I didn't know that you were going to be able to do incredibly this week, but it felt like that died on the vine pretty early on in this game without having the big boy.
Yeah, I think Trent Brown would have helped. It certainly would have helped. in the run game. I don't know if it would have helped overcome your biggest weakness.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. What if Danielle Hunter is able to not just get a strip sack on Drake May, but actually recover it there early on in the game? Because this is the one specifically that I sent to B. Scott, and I was like, could this be the slide? There's an opportunity, maybe scoop and score, which I think Danielle was hoping for, and I don't know that you can blame Danielle for this.
Figgy was talking about that during the break.
He really was. I don't know that you can blame Danielle for wanting to scoop and score because
I wasn't even mad at that because I think I heard Texans Monday, Mark and Johnny saying if he would have fell on it, that could have been 3 points, which is true.
Yeah.
That could have been a possible 3 points. But I was thinking like, man, they got to get a touchdown.
Yeah.
I was thinking the defense got to get a touchdown or probably 2 of them to stay in this game.
It was that bad, man.
I had no faith in the offense.
I think this was one of those sort of tipping point moments as you're talking about, a what-if moment. And I'm with you, Figgy, 100%. I thought they lost their chance to score a touchdown when he didn't grab it. I thought that was their best chance to score a touchdown.
That was, and at the very least, it'd have been a short field.
Yeah.
And now you were in field goal kicking territory.
And what did they get?
Over a time.
How many points did they get after that?
Yeah. None.
Yeah, because that was a punt, and then you weren't able to drive the way that you would want to after that. All right, how about this for a what if? What if the pairing of Tommy Togiai and Dalton Schultz don't commit an illegal shift on what was the would-be first touchdown in this game?
That was huge.
It would have made it 7-7. It would have kept you on pace. Maybe, although I'm not sure if this is the case, because again, C.J. Stroud was clearly pressing. Maybe C.J. Stroud remains in a place where he does not feel as inclined to press if you were staying on schedule with that game, staying on pace with what the Patriots were doing. But you 3rd and goal, 1 yard line. The play works. You're able to move. You're able to move guys and get enough opening for Woody Marks to slide into the end zone on an inside zone.
Yeah.
But Dalton Schultz and who did you put that on more? Because Tommy Togiai playing fullback.
He kind of paused and tried to get in his stance, and
that was probably on Togiai.
I would have to guess, and we don't know, but I would have to guess Togiai because the way he paused and
he don't really get in the 3-point stance like that.
And that was only the second time he's done it.
Yeah, so I mean, unfortunately, I probably had to put that one on him.
I did. I think that you guys are right. It did hit me though, because that was the second of Dalton Schultz's pre-snap penalties. Where I'm like, hey, man, you're the veteran dude on this offense.
He did he did have a false start, right?
Yes,
he had a false start.
And I do think that one was, hey, Braxton Berrios, who has been a healthy scratch, has been inactive a number of games. You brought him in, and then you put him in, and you were like, hey, you're in the game, running a motion. And you could see on that motion, C.J. Stroud having to basically try and tell him where to be. I think that extends the start of that play, and then Dalton Schultz becomes impatient. He shouldn't.
Yeah.
And I think that's ultimately what I'm coming back to is I was a little surprised that Dalton Schultz, as veteran, was making those mistakes. How about this? Speaking of Dalton Schultz, what if Dalton Schultz's body doesn't break down?
That was enormous. Leading receiver on the team, man.
Leading receiver on the team.
They still would have had more. They probably would have had more of a chance.
Dalton Schultz was your second leading receiver in this game, and he only had 2 targets.
Yeah.
He didn't make it to the second half.
And I guess it was a calf.
It might have been. He's been dealing with lower body and upper body injuries all season long. I'm pretty sure that Dalton Schultz, he shouldn't have been playing football, but because of the injury status of your tight end room, he was out there trying to thug it out. But ultimately, the body broke down to the point of you couldn't deal with him, and now you had to depend on Jaden Higgins, who did about as well as I think I could have expected of him, although there's some instances where you go, young man, can you draw a PI in this by exaggerating that or whatever, but that feels like that's asking a lot of him. Xavier Hutchinson, who made 4 catches out of 13 targets, and a number of those felt like, hey, I feel like you should be able to bring that in, big dog. And then Christian Kirk, who was definitely back to more of what we had seen previously from Christian Kirk rather than last week. I think that very much changes maybe even C.J. Stroud's demeanor and having to do that he feels very comfortable throwing the football to.
Yeah, I don't know about C.J. Stroud's demeanor. We know that he's been pressing and not buying in and all that, and we talked about that in Wilson Moore. I think if you just a combination of the Woody Marks touchdown and keeping Dalton Schultz healthy, you would have had a chance for Kaimi Fairbairn to win it at the end, perhaps.
Yeah.
And that's all I would.
You could at least settle for field goals.
Yeah, that's all I could ask for. You know.
Yeah, and somebody said, "Why are y'all letting Nick Haley off the hook?"
We are not.
Oh man,
we are not. Hang in there.
I think that Haley has his portions of it, but it's abundantly clear that C.J. Stroud put you in a very bad place
It's some of everything, man. The offense wasn't good this year. C.J. Stroud wasn't good this year. I think it's some of everything, man.
To me, this is probably unfair. The entire season feels like a waste right now. Because you had just
It's a Reaction Monday. It's a Reaction Monday. Let it out.
Super Bowl caliber defense. And you bleep the bed, man.
And remember, Lopez, I text you this. I think you tweeted the question out, what I asked you.
Yeah.
And I just feel like this was probably the greatest opportunity to get to a Super Bowl, man.
It's not fair to the defense. It's not fair to the team. We're going to be thinking fondly of this defense for decades.
Yeah.
But it just right now, it just feels like the whole season's a waste.
Yeah, it was really a waste, and the window was wide open, man.
Yeah.
We
didn't even mention Bo Nix.
You had Denver. You had Denver right there. You gonna be facing what is it, Jarrett Stidham?
Yeah.
Yeah, likelihood is
was
Jarrett
right
Stidham
there,
is the
man.
starter Jarrett Stidham did not throw a pass this year. So for the second straight year, the Broncos have had a backup quarterback who had not thrown a single pass.
Yeah.
And that is who they're going to have to go into the AFC Championship game
It was
with.
right there, man.
Yeah.
And not just Jarrett Stidham versus this defense that I do wonder is the collective we, not us here in the city of Houston, not us that follow the Texans, but the collective we. Are we going to be diligent enough to continue to recognize this defense on the national or the historic scale? Because we talk about the Legion of Boom, and that was a defense that won the Super Bowl. We talk about the 2000s Ravens. That was a defense that won the Super Bowl.
And
we talk about the 85 Bears. That's a defense.
They all won.
No.
They all won.
This defense is possible.
And that's why it feels like a waste.
Yep.
It's possible is lost to the pervasive history because of wasteful play.
You know who else had a good defense in 2023? The Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
And nobody's talking about that defense anymore because they lost.
All right, frustrations continue to pour out of us here on a Reaction Monday after the Texans fall to the New England Patriots 28-16. Let's get to the question of the day. What was the real world equivalent of yesterday's game for you? 713-572-4610. 610. Goodness gracious, I can't. One more time. 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing.
2022.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you on the text line 713-572-4610. As I don't know, it's just collective therapy at this point. I don't even know if it's going to be therapeutic. Talking about what was the final game of the 2025 football season for your Houston Texans. They fall 28-16 versus the New England Patriots, who I guess had right to then be as cocky as they
I guess
were.
You know what?
But they didn't, though.
They didn't. They didn't. The defense swarmed them. They were struggling when playing there, but still.
Yeah, and we'll get to those because, gosh, I don't want to be that guy, but there was a little I told you so in there for me. But yeah, there was at some point last week where we were like, it's going to be the Texans who beat themselves if they lose.
Sure.
And that was 100% the case here.
Absolutely it was.
Now, I don't want to take away credit from the Patriots because they did some good things that we'll talk about at some point. But you know what? Let's continue to do some therapy here. And the question of the day hopefully will exist as that in some way where we can laugh to keep from crying. What was the real world equivalent of what yesterday's game was? 713-572-4610. Because Lopez, for me, you know, I'm bad about opening up my real life to this microphone, but I very much
like doing it.
I know you do. And we laugh because of it. And you know what? I appreciate you for giving us those moments of levity. It reminds me of a time in which I was getting along great with this girl.
Here we go.
And it felt like it was working. And it's like, all right, I'm starting to believe that this could be something. And then it doesn't work out.
What happened?
See, I'm working on myself. But it's just like, this doesn't go the way that it needs to.
We got to hear more of that.
Yeah,
later.
don't give us this generic ass breakup story, man. Everybody had a breakup like that.
And yada 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 just didn't work out.
It didn't work out.
I was dating this girl.
No
it didn't work out.
Yeah. All right, you want to be
come on,
all right. Here
come
we go.
on, Reggie. It's 2026, man.
I was not mature enough in the moment. Me too for this.
Oh, you got commitment issues.
And yeah.
What was you doing? Mess around with other chicks?
No, I just
come on, man, get to it.
Legitimately, I was like going through therapy at the point, and I was just like, I'm not in the right headspace for this.
Okay, all right.
And the timing then never worked out after that.
And
was she trying to get married? Was she pressuring you to marry?
No, not even that. It just didn't feel fair to me, and this is where like my mental portion of this needed to be worked on because it was like, why are you in this place where it does not feel fair? I was like, I didn't feel like I could give her what she needed.
So, question of the day: what's the real world equivalent of yesterday's game? I always go with just like whatever pops into my mind initially, and I legitimately had kind of a Christmas vacation moment way back in the day. My first couple of years at the Chronicle, every Christmas you would get the equivalent of a paycheck as a Christmas bonus. My third year there, they told us in December that we weren't going to get it. Dude, we had already spent that bonus. Like we were already counting on it, kids and presents and all. They waited till December to tell us we weren't going to get a Christmas bonus anymore. My first 2 years, I got a full paycheck Christmas bonus. No taxes taken out, nothing. It was sweet. And then the third year, they're like, oh yeah, it was like first week of December. Yeah, we're not going to do that this year. It's like, what?
You had penciled that one in, huh?
Oh yeah. What? So what are some of the other ones? Figgy?
Yeah, the one that come to my mind, I'm trying to think of something super recent, but to buy a house, saw this dope ass house in a nice area, like in the city.
Yeah.
And you know how hard it is to get a house in the city for a good price. And saw this house, I'm like, dang, we got to get this one. And I didn't realize it at the time because this is the first time I've been into the home buying business. And the owner kept calling us. I'm like, see, they want us to buy the house.
Yeah.
And so I'm sold on it. My wife like, don't do it, man, because this is early.
Yeah.
We don't know what's wrong with the house. It could be something wrong with it. And I just had my heart sold on it, just like I had my heart sold on the AFC Championship game. I'm thinking, I'm damn near trying to wait, looking at tickets to try to fly up there to Denver.
Yeah.
But anyway, long story less long, the house was out of the budget, and it was no way we could even afford that house.
Yeah.
So I want to say for the next month or two, I just kept riding by that house like, dang, man, I can see myself sitting on that porch right there.
You just reminded me of another one. We got some great texts coming in. We'll get to them. What's the real world equivalent? I remember when we were looking for a house way back, one of our first houses, similar, and then, they have to disclose everything, about the house.
Mm-hmm.
Right at the 11th hour, they said, oh, yeah, there was a murder in this house.
That's what did it. I thought you were going to say like there was mold or termites.
No, there was a murder in this house. We're like, nope.
That's really? You think the murder's going to come back and do it
No,
again?
it's just uneasy. Yeah, just like, ugh.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Buster not buying Netflix for $50 million.
Well.
Lopez not buying in the Dale.
Yeah.
Boy, you had to bring that up.
All right, so someone, 8-2 said when Judas sold Jesus out, that was CJ letting down the defense. Yeah, I guess I can see very much how you felt that way. Someone said that it felt like the Astros in 05 losing to the White Sox. Does that feel, because you did get to
Was y'all counting your chickens at that time?
Yeah, not really, because we were still on the heels of the big drop in, the big home run, that sent you to St. Louis to close it anyway. I don't know if I would compare it to that one. The Pujols thing was still sort of hanging over the air, everybody's head,
Yeah, fair enough. Someone said, and I need to find out if this actually happened or if you're just hypothetically thinking about this. Somebody said that when you make a nice pot of gumbo all day and then you pick up the pot to take it to the table.
Man.
Oh, Kevin from The Office.
You trip and fall. I need to know if that happened.
The chili?
Kevin from The Office.
Yeah, the chili.
Yes.
I want to know if that happened.
That's exactly what this was.
Yes.
Like, look at this. Boy, we got it.
It's
this
here.
is the best pot of chili I've ever made.
Or a good one. Remember we was watching that tennis match and the guy came over with the beer for the young lady?
Oh, yeah.
The drink for the young lady. And then another dude gave her a drink.
Yeah.
And he was sitting there looking stuck with 2 drinks in his hand.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, man. Somebody said, crapping your pants at a party. Again, did that happen to you is the question I have, because I have a lot of sympathy for you in that moment, if that was what happened. 281 took this to like basketball. Equivalent to contract. Remember when he had a very nice contract?
Yeah, $70 million.
Yep.
Yes. And for some reason, he thought he could go do better somewhere else. He ain't made up that money yet.
No, he has not.
Luka Doncic let him know about it, too.
Yes, he did. From the 281, got screwed out of student loan forgiveness because I had the wrong type of loan. Oh, you were there. You were like, oh, man, I done got this monkey off my back.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. That's not the right one for you there. Someone said it's Astros 2020, not Astros 05.
Maybe that's more closer, probably. Yeah.
Somebody said as it relates to CJ Stroud, just Jalen Green. It felt like you very much could have beat the Golden State Warriors last year if Jalen Green gave you anything of what you needed in that series. So I could see that if that's what you're talking about.
Jalen Green had a good regular season though.
Well, this is true.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. My life is basically ruined, someone said from the 979. It can feel like that for the day, but we'll get over it. However, today
this is tough, man.
We can exist in the feelings as much as we want after a heartbreaking loss to the Patriots for your Texans, 28-16. Coming up next, let's at least go around the NFL. And one of the reasons why it's heartbreaking is one of the other divisional round games. We'll get into that, and the coaching carousel continues churning in a few different ways. We'll talk about that and more next.
The sports station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
Sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here on Sports Radio 610. Some other circumstances that people are comparing yesterday's game to. Chris Paul pulling his hammy.
Ooh.
Just this close.
Definitely.
This close to getting over what felt like an insurmountable hump in this instance, being the Golden State Warriors at that time. Nope. There is the sadness.
Yep.
The University of Houston Cougars losing to NC State in 83.
Oh, that's another really good one.
The Astros losing to Washington in 19, which felt... It's all the disappointment with none of the oh man, there's an actual hurdle there. It's like yeah, you got the Nationals. You should be able to win.
Was that the Garrett Cole should have came in the ninth?
Yeah.
That one. Yeah.
It is.
It was right there.
Which operates some of the you squandered an opportunity realm of what yesterday felt like. Yeah, just very rough in seeing the Texans lose because of something that had happened on Saturday in the divisional round as we go around the NFL. We started the divisional round with some very, very intriguing things here. Well, it didn't go the way that we thought we wanted it to go, John Lopez. We were rooting, I imagine, for the Bills largely in the first of the AFC divisional round games. Bills went to Denver to face off against the Broncos, and it was a up and down game. Came down to overtime in which the Broncos got a victory, 33-30. We were like, oh man, the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
They couldn't manage to do it. Josh Allen was tearing up on the podium. And very soon we find out. In fact, it is at the podium when Sean Payton is there. He lets us know. Hey, Bo Nix broke a bone in his ankle.
Yeah.
And he will not be playing anymore this season. Not just in the next round, anymore this season.
Wasn't that a moment? Now we know what happened yesterday when you said, I'll be damned, Texans are going to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I was feeling
at that point. I was like, "Damn!" If I was rooting for the Bills because you get that home game, but honestly, I'm like, this might be better than the home game.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. And shout out to Sean Payton. His press conference was over. He went and showered and changed and everything else. Came back about an hour later, 45 minutes later.
I got it right here if you want to hear.
Yeah, let's hear it from him because I thought he handled this terrifically well.
Not good news. On the second to last play in overtime, Bo fractured a bone in his right ankle. He's scheduled to have surgery Tuesday of this week, which will put him out for the rest of the season. Steady's ready to go. And it was the second to last play before he threw the pass to Mims. Birmingham is where he'll have the surgery with Dr. Waltrip, and I don't really think there's any other questions. In other words, this is what it is, and we felt like it'd be best to just let everyone know.
That was refreshing.
Did you agree with that last sentiment that he had? Just, hey, we're just going to let everybody know right now instead of trying to play what I imagine some people would go with, which is gamesmanship of letting it be figured out later in the week?
I totally agree because this.
You mean the whole D'Amico and
we'll let you know.
way?
Yeah, we'll let you know when we let you know. No, I do because it would have gotten out. I mean, there's no question. I mean, your quarterback having surgery in Alabama, and he's sort of just controlling it. He's also sending a message to his own team. Like, hey, we're ready for Stidham, Stiddy, as he said, and he's going to be ready to go. This is where we are. I want to let you guys know, and it kind of prevents all the mystery, so to speak.
Yeah. I had no other. I probably would have asked when did he hurt it.
Yeah, well, he said,
I would have, probably. Yeah. Been in more detail, but I had no more questions after that.
By the way, I also, because I did not hear this at first. I saw the saw the tweets or the push notifications. I think a lot of us have. I don't know if you're on social media and seen like the Broncos fans reacting to the push notifications and stuff. But I was like, when did this happen? And he had told it, so people very quickly went and found the play.
Yeah.
what a trooper Bo Nix
No
is.
kidding.
Yeah.
Because it was, unless you were actively looking for it, it was hard to tell. Like, there were small grimaces. You could see a little bit of a limp.
You wouldn't have thought a broken ankle.
Yeah.
He came off the field. He was still on the field to kneel the football to get the ball into the middle of the field at a point in this game. What a trooper he was. And also, this was kind of Bo Nix still in this game. You had him. He was solid. And then he had an absolute dot in the fourth quarter when you needed it in order to push this one further. One more thing from this game. I don't know if you well, I know you watched it. If this wasn't the entirety of the Josh Allen experience in one single game, like all of the 100%. Josh Allen making great plays, Josh Allen moving out of the field, but also Josh Allen having boneheaded plays with some of the fumbles, like the fumble that he had with not collecting the football and not protecting it. This was just the full experience, the full swath of the Josh Allen experience in a singular game.
And we kind of defended against the narrative of, well, if he can't win it this year, last week I'm talking about, if he can't win it this year, then he's just not it or whatever, however it went. And we were like, no, look, they still have some holes in this team. There are some things that need to be corrected, et cetera. But once you saw the game, 4 turnovers, you kind of have to rethink that.
Were you all annoyed? Because I know that there was people on the internet annoyed, which is always the case, but annoyed by the coverage of his particular 4 turnover game because it did not feel the same as the coverage of other people's 4 turnover games or 5 turnover games, right? And so, how did you feel that? How did that hit you?
Interesting, but only because I think it was only that way because he made some incredible plays too. Like, he made some incredible plays in this game to help carry this team to the overtime, et cetera. It was definitely not covered the same, but he also had some moments where you're like, oh, okay, that's something that not a lot of people can do, and that's the reason. And flat out, when I saw the Bo Nix thing, I legitimately, kind of like you were looking for tickets to Denver. Yeah. I was like, we're going to be in Santa Clara with the Texans in the Super Bowl. And then of course, C.J. Stroud happened.
That's
what made this loss even worse.
It
man.
does.
It was
It
right
does.
because
Absolutely does.
I guarantee you ain't gonna get no easier path next year.
No way.
I mean, it remains to be believed that Josh Allen, I think that they are going, or not Josh Allen. Josh Allen actually is going to have a new head coach.
Yeah.
And Sean McDermott has actually been fired there in Buffalo. I think that had to happen. There's other people that can attempt to get more out of Josh Allen and put him in better places to succeed. Whether they just, elevate Joe Brady there to be the head coach or whatever. Sean McDermott as defensive head coach did not bring you he did not bring you game management acumen. The defense was not great under him, although the pass defense was supposedly better or pretty good this year. It just felt like, hey, you can have a different leader and still garner better results. And I think you could still get the offense, and you can get probably better offense, and you can get somebody who can do the defensive things.
Yeah.
So I thought this was the right decision, but it's reasonable to expect that the Bills will continue to be some level of good or some level of path. I can't imagine that the Ravens remain in this weird spot that they are, but maybe they do, right? Maybe that is the downside of firing a dude who's been as stable as John Harbaugh, and they find that they don't feel like the Chiefs have a possibility of bouncing back. And obviously, I'm talking about some of the better quarterbacks in this league. It feels like this was a unique year.
Yeah, it was very unique, and I think the teams you just rattled off, they all got quarterbacks. Like, I have no question about any of those teams' quarterbacks.
I think
even if they don't win it all, they still gonna be around.
Yeah,
they gonna be in the way.
I think what you're saying about McDermott is fair. He took them to a certain level, and they were on the brink several times. But it's time to get to another level because the clock is ticking on Josh Allen, and I think he does and will benefit more from an offensive-minded coach. As far as like just the AFC landscape, what V said. I mean, they still have those quarterbacks, and they're all making some changes. I think they're almost all. Did you see the Chiefs?
Everybody but Andy Reid.
He's good. Is it true about Eric Bieniemy?
I haven't seen.
Where is he at?
Further. I don't know what.
I lost track of him.
Yeah. I don't know what he's doing.
It feels like they're going to lose their nominal offensive coordinator Matt Nagy. So
yeah, I think his contract is up. So I think he's gone regardless.
I mean, Adam Schefter, the real Adam Schefter, with 11.4.
You sure about that?
I just looked at it.
He did check.
It.
Okay. He is not getting
sure
got.
about
We had to make sure.
I did.
Lopez sometimes gets got, you know.
No, I looked at it this morning, and I looked at it again. Chiefs requesting permission to interview Eric Bieniemy for their OC job.
You can always go back home is something that I like saying.
Wow.
I mean, I don't even know if is that a good.
Well, I mean,
question.
There is something to be said about like the toughness of that offense and how it has shifted since Eric Bieniemy was once there. Him being like a guy that they look at as a truth teller in that offensive room. Maybe that has some level of benefit. Remains to be seen.
Last time I heard from all these fans, he wasn't doing nothing. It was all Andy Reid.
Yes, the always accurate assessment of all these fans. Some other things in the divisional round. What a game last night between the Rams and the Bears. The Rams able to hold off the Bears in overtime, a field goal to win it 20-17. Whew. What was your takeaway from this game? Because there's a lot of different places you could go.
A lot of them. Caleb Williams, good Lord, 2 weeks in a row, just an absolute. Well, I wanted to say prayer, and I guess technically that one last night looked like a lot like just a prayer.
The final play of that, not final play rather, but it's a 4th and 4, 4th and game, 27 seconds left on the clock, and they are at the 19-yard line.
That's not where he threw it from.
And yet Caleb Williams, he gets to a point where there's pressure. There's nowhere to escape forward to. There's nowhere to escape laterally to. All he can do is run backwards. This looks like a Tecmo Bowl play.
Yeah.
He runs straight backwards, and he just launches the ball up to Cole Kmet, who, can we be honest, that's a pro push. He gave a little push off to the defender there.
But it rarely is called.
No, it's rarely called. That's why I like to call it a pro push.
Yeah.
He did it in a way that, is not legal, but you're gonna get away with it.
Yeah.
And they're able to tie a game that it felt like they had no business. This almost felt like Team of Destiny, the end of regulation in their building. Do you think they should have went for 2 in that moment?
This is a total retrospect. In retrospect, obviously, I think they should have. The momentum they had, the ability, for Caleb Williams to be off script, run pass option, make the defense, really have to just scramble to cover anything. But I'm just going to be honest. Maybe this is a little mini confession. My wife asked me as we're watching it, "Hey, do you think they should go for 2?" And I was like, "Nah, man. Just tie it. Just tie it and take your chances with more than one play in overtime." But looking back on it, probably should have.
Yeah, I in that moment, I also thought take it to overtime, or you're at home.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like their defense had played pretty well, all things considered, in this game, and they got to stop very quickly in overtime. And it felt like, all right, now you have the ball to go and drive, and they were doing so. And then an interception, just a terrible interception, ends up putting them in a bad place. The Rams get themselves into field goal range, and Mevis' 42-yard field goal ends it there. So the Bears, I'm not going to lie, I said this last week. I was like, I don't know what the world would look like with Bears fans like being rabid. I did feel really terrible for them because they had the audacity. They had the audacity to hope for the first time in a very long time.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, at least they go in the offseason feeling confident, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, 100%. And that's one of the underlying themes that we've talked about here, and maybe it has something to do with C.J. Stroud playing, sort of scrambled between the ears.
You know what I realized?
What's that?
I told you about the Caleb Williams play. I have the audio of Mike Tirico calling it.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
Here's Mike Tirico on NBC calling what might have been the most fun play in all of the divisional round.
Command in motion. Williams drifting, sprinting for space, in all kinds of trouble, put it up for grabs to the end zone. He got it! For the touchdown! They've done it again!
That was awesome.
Man, Sunday Night Football came up, man.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness. Imagine Al Michaels was calling that.
And score.
Is he in? Yeah, he's in for the touchdown.
And we're tied. Poor guy. He's legendary, but it would absolutely have been that.
But for real, Bears fans should feel real confident, man.
Well, and that's where I was going a second ago, because I think that's all these things that are happening. And I talked about it with you a couple of weeks ago, even before the Pittsburgh game. Caleb Williams has passed C.J. Stroud like he's standing still.
Quit taking them hits, bro.
Yeah, Bo Nix has passed C.J. Stroud.
Well, C.J. was trying to take that advice. He just would throw it up instead of taking the hits.
He big broed him, and it was never the same since. it was never the same. Like, this is – it's not just like what C.J. Stroud is and how he's scrambled all of a sudden. It's that all these others haven't taken so long to be the thing you thought they would be.
Well, I think you can also acknowledge Caleb Williams. He did get one of the better offensive play callers to be the head coach.
Well, okay.
Well,
that's part of
situated
it.
Around. No,
that's part of it.
That's part of what
we over here celebrating Nick Caley.
Yeah. No, don't even say that.
You said we're celebrating Nick Caley? I feel like
some people are.
I was like, there might be some people that take umbrage with you making that statement. Finally, around the NFL, I haven't mentioned it. The Seahawks absolutely drubbed the Niners 41-6. It felt like this was going to happen when they did not have George Kittle. Fred Warner was not activated. But still,
the
Seahawks are the favorites, right?
They're to win it all, yes. And, their best chance to lose might be the Rams.
Yeah, 100%.
It might be the Rams in the NFC Championship.
Is it fair to say that's the Super Bowl right there?
Let's say it. Let's call it that.
The NFC
Championship game
that's
is
the
real
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Whoever win that is winning it all.
It's quite possible. 116 yards on the ground from Kenneth Walker III, 3 touchdowns. It was just
and that defense.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
With the Texans defense, unfortunately, being bounced and hopefully not being lost to history in the larger sense. It's going to the Seahawks were the other god tier defense this season.
Yeah.
And they also have the offensive chops to match it when they talk about being able to run the football. Sam Darnold doing what he needs to do. By the way, we didn't talk enough about the fact that Sam Darnold all of a sudden just injured his oblique
that was wild.
In the middle of the week.
And didn't throw all week.
Did not throw all week, and they were just like, yeah, it's fine. It'll be okay. And it was for the large part. He played 12-17, 124-yard game, but they just handed the ball off and let Kenneth Walker beat the ever-living bleep out of the Niners. And so they continue to look like the best team, and it feels like if I was casting my money on a team, it would 100% be the Seahawks.
Yes, me too.
You realize that all the 4 teams that remain in the divisional round, the Texans lost to all of them, but also didn't lose to them by a ton.
Yeah. Do you also realize it's Mike versus Sean in each game?
Huh? What's D'Amico's middle name? Is he got a Mike or a Sean in there?
Hey, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
I'll look that
Mike
up.
versus Sean.
I'll look that up and see if that's anything. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Thanks for rocking with us. In fact, if you want to rock with us, go ahead and hop on the phone line. 713-572-4610.
we're doing it?
Let's do it. What's your biggest frustration? Don't get on here rattling them off. Give me your biggest frustration from the game yesterday. I want to hear from you. 713-572-4610. Let's turn to the phones next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Very, very frustrating on this Monday as we react to the Texans crashing out of the NFL playoffs, losing 28-16 versus the New England Patriots. A game that I maintain was winnable. It was a winnable football game. The Patriots, you got to give credit to their defensive coordinator. We talked about last week the possibility of explosives. They hit those, but honestly, their offense scored 21 points, and it was really basically 3 drives and nothing else.
Yeah.
And this was a winnable football game, and you lost it. Deeply frustrating that you will no longer be playing playoff football this year when it felt like you had the possibility. That is one of a number of frustrations for me personally. I think for you as well, John Lopez here in the loop from this game. However, what is your biggest frustration? 713-572-4610. We turn to the phones because I want to get to the people. We're all trying to exercise this demon since you couldn't exercise the one on the field. So let's turn to the phone line. Dave, on the phone line, what is your biggest frustration from this game?
Yes, sir. My biggest frustration is after his concussions, I know he was released, but did he really get checked out? Because he hadn't been the same, man. I mean, that has to do anything? The concussions that he received? I know it affects people different ways.
Appreciate seeing that out there a little bit.
Seen that a few times.
And I'm not buying it because, first of all, they went longer in his time off and in the evaluation because of the bye week. It was almost a full month that he was off. And I'm not saying it's not a possibility, but he was every bit looking as lost and confused and not confident before the concussions early in the season as he did yesterday.
But then also, I think that it's fair to bring up, it's something that we talked about a lot, the use of his legs, where if you want to make a play, why not when you're stepping up instead of going, and look, it sounds counterintuitive because quarterbacks, you're like, keep your eyes downfield, see if you can make a play. But there's times where, especially when the thought process is protect the football. You saw it on the 3rd and 6 in this one. It was late in the game. It was the 11th drive that they had. By the way, a crazy amount of drives in this game. 3rd and 6, CJ hits the top of his drop and very quickly gets up, escapes forward, scrambles for 10 yards, and we're like, where has that been?
Yeah.
And you wonder if he had been afraid. You wonder if he had been afraid after the concussion. All right, we turn back to the phone line. Ken, you're on in the loop. What is your biggest frustration?
Well, CJ Stroud, let me ask y'all a question. Y'all remember when Tank Dell broke his leg? That dude, I remember seeing CJ Stroud on the field crying. He could not mentally tough. He was crying like a little biatch. Come on. And he doesn't run the ball anymore. That's my frustration is CJ Stroud. I don't think he's the guy to take us where we need to go.
Appreciate you, Ken.
Look, I don't think there's one thing with CJ Stroud involves, and that's part of it. I mean, it's just public perception. It's not fair necessarily, but it's part of it. It's early in the season. It's going back just the way he called himself a killer in the offseason before that, and just the way that he seems to. Who was it? Bill Parcells. I saw somebody tweet this yesterday, and I'm glad they did. You don't want your quarterback to act like a celebrity. You don't want a celebrity quarterback. You want a quarterback that's going to be one of the guys and a baller in the locker room and all that. And I think just his perception, his persona, it's all adding up.
Let's go to Clay on the phone line. Clay, what's your biggest frustration from this game, man?
Yeah, my biggest frustration is with D'Amico Ryans for not at least giving Davis Mills a shot at a halftime. I mean, CJ didn't show you anything up until that point. He didn't show you anything after halftime. I just think they could have just gave Davis Mills a shot. It would have been, who knows?
Appreciate you. That was Clay, I believe. Yeah, this is one of, especially for folks who were like, all right, stop doing the Davis Mills thing. I don't know that Davis Mills pulls you out of this game. You got yourself into a hole through to CJ's, kind of whatever you want to call the game that he was having to that point. You didn't have a great complement of wide receivers at least demonstrating themselves in that game. You definitely couldn't run the football. The general way that you wanted to go about things wasn't there. But you were at a burn the boat moment. I saw people comparing CJ Stroud to Nathan Peterman.
Yeah.
4 interceptions in that first half compared to the 5 that Peterman put up in his first half of play. I can understand where you go, something else with a dude who proved himself to be able to protect the football and he had brought you back at some point in the season. Think about the Jaguars game. The question I have, and maybe this isn't a question that isn't valid because you just need to win the football game.
Mm-hmm.
You take C.J. Stroud out, you put Davis Mills in. C.J. Stroud is done, right? Like, you lose him for the remainder of the year, don't you?
At least for the next game. What were your thoughts on that? Because I've got one, too, real quick.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I wouldn't have been mad if he made the change. Now, I wasn't sitting here saying, hey, take him out. We need Davis Mills. He going to take us to glory.
I think Reggie's right.
I think that would have been – I think they would have had more of a chance if they brought him in.
It was must win, not must find a way to lose. And that's
Davis
what C.J. Stroud was.
Yeah, and I think Davis Mills wouldn't have lost the game. He wouldn't have made the mistake. Now, he might not throw for 500 yards or nothing like that, but he wouldn't have made the mistake C.J. Stroud made.
Let me put it this way.
Those are bad mistakes.
I had this thought yesterday, and I think it's fair, and I don't think anybody can argue it, Reggie. You would have won that game going away with Phillip Rivers as quarterback. You would have won by double digits. Phillip freaking Rivers instead of C.J. Stroud. You would have won that game going away. Because he wouldn't have done that crap.
I was thinking if you would have started, I know they wouldn't have started Davis Mills at that game, but if he would have started, they probably would have won that game.
Probably.
You'll never know. Yeah. And I appreciate DeMeco Ryans' avid support for like a moment where, I mean, I could very much understand the justification of let's see if we can, because this dude, he was actively hurting you in that game.
Absolutely.
All right, back to the phone line. Eugene, what was your biggest frustration from this football game?
My biggest frustration had to be CJ's mental fortitude. I could take it back to 3 points in time when I knew CJ didn't have it. Number one was how he acted with the Tank Dell injury. Number two was definitely when he was talking about he was a killer. And number three is when we didn't hear anything extra about him being with Amber Rose. And that's it. Thank you.
You knew that was coming.
I appreciate the levity.
Hey, that offseason might have been the worst offseason of all time, man.
Yeah.
When it comes to, like, not legal stuff. I mean, or illegal stuff. But just that whole offseason rollout was bad looking at it now.
What we're getting here is what we said to start the show. There is no more defending C.J. Stroud. There's not until he proves otherwise, and I don't know if he's capable of proving otherwise with his mental fragility.
Let's get to the phone lines as we continue to get your frustrations from this game. And I don't know. I feel like this is a great name here on the phone line. Is this Reginald? Reginald, what's your biggest frustration from this game?
Yeah, this is Reginald. Hey, my biggest frustration is this, man. J-Lo, man, one, I've been frustrated for a while because when the Aggies took me out some money, man, I've been mad ever since then. But here's the biggest frustration. The Texans are ahead of schedule, and we treat the Texans like they're a celebrity A-list team. They are ahead of schedule. But CJ has not been the same since he took that hit last year. I can't think of the guy's name. You look it up. I sent it to Big Sarge a lot of times. But the big tackle from the coach hit him when he knocked him out the game. He got back in that game. He never wanted another hit. My last point is this. I would love to see how the Texans would look with Joe Mixon, Tank Dell, and Brevin Jordan. Brevin Jordan, to me, was the key to the Texans season because of how he could catch the ball, how he could get away from defenders more better than Dalton Schultz. And, yeah, Reginald is one of the better names. I hang up on this.
I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you.
Look, I don't think that CJ – there's so many things in C.J. Stroud's game right now that there are glaring holes. But what I will say is I think my biggest worry with C.J. Stroud is I don't know. In fact, I doubt that it's going to be an easy fix getting him out of this funk. I think it's so bad.
He might be broken.
I think it's so bad.
I know, Lopez, you always bring up David Carr.
Yeah.
How David Carr was broken, and maybe he would have been better with a good offensive line.
Yeah.
But CJ don't look the same, man.
I am worried that he is spiraling out of control in the wrong direction.
So I want to get a couple on the text line here real quick from the 281. Let's see. Frustrated with the coaches saying we're not overreacting to an 0-3 start. If you don't go 0-3, you're hosting the divisional round. How do you feel about that?
Well, they proved it otherwise. I mean, they came in the AFC, to be honest, outside of what happened yesterday.
281, CJ is not absolved, but main issue is the offense and the offensive roster was made for the likes of Mills, Rivers, and Flacco, not for CJ.
But that's a problem, okay? That one's going to set me off.
Yeah.
That one's going to set
That's
me off.
the issue I have.
No. The offense is part of his mental breakdown.
Yeah,
he
I'm
is
with
not
you too.
built for
I'm
this.
with you on this one.
He doesn't want this. The reason he makes these mistakes is he's trying to make big-time CJ, glorious plays, heroic plays, but they're trying to sort of rein him in and bring him back. The offense is part of the issue with his mental state.
Yeah, to me, this is like trying to squeeze a square peg into a round hole with this offense, man.
Yeah.
I didn't understand why they went to this offense, to be honest with you. But to me, I feel like this offense ain't working for him.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're gonna make a move and try to change the offense, but I don't know, man.
They're firing someone, right? Or someone.
They can't bring this whole offensive staff back.
Can't do it.
You know what's funny?
Back.
I don't think you should. However, this organization does not feel like it's one that succumbs to like the cries for a pound of flesh.
Well, I don't think that it's going to be that. I think they realize we can't cut C.J. Stroud. We can't trade him.
And the thing is, it's not like it's his second year or it's his rookie year where you give him a little bit of time.
Yeah.
No, that time is gone now. Now we talking extension.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like we're not talking extension this offseason. And it's funny because
it's here.
It doesn't have to get done.
Do we got to wait another year to see?
I think so.
I think so.
I think
too.
you do.
I think so too.
No, I'm talking about as far as the offense. Like, we trying to get CJ going.
No, I agree with you.
We trying to get CJ going.
You wasted a defense. I just told you the entire season seems wasted.
You wasted a defense. You wasted a year.
You cannot say, you know what, we're good. He'll get it. How in the hell is he going to get it if he hadn't gotten it after a 10-game, 11-game win streak?
That's the thing that I came to early on. Was I think that the real quandary is not just that CJ played poorly, is that the mind state and the mentality with him playing poorly was actively going against what you were trying to do.
Yes.
And what creates that and how do you remedy that is the larger question, is how do you get him to fall in line with this? You want to know why I'm not an architect right now? Is because when I got to the University of Texas at Arlington, I was not mature enough to go, this is what I need to do. It may not be what I want to do in this moment. I feel like I'm better than where this level is that they want me at. Just go ahead and do it. It's fine. You'll get to where you want to be. I didn't have the maturity to do that, and so I had to move out of that space. That's what it feels like CJ Stroud
100%.
is right now. Do you have the maturity to fall in with what they want you to do, even if it's not what you want to do, even if you don't feel like
or willingness?
That's been a question that we've kind of been asking in a kind of soft way, and it feels like the answer was a big old no yesterday in a 28-16 loss for your Texans. Appreciate all of you calling. We apologize not getting everybody. You all are wanting to get involved, and we appreciate that here, as this show is as much yours as it is ours here in the Loop on Sports Radio. Let's get into what's popping, where there's another football game to be played tonight. I don't know how excited you are for it, but it should be some good football. The national championship is happening. We'll talk about that and more next.
The Texans off.
Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The CJ conversation is just, it's pervasive. It's going to take over everything, but it should. When your quarterback, 5 interceptions, 5 fumbles in the 2 playoff games that you had this year.
That you mad?
Oh, that is irritating a lot of people. Yeah,
that's sick. Mm-hmm. That's sick. And so it's really complex, and I don't want to make it seem like it's flat. That's one of the things that I try not to do just generally in the way I go about things. And so I see you on the text line when you go, you can't expect CJ to be running for his life for 2 seasons. That's part of it. Mm-hmm. I know that Wade Smith made a fantastic point. Was it Locked On Texans, Fig?
Yeah, Locked On Texans.
Wade Smith, obviously legendary Texans player, made the point that CJ Stroud might be one of those players where you need to have a lot of talent around him in order to make things happen, and that it's a zero-sum game that cuts down on some of the things that you can do elsewhere. Mm-hmm. The thing that I ask also when we're trying to take a full account of what this is with the talent that you have, are you maximizing it? That's a conversation to be had in various different ways when people start looking to hand out pink slips. Yeah. But ultimately, on a day like today, when we're taking broad strokes and we're all just reacting to the immediate feeling of losing to the Patriots 28-16, CJ Stroud didn't do enough.
No.
Or maybe he tried to do too much. Maybe that's actually the question.
Well, he absolutely tried to do too much. That's his problem. But there are what CJ Stroud, what Wade Smith said, there is some validity to it, but on the other hand, maximizing resources on the defensive side of the ball, including high draft picks, etc., worked. The defense was next level. But on the other hand, you have what you believe is a franchise quarterback, okay? At the time, you believed as a franchise quarterback.
And see, that was the issue right there. If we thought, if this was the same C.J. Stroud from rookie year, then I have a conversation. He could probably drag whoever. Hell, he was throwing passes to Noah Brown. Had Noah Brown looking like a Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
So I think we at a point where we know that's probably not CJ, and you got to surround him with A1 type talent.
Yeah.
And you didn't have that out there in this game for sure. That definitely didn't help. But I still doesn't feel like that explains his particular play in that game. We're going to be talking about that for a while. There's going to be a lot.
It's been a long off season.
Hey, we're going to be dissecting that for a while.
Like if they go 10-7, 11-6 next year, and they go into the playoffs, we're going to still be having that. What's he going to do? Like this is a year from now.
Like all of this Super Bowl contender, best team, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You're going to have to wait to the divisional round to really find out.
Right. All right, so like I said, we're going to have lots of CJ quarterback conversations. Where do they go from here conversations. The very earliest portions of it that I will ask, because it's a Reaction Monday. People are reacting, baby. People are reacting. Is CJ Stroud the quarterback next year? Just simple.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Because, that's – for some people, that is not a given at all. They're like, fire him into the sun, chuck him into the sea.
Yeah, I don't even think that's an option, man. I think he's here.
Yeah,
he's here now. You might not like him.
Yeah,
but he's here.
Still on his rookie contract. He's still probably above whatever the modern equivalent of the Andy Dalton Mendoza line, whatever for quarterbacks are. Right?
Yeah.
I didn't say anything out of school.
Barely.
Okay. Yeah. So offseason with more of a consideration towards not just CJ will make some things happen in the offense beyond what are you going to do to help support him and make him a better version of himself.
So Trevor Lawrence is the best quarterback in this division.
Trevor Lawrence.
Right now, Trevor Lawrence is the best quarterback in the AFC South.
Yeah, is the best quarterback in the AFC South.
Man.
And you was talking mess about Liam Cohen. Look at what happened.
I know I was.
Look at what you did. You did this.
You need to get some of that damn sauce.
I'll own it. I did that.
Okay, very good. If you want to take that is at Lopez on Sports. Correct that over there. There's going to be some good football today. I can guarantee that. And maybe I will actually rue saying that if we don't get a good football
at least by
game.
one team for sure.
Yes, without question. Indiana, Miami is the national championship game in the college football playoff. It feels like we finally gotten here. Doesn't it also feel like we should have already had this game?
Oh, God, yes. It's just taken forever. Shouldn't it have been like, I don't know, maybe even Friday?
I don't know.
Right?
It should have been on one of those days where it was no sports.
Yeah, maybe even Friday.
Yeah, Thursday or Friday, whatever. It should have been something like that.
Well, that's the nature of the college football playoff. Y'all wanted more games. It's going to carry on even further.
Yeah.
Although the college football championship did tend to run into the next year. How are we feeling about this one? Tonight you have Miami playing a de facto home game at Hard Rock Stadium. Well, we'll see. We'll see what the actual stadium looks like with people because Indiana
gonna pack that boy out, man.
They knew that they were good this year. They had been saving their coins for a playoff run, and they delivered at every given stage. At the Rose Bowl, very red. At the Peach Bowl, incredibly red. We'll see what the stands look like. How do you feel about this on the field between Indiana and Miami?
They're just grooving too much, man. I think Miami's defense is really, really good. We've learned that. A lot of teams have learned it the hard way. I just don't see any cracks in the Indiana on either side of the ball. I don't see any cracks. Their defensive line, the depth, the way they move around, the way they make life hard. Their secondary making big plays. Their receivers. Multiple receivers that can go snag the ball. Obviously, a Heisman-winning quarterback. Have we mentioned that? And 2 running backs that can just flat out get it. They are just in a groove unlike anything we've seen. I said it last week. I'll say it again right now. If they win this game, especially if they win this game the way they've been winning games, you got to put them among some of the all-time great teams ever.
I believe that they will be.
Yeah.
If for no other reason, they're already in that pantheon on the strength of having the single greatest turnaround in college football history. But Curt Cignetti has done something that I did not think was possible, which is creating a bona fide power out of one of these teams that was not supposed to be a power. And I guess time will ultimately tell how long-standing that is, because we've seen teams pop up and be able to contend for a short period of time in a, being able to spend money or whatever in a time period where that was cheating or whatever. But you get what I mean, like being able to offer investment.
Yeah.
Usually those are short-lived investments. This does feel more sustainable because of the way that Curt Cignetti goes about this. This is a team that is fundamentally sound in the Nick Saban school of things. They don't beat themselves, which is something that I would love to have talked about the team that played on Sunday. But they don't beat them, just punish you physically. They're also older than everybody. Like, they got a whole bunch of 4th and 5th year guys out there.
Their average age is 23.
Really big team. Now, if Miami's going to win this game, because I think we're both on Indiana here, we've been enamored with what they've done since last year when we were looking at 10, 9, 11 win, 12 win Indiana. Miami has the pass rushers clearly. Bain, Misador, those guys, they get after and they can make it tough on a quarterback. I think also just you come back to Malachi Toney and what he can do as a slot receiver. He's a physically imposing slot receiver that can get out there and block. But also, he just does a great job of making defenders look stupid.
Yeah.
And so, can you make, I don't want to say the entirety of the offense because that would be, disrespectful to what Miami does here. Can you make so much of this offense out of Malachi Toney and trust Carson Beck to not succumb to the games, the mugging, the simulated pressures that Indiana's going to bring?
No. Short answer, I think this is a classic, sort of a Patriots-esque. You could see where Indiana's going to do everything they can to take away Toney and see if Carson Beck and anybody else can beat him. I could see that absolutely happen. Now, he's still going to have his moments, but I think they're going to just focus everything on being able to do that.
I'm going to go ahead and get ahead of this. Remember that Malachi Toney should be a high school senior this year.
Yeah.
So enjoy that portion of it. Enjoy Bain, Misador. Indiana, I think one of the things that I personally would encourage you to pay attention to, which feels kind of counterintuitive in the high octane era of football that we tend to be in. Watch this offensive line for Indiana.
Yeah.
They basically through what was it these boys move dudes on the offensive line. It is impressive to watch, and I think that that's one of the best things about football in general is just seeing a team impose their will. I think that will be very interesting, and the trenches will tell you a lot about what happens in this football game.
Yes, it will. Absolutely.
All right. That is the national championship game. There's a little bit of what was popping. Basketball-wise, Cougs went ahead and smoked Arizona State, 100 points on this. This team, when they knock down threes,
it's over.
Is scary.
Yeah,
it's a
over.
Scary basketball team.
There are some really good teams this year that they're going to have to contend with, but they also are I say peaking. They're trending toward in the right direction, even as good as they started the season.
Yeah. So looking forward to the college football national championship game between Indiana and Miami tonight. All right, coming up next, let's go to our passing thoughts. There's a lot of different things that we haven't gotten a chance to talk talk about rather from this divisional round loss for the Texans. And because C.J. Stroud is the biggest cloud hanging over all of it. But let's see if we can tap into some of these through the OG's passing thoughts next.
Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. The Moharam Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
May digs in. May wants to run it himself over the right side, and May's going to be brought down. The fumble occurs, and the Texans say they have it. May trying to run with the football over the right side of the line. The Texans say they have recovered, and Sean Smith does not say anything, but now they do. Houston has it as Seas comes out of the pile with it.
First down.
That's back-to-back fumbles for the Patriots.
That was a huge defensive play by your Houston Texans to attempt to pick up their end of the bargain and maybe even pick up more. Togiai.
Yeah.
That was after a turnover. Getting the ball back. The defense is doing that time and time again this season for the Texans. Unfortunately, in this particular instance, not enough. 28-16, the loss to the New England Patriots. I won't belabor this. Let's get into the OG's past thoughts.
Yes, let's.
My bad.
I actually don't even want to do it, to be honest. No.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
All right, so I'm glad.
Sorry, John. I ain't even want to do it, man.
Right,
I'm in such a bad mood.
Everybody's in such a bad.
Plus, the in with that actually, but I'm glad you brought that one up first. Coming back, the Togiai.
You're welcome.
You know how sometimes people start talking about, well, he's one of the most unheralded players, blah blah blah, so much that he becomes heralded. You know,
oh yeah,
yeah. Like, you know, people don't talk about this a lot, but blah blah. And the fact that you say that so often, you actually become a heralded player. I think Togiai is actually more of a heralded player now by the end of the year than he was at the beginning. I think someone else has filled that role
as the unheralded player. All right, I want to play this game so bad, but I also don't want to waste time. So just tell us.
Henry To'oTo'o.
He was great.
Henry To'oTo'o
was all over the place.
Is a bad man. He is a bad dude. He set the tone early. He made some big plays throughout the game. I think, you know, no disrespect to Togiai, but it's like everybody's like, you know, that guy, you know, he's like, To'oTo'o needs a lot more acclaim.
Especially think about how you felt about Henry To'oTo'o. Was that 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he is.
We didn't even know if he'd make the team.
We thought he was keeping that spot warm for Christian Harris.
Yes.
Boy, my, how the turntables, right? Like that's Christian Harris might not be on his football team.
To'oTo'o came over there, hold my jock.
I mean, he's a rock.
He's
a rock on this defense.
When you hear the general ethos that DeMeco Ryans wants for this team, I visualize Henry To'oTo'o. Fast, physical, plays with his hair on fire, but does so in a pretty controlled manner most of the time. And it's funny that you mentioned both Togiai and Henry To'oTo'o. Both of them had plays in which they hit a dude and they were just like hanging on with one arm and still made sure to stop the play because they refused to be a guy who had a missed tackle in that moment. They're like, if it takes my fingertips, I'm bringing them down. That is the general ethos underlying this defense. It's one of the things that it's kind of felt weird to me as a dichotomy on this team is the defense feels like it has all of those mentality kind of markers that that DeMeco Ryans and his staff wants. He's it. Togiai's it. A number of these guys on the defense are. The offense is where I constantly were like, okay, but does that translate over to the other side? And it just doesn't feel like it does enough.
All right, another passing thought for you guys here, and we've talked about it as well. You know, we're going to be talking C.J. Stroud from here to eternity. I mean,
eternity.
At least until a year from now,
okay.
and they're in the playoffs
right,
again. Cool. Forget the interceptions, and I texted this to you guys, but I want to bring it to the class. Forget the interceptions, as difficult as it is with C.J. Stroud. How many, if you had to put a number on it, how many bad decisions did he make just in the first half? Just a bad decision.
Not include or
forget the interception. I'd put it at 6 or 8.
Yeah,
just a bad choice.
It's funny you said
it had to be in the first quarter. I think Troy Aikman said, "Oh, almost picked off." Or not Troy, but Joe Buck had to say almost picked off like 4 times.
Yeah.
In the first quarter.
It's funny you said this because you when you sent the text, I had the thought, and I'm like, I have the notes to go back and look at, and I didn't, and I just hadn't again, and I'm trying to actually do the count, but there was at least a handful of them.
At least
I can't tell you how many times I heard almost picked off.
Not only that, but just
CJ Stroud almost picked off.
But even a bad decision with the ball, or maybe it's not decision, it's more physical and mental thing, like really bad ball placement.
Yeah,
he was trying to hit people in the back.
He took a guy's ACL out.
Do we know what the injury was for Cade Stover?
I'm speculating.
Yeah, I was like, I just want to make sure that was hyperbole. That was not literally.
It did not look good.
CJ Stroud is stacking bodies right now, whether it's somebody getting fired or somebody getting hurt.
Well, nobody's been fired as of this moment. That's speculation as well. I'm just cleaning up here. Sorry, I'm just doing my janitorial services.
Man, you must not know the OG.
I know, but that's
especially on the reaction Monday after a playoff loss.
Just trying to keep it clean. That's all, baby. Just trying to keep it clean.
No, I respect you doing that, and I'm glad you are. But I think we all know there's going to be stacking bodies and hurt players.
It's quite possible.
I mean, they going to run it back.
I do think, though, it is interesting to note. I was talking with a group of friends during the course of this game, and one of my friends kept harping on this note that is a very fair point. At some point in the game, you were wondering, C.J. Stroud continued holding the football, looking for things down the field, and you wonder,
bad decisions.
Why not get to a place where you're find the first thing that's open, which is easy to say because I thought Zach Kerr and the Patriots defense did a great job of sitting on things, shallow and not giving them a lot of options. But there was instances where you got short passes, you got check downs that you can get to quickly and get just some positive yardage. Now, at a certain point, it felt at least get yourself moving in a forward trajectory. And it felt like he was still, even to the last buzzer, holding on and hoping for the 12-point play down the field. And that one felt like another thing where you could talk about, if you're talking about bad decisions for CJ, I think just the general outlook was a bad decision that we had. That
100%.
It's hard to quantify.
100%. Another passing thought for you. We're going to, obviously a big part of this is all Texans talk. I want to talk about the Patriots real quick.
Yeah.
Kayshon Boutte talked that talk, and then he backed it up. That dude.
Yeah.
That dude.
This is one of my least favorite told you so's, but it is indeed a told you so. And I know there's at least one listener in particular who may not be listening today, and I don't mean this to be a jerk or anything or on some nanny boo-boo or nothing, but Thursday on this show, I told you, I might have kind of gotten under, or was it Friday? I might have kind of gotten under my own skin because I went and looked at all the explosives that the Patriots run, and they just get on you. They get on you, they get north and south, and Drake May stands in, puts that ball up there, and they had 27 explosives, highest explosive play rate of any team in the National Football League.
Yeah.
And you saw it, both completed and ones that were incompleted. Shout out to Kamari Lassiter using his physicality and not getting called on some of these, because there was also explosives to be had. And there, Kyle Williams was beat Kamari Lassiter on one of those where Drake May just misses, and all it takes is a couple of them. All it takes is a couple of them in a game that was tight, and they got him. With the Kayshon Boutte thing, I thought it was Field Yates made a good point of this, and this was deeply annoying for a player who always gets a lot of love and deserves. Kayshon Boutte, Derek Stingley, when facing targets 20-plus yards, 8 yards
I saw this,
down the field. Since 2024, versus all receivers, versus Kayshon Boutte, 2 targets, 2 receptions allowed, 72 yards, 2 touchdowns. Remember, that was Drake May's first touchdown of his career. Was throwing a deep ball on Derek Stingley to Kayshon Boutte versus all other wide receivers, 34 targets, 2 receptions, 86 yards, 1 touchdown. Typically, you don't throw over top on Derek Stingley and have it successful. Kayshon Boutte and Drake May do.
Yeah. And then this is a quick aside, Stephon Diggs. Good Lord. Had to be Stephon Diggs, didn't it? Didn't it? Oh, my goodness.
Speaking, did you see Cardi B, his lady? Afterwards, she got after the NFL Live crew, who shout out to Payne and Pendergast having the audio. I'll circle back around to that a little bit later. They all picked the Texans on their show, and they know that when you pick one team, you're set up for failure because if they do lose, then everybody's going to bang on you. Cardi B, thank you for delivering. She got up there. She was like, how dare you? How dare you?
All right, another passing thought for you here. End of the first half. Your quarterback's brain is scrambled. He's not confident. He's making horrible decisions. He's making bad plays. Why didn't the Texans just run the ball and get to the locker room at the end of the first half? With 59 seconds left, you're deep in your own territory, and C.J. Stroud is a mess.
They had a 14-second possession, and the Patriots had a chance. The Patriots were in position, if they made a play, to just put the game good at the end of the first half. It speaks to D'Amico Ryan's game management.
That one,
you run the ball. Let's get to the locker room, man.
Yeah.
Let's get to the locker room.
Yeah, it was hard for me to think he had any faith in that offense.
Right. And CJ
at
was
that
a mess.
time, yeah,
he was a basket case.
At halftime.
Yeah.
Nah, we gotta get to halftime and try to regroup.
Mm-hmm.
That one didn't hit me as hard, but you also were starting on your own 10.
Yeah.
So I get where you're talking about there.
They had a 14-second possession.
Yeah.
They gave the ball right back.
A low ball to Jaden Higgins where Aikman says it looks like he's just throwing and hoping.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have an instance where Ed Ingram is pushed very much into the backfield, all into CJ's kitchen. So the ball has to get out early.
Yeah,
CJ can't get to his and then 3rd and 10, CJ escapes forward but then is tackled.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a legal formation as well. By
that's right. Stop the clock.
Yeah, by Ariante Ursary. So it was just a poor drive in general, or series of plays in general by the offense.
I think the Patriots, you probably have it right there. They got the ball near midfield.
They got the ball, and they had an opportunity to throw up a Hail Mary, thankfully intercepted by Ingram. But that was rough.
Another passing thought while we are on the concept of D'Amico's game management. Burned a timeout on the first drive of the second half.
Dude.
Burned another timeout later. And then this one, which I know he explained it, and I was still, I don't know about that. Why the hell did you punt? Timeout. Just one timeout left. I think it was 5 minutes and change left, and you're down 2 scores. Why did you do that? I don't understand, and I don't understand the explanation. And we have the explanation, don't we?
I believe we do, Fig.
Yeah.
This was D'Amico Ryan's number 11 because, that was one of those. That was the white flag. Everybody else felt it was a white flag. D'Amico Ryan's, I knew wouldn't feel like it was the right flag on 4th and 4. Now, it wasn't advantageous territory by any means.
But you had one timeout left.
You did, and this was D'Amico Ryan's giving his explanation on why his team punted on 4th and 4.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I make decisions there in the game for us to get the ball back get the ball to our defense and see if we can make a play.
Wasn't he just saying
that is
our best chance to score is defense?
That's where I was. And see, that's why I know a lot of people was like, "Oh, he quit" and all that stuff. I was thinking from the mindset of, man, we got to get the defense on the field. Maybe we could get another fumble and run or pick 6 or something.
Yeah,
that was the best chance of offense was having the defense on the field. I wasn't even mad at that. At that point, I was just like, man, get the defense on the field.
I kind of wasn't, but at the same time, you got the ball in your hand. I don't know.
That's how pathetic that offense was.
At this point.
No, the offense was so pathetic. I wanted to see the defense on the field so they could try to score.
If we're going to score, it's going to be with our defense.
But also, I think that you were devoid of a good option there. I think the traditional option obviously is see if your offense can pick up 4 yards. I think this offense could pick up 4 yards at any given point. So were you going to give the Patriots a short field there, or were you going to see if you can have the better unit on the field, maybe do something?
That was nuts.
There was nothing good within
That's how bad CJ in the offense was. That's how bad it was. It's crazy. Well, one more for you guys here. Over the course of the game, obviously I'm watching on TV. I never did it. I wanted to just kind of check in after some of these plays with Andre Ware, our guy Andre Ware, who I know listens to this show. And I was told, now
love you, Andre.
Maybe we missed something. No, he's the best. I was told that he didn't have one of his patented. He didn't really have one of his patented.
Yeah, I was listening too, and I feel like he was a little bit quiet.
So
I don't know if he was maybe showing the anger without making any noise.
But isn't this kind of the Andre Ware equivalent of "I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed"?
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Right? Because I want that Andre passion, that Andre rant, that Andre, what are you doing, or whatever it is he says, or banging the table or whatever. When you lose Andre Ware rants, on the broadcast, that might say more than anything.
I was checking in real time, man. I'm just like, dang.
I mean,
he must be. He probably. I'm wondering.
He's resigned to the fact that it ain't gonna happen with CJ.
Yeah, I wonder. I kind of want to ask y'all this question too, but I wonder when did Andre know it was over? Just in your brain, what play or situation in that game when you knew it's a wrap?
21-10, right?
When Andre or when
Andre? I was wondering when Andre just kind of figured this is over. Ain't no point of yelling and screaming.
Mm-hmm.
So at halftime, is what you're saying? By the time we got to half, because 3 minutes left in the second quarter is when.
Yeah, I think at halftime, in my heart, I knew it was probably over.
Yeah.
Now that drive in the second half, that first drive, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
It didn't really work out like
Field
that.
goal.
Yep. So I'm just like, you know what? Nah, I think it's a wrap.
Mm-hmm.
But I had in my heart at halftime.
Is it bad that they got that to 8 and I was like, they could fall backwards into this one?
Oh, no, I did. But at the same time, I had no confidence in seeing
I had no confidence.
And this is where the sliding doors moments comes up because
you was asking a lot for that defense for them to win this game, man.
And they were also this close because Will Anderson Jr. also had a strip sack that was this close to being picked up.
They had four fumbles.
Yeah,
that's crazy because we've talked about all of the turnovers for the Texans. The Patriots had a whole bunch of turnovers themselves, or at least like potential turnovers. This was an 8-turnover game in the third quarter. This is like the most turnovers that we've seen in a playoff game in a decade.
Yes.
This was a supremely weird game. And so for me, as bad as the offense had been for a long stretch in this game, because of how weird it was, and really I could speak to because of how good the defense was outside of, let's say, 3 drives where the Patriots were able to get them, it still felt like you were one bounce of the oblong ball away, and it really could have been the bounce of the oblong ball.
And yet you kind of also
maybe so, because it really felt like just the bouncy strip sacks falling into the hands of your white shirted Texans as opposed to Will Campbell falling on it would have allowed you to maybe go and score and then make this a more interesting game than it ultimately became.
You asking for the defense to do a lot, man. You telling them to give us 14 points.
I'm not asking for it. I'm not asking for it. You know who's asking for it? The Houston Texans, starting early on in the season when they decided that was the way that they wanted to play football.
100%.
They've been asking for that from this defense for how many weeks? 20 weeks? That's how they wanted to play. And unfortunately, because especially the quarterback absolutely defecated himself, that is going to be the lasting thought of how this season goes. The defense somehow not doing enough while doing everything at the same damn time. That is, I don't know. Those are some of the OG's past thoughts. I think there's some more in the chamber, ain't there?
There might be some more in there.
We might need to get some more of this. As we continue to try and unfurl and work through what was a very devastating 28-16 loss versus the Patriots as the Texans crash out of the National Football Playoffs. Coming up next, though, let's see if we can kind of move away from that for a short moment as we get our lunchtime confessions.
Yeah, here's some where you were.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Oh, yeah, we got to remind people from Miko Ryan's in about an hour.
That's what the people want, right?
Yep. The people want little date.
Do they want that?
Yeah, I think they do. They want answers, damn it. So that'll be in about an hour live from NRG. But I do have a confession here. One of the not really important at all reasons why I was disappointed the Texans lost. There was a number of reasons I was disappointed the Texans lost. And we've gone through them and we'll continue to go through them. But one of the kind of silly reasons I was mad the Texans lost, I really wanted to have White Boy Wednesday on this show.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
I really wanted White Boy Wednesday on this show.
If you're unfamiliar, Aziz Alshire it was Aziz, right, that made this point?
Yes.
That, on Wednesdays in the weight room, they have what they call White Boy Wednesday.
I'm trying to find that tweet because it was a tweet about
the song was in the air tonight by Phil Collins that he was talking about. Because he says, I don't know what, he didn't recognize one of the songs. Apparently, he let somebody, take over the playlist on
Was
Wednesdays.
that the song?
I don't think that was the song.
No, I did because he quoted the last line of the song.
And what was the last line of the song? Because I got something totally different.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
They
said he said he didn't know the name of the song, but the lyrics was, but I know where the part goes and say in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, he's talking about Linkin Park, dog.
Yeah.
Well, either way.
That's what I got from it.
Either way.
I love that Lopez was like, clearly that is Phil Collins.
Yeah.
He was in there listening to Phil Collins on White Boy Wednesday.
I
pumping
tried
iron.
so hard.
I thought he was talking about.
No, In the End by Linkin Park.
I've been waiting. That's in the air tonight.
In the end, it doesn't even matter.
I'm looking at the lyrics.
All
I've been waiting for this moment all my life.
All right.
Is one of the lyrics that he quoted. Maybe it was both songs, actually.
No, yeah, you're right. They were playing Linkin Park and Phil Collins.
The quote I seen was he was talking about a song that he didn't know the name of, but he said it's a part in there that goes, in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah. I also saw I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Either way, I wanted White Boy. We were talking.
I hope he knew who Phil Collins was.
We're talking off air. That we were going to start, if they won, we were going to have White Boy Wednesday.
I text that to y'all. I'm like, man, if they win, we got to do a White Boy Wednesday. I'm gonna play all the white boy songs.
Why did he wait till this week? Because White Boy Wednesday last week would have been
I would have been doing that.
We would have been doing
I would have been doing that at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
I still might have to do it, man, at some point. Not this week, but I might.
Honorary White Boy Wednesday.
I might just do it I might just have to hijack them.
Well, the defense was good enough to where, but it just, I don't know. Would it feel right? 713-572-4660.
Where it doesn't even matter?
Yeah.
Do we? Because in the end, it doesn't even matter. Yeah. Do we need to do White Boy Wednesday?
These are my confessions.
My confession is I never really know exactly how to handle these things, and there's often times where we just kind of decide not to in the interest of keeping the peace and not really upsetting the apple cart. But I was really appreciative of, again, Aziz Alshire and the way that he handled the issue of the eye black for the second straight week. Now, not in the game, but at least in wearing eye black that read "End the Genocide." You might have seen it on his sit down with Scott Van Pelt after their win last week in Pittsburgh. And when he was asked about it, which he was fined for, it was like $11,000 for wearing that during the game last week. When he was asked about it, he said, "I understand it's a fine. At the end of the day, it's bigger than me. The things that are going to make make people uncomfortable. But imagine how those people feel. I have no affirmation or connection to these people, or affiliation rather." Other than the fact that I'm a human being. And if you have a heart, you are a human being, then you can see what's going on in the world. And I appreciated very much the way that he handled it. And so I will bring that.
And by the way, did it again.
He did it again, but pregame. He managed to avoid the fine by not playing in it. He wore regular just eye black tape. And so I take that ethos and remind you that as much as it sucks that this is a Texans reaction loss Monday, it's also Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, 4 days after the anniversary of his birthday. And I will take this as another opportunity. Yearly, I'll remind people, Dr. Martin Luther King is not just the teddy bear who had an I had a dream speech or just had a dream. He was not just love everybody. He had a very edgy ethos. If you actually go and you read him and you listen to him speak, he's very clear in his convictions. And so as I do every year, I try to encourage people to go and actually read some of his work, listen to some of his work. Likelihood is your streaming service of choice has his speeches available. And I tried this morning to go through, well, just read generally because I make it a point on these days. But I read in particular, and it felt like piece I would recommend is the Other America by Dr. Martin Luther King. And so if you are inclined to listen to me, cool. If not, it is what it is. But I believe that reading Dr. Martin Luther King is something that is necessary, especially in this time. And I would recommend the Other America with his clarity, with his poignancy on a number of things, both domestic and external, that I think speak to the current time.
Can't remember if I've read that or not. I'm sure in school I did. But that's good advice,
and it's not a bad thing to go and read to brush up either.
Yeah, that's good advice. And on Aziz Al-Shaair, he is 100% right, because when I first saw the Stop the Genocide, it's not laughing. I'm laughing at myself. I was like, which one? Which genocide? Which is sad.
Yeah, it is sad that we are in this point, man.
These are my confessions.
So I was listening to the D'Amico presser after the game, his post-game presser, and I guess he was asked about C.J. Stroud's interceptions.
Yeah.
And he said he had to look at the tape to determine the cause of Stroud's interceptions. And this is maybe I was just in a bad place or bad space in my mind, but I was sitting here thinking like, man, the next time the media people talk to him, they should ask, hey, to follow up on that and say, hey, did you watch the tape?
Yeah.
Hey, talk to us about it now.
I agree.
Because I feel like a lot of coaches, and not just D'Amico, but a lot of coaches throw out there, I feel like they just throw out I got to check the tape. And,
they're deflecting.
I feel like nobody, all right, you had time to check the tape now, so tell us more about this.
I agree. And I think a lot of times it's just a good way to sidestep.
Yeah,
maybe don't want to talk about.
Maybe I was in the moment because I'm just like, man, you ain't saying. I mean, I know it's right after the game, so he probably ain't got that much to say. But can we follow up on what you saw after watching the tape?
Dude, I'm with you. I think, and maybe he'll talk about that a little bit today.
What's interesting is, again, I recognize that D'Amico Ryans goes into protection mode when he feels like folks are at their worst. You recall earlier on in the year when we're all together and we're all in this together when Nick Haley's name came up a lot early on in the season. But also speaking of early on in the season, he was decently critical of the quarterback, was he not? So I think that I don't know exactly what to make of it, but it definitely is of great interest that he has gone from during the course of the season a place where he was very critical of CJ to then at the end of the season in a place where it is very fair to be critical of CJ going, nah, man, we got your back. It's all good.
I think that's one of his sort of mechanisms. Like when it's really, really bad, so obvious to everyone, he'll have their back.
He's like, look, I'll have you public when we get into this film room.
I'm not going to throw you under the bus.
When we get into this exit interview.
Yeah, exactly. Totally.
Yeah, I think that's that benefit of just being a former player too.
Yeah.
He know how it is.
Not afraid to criticize, but when everybody's piling on and it's so obvious, he'll kind of try to temper it a little bit.
I think that does work in his favor in the locker room and amongst those players. It does really sting out here, though. And I know it's not his job to manage our expectations or anything of the sort, but it does.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So the Texans did have some shots to make this very interesting. Obviously, we saw the game. There was one in particular. It was a deep ball to, I believe, Jaden Higgins down the left side. And the ref looked like he was reaching to his belt. And then ultimately,
dude, I thought I was the only one to see that.
No.
I thought I was the only one to see that.
He looked like he was reaching to his belt to grab a flag.
Yes.
And then he just went, nah. And he just called incomplete.
Oh, my God.
You know exactly what play I'm talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. Because to me, it reminded me of somebody, if somebody asked you, hey, you got a 20 on you?
Yeah.
And you go in your pocket, you tap your pocket, you're like, nah, I ain't got nothing.
Did you know what play I'm talking about?
I actually don't.
Dude, I saw that
he
in
went
real.
Like this, almost to the point like he was pinching at his belt.
Yes.
And then he raised his hand and said,
I saw that in real time.
Incomplete.
I'm like, why he go right there to make the
Here's
out
my
of bounds
confession part of it. I think he was just like, man, it's cold out here. It's too cold.
You think he was just like, hey, run this clock. Run this clock, baby. Run this clock.
It's too cold for this crap.
That's funny.
I'll show you the play.
I saw that in real time, too.
Like,
I done stood up and everything.
Reaching for a flag.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 as we continue to try and get over what was a very deeply frustrating loss by the Texans over the Patriots 28-16 on this Reaction Monday. Coming up next, let's get to some winners and losers of the weekend. Obviously, there's going to be some losers that are really close to home, but who would you view as a winner or a loser on the weekend? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it.
You're feeling it, especially as you're
John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
3rd down and a long 6 for the Patriots across their 34-yard line. Empty backfield after motion. Texans frothing at the mouth on defense on this 3rd down situation. May calls for the ball. Here's the rush. Here comes Will. The ball is out, and the Texans have it. Aziz falls on it. A takeaway for the Texans. The Terminator strikes again.
One of a number of turnovers in what was a very odd, weird game, but ends up being deeply frustrating as the Texans fall to the Patriots 28-16. I feel like you got to characterize the defense as winners, question mark, right?
Oh, yeah.
Within this one, we get into our winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610. Who did you view as winners or losers on this weekend of a lot of football, but all sorts of other things as well? That, man, the idea of the way that this defense played, it felt like that was about as good as you could ask of them, right?
Yeah, it's going to take me a long time to just get over, and I've mentioned it already today, but just get over that feeling like the entire season seems wasted because the defense was so good. Because it was right there, the whole Bo Nix thing, but really just the defense. And we all know this. There are no guarantees. You just run it back. Things happen. There are injuries, and heaven forbid, but that there's different perceptions of how people should be playing it, and the kinds of seasons that players have. There's age. Like, it was just they are absolute winners, at least for now.
And I guess if you choose to find a little bit of solace in this, maybe this will help you. It is worth noting that 10 out of 11 starters on this defense are under contract for next season.
Mm-hmm.
The only one that is not is Sheldon Rankins. And that feels like that should be an easy one to get done.
Yeah.
He's very happy being here. He seems like he's still very much useful in what you do. It feels like you could have your full starting complement of
but
offense,
how it is
defense
in the
guys.
NFL.
No, there's no guarantee that it works exactly the same. But I do feel good about the idea of Derek Stingley is still who he is. Kamari Lassiter is who he is.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, who do you look at that you go, is there the potential for a regression from them? And I don't know who I look at on this defense that I go, oh man, I could see regression there possibly.
No, confidence-wise, it's off the charts with these guys. Really, nobody is really even that old. Danielle Hunter, maybe a little bit, but beyond that.
And I don't think Danielle Hunter's slowing down, man. He still looks incredibly nice.
Confidence level is off the charts. All I'm saying is it was a waste. It feels like a waste.
Without question.
And there are never any guarantees moving forward.
How about Kevin Durant as a winner on the weekend? Just yesterday in what was a win versus the Pelicans that nobody in the city of Houston really cared all that much about, with all due respect to the Rockets, because the Texans had broken our hearts. Kevin Durant getting just enough points to get over Dirk Nowitzki for 6th all-time scoring in the midst of a Rockets victory, 18 points in this game. That was one of 3 things that I noted from that basketball.
I know you noted. Could be daunting with the Rockets moving forward. Steven Adams.
Yeah, Steven Adams hurt himself late in this basketball game, and he was helped off the court. Ime Udoka, after the game, said it was a sprained ankle, lots of swelling already, but nothing was broken. So the nothing broken is a good thing. However, Steven Adams is already a dude that you kind of manage on back-to-backs. What does this do for him moving forward? I don't have a good answer, but it does make it so that a team in the Rockets that's trying to find whatever the modern identity of it is going to have to find a way to navigate around Steven Adams, this particular injury that he's dealing with.
And you're already, kind of up against it inside, and he's such an integral part to how you play the game.
Offensive rebound. He is an offensive rebounding is his superpower.
Yeah.
And it is, interestingly enough, kind of a trend in the league this year, offensive rebounding being important. That is where the Rockets had been. And it's one of the few things that you could look at that they still do pretty well without Steven Adams, at least come Tuesday.
Yeah.
It feels like it'd be hard. You'd be hard-pressed to see him play basketball Tuesday versus the Spurs coming to town. That's uncomfortable because that's a game that I would very much like to win.
And back-to-backs are pretty much a no-go the rest of the way, right?
Or
at least for the foreseeable.
They probably already were, but that's a fair point. And then one more thing from that game. How about Jabari Smith Jr. shooting lights out?
Knocking it down.
It was one of those that was an annoying shooting lights out. I mean, he shot, I think, 6 for 11 for 3. Literally, he raised his three-point percentage like a 1.5 last night alone. But that's the thing that's deeply frustrating. 7 for 11, apologies to Jabari to short him there. 11 for 19 of the field, 32 of them things, and it's just Pelicans in town. And thankfully, Kevin Durant wasn't having a great day, so you needed it. But there's some times where your Kevin Durant isn't having a great day. You go, all right, can Jabari Smith Jr. be the thing that stems the tide? And the answer so far this season, a lot of times, has been no, and that's been upsetting for me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I'd like to just see more of it. More would be nice, especially now as you're going to be a little shorthanded otherwise.
Winners and losers of the weekend. How about this? What would you consider Kevin Stefanski and the Falcons as they are going to partner together? Kevin Stefanski is the new head coach of the Falcons as of yesterday. Good hire, bad hire? Is this a win or a loss for the Falcons as head coach?
I think good hire. Maybe ultimately we'll be talking about a great hire. Look, what do you have to lose? The Falcons are going to Falcon. We always talk about that, right?
You're like, you're going to lose anyways.
Yeah.
Why not have some fun around them?
I know, and Michael Penix Jr.?
No, I'm more thinking about that division.
And the division too. Yeah.
Yeah, he might take over that division. He might be the Bill O'Brien of that division.
Hire, given what some of the options are out there and what you need.
Well, I mean, you say given some of the options. There's some options out there that call a good offense that are still out there. I think you make this hire if you believe that what happened in Cleveland was a lot of Cleveland and not all that much Kevin Stefanski.
Right.
And two-time coach of the year, draws up a pretty good offense. However, there's still weird struggles there, and I don't know how to quantify that. This will be an interesting test to see.
But compared to Cleveland, Atlanta's going to be like the freaking Patriots in terms of organization and structure and, and all that stuff. Oh, I got a loser for you that we didn't get, probably should have.
Sure.
NFL referees replay the Bills game. We haven't talked about that.
The interception that happens at the Bills.
Was to Brandon Cooks.
That was a little bit weird. It was a lot bit weird.
So if you didn't see it, there's a deep shot that happens late in the Bills game. In fact, was this
ultimately got Sean McDermott fired? And
I feel like Sean McDermott was already
maybe.
I mean, or at least he could have been coaching this coming week.
Exactly.
Yes,
One more week.
Yeah.
There's just a deep shot to who was it in particular? Because
was it Cooks?
Brandon Cooks.
Was it
Brandon Cooks?
Yeah. And he is draped over by Jaquan McMillan,
and he catches the ball.
He catches the ball in the sense that he has control of the football, or he has the ball. As he is going to the ground, Jaquan McMillan gets his hands in there and is able to, when they kind of roll, and Jaquan McMillan comes up with the football, holds the football up. You guys seem to fall on the lines of this is a catch. This was really tight, and this is hotly contested amongst all NFL analysts and everything. I've been seeing the debates all weekend on the internet. I think I actually come down with this is an interception.
I do not. And Gene Steratore has convinced a lot of people with his comments, obviously an analyst. He said that, if he caught the ball on his back and didn't finish and the ball popped out and hit the ground, it would have been an incompletion.
Yes.
So since it popped out into the guy's arms, it's an interception. But that is contrary to what a lot of receivers in that situation do. They hit the ground, the ball pops up, they grab it. They grab it back and they finish the catch. And finish the catch, and you fall on your back with the ball in your chest, it's a catch. That's just, look, you're right. This is going to be hotly contested. You fall on one side, I fall on the other. I think it was a catch 99% of the time. The bigger issue is they didn't even look at it. They didn't even look at it. They did that expedited crap, and all of a sudden Denver snaps the ball.
Expedited crap. How dare you do things fast?
And all of a sudden Denver snapping the ball.
Well, that was what Sean McDermott, who... Yeah. He's cute when he tries to draw up he tried to drum up the anger. He's like, I'm doing this for Buffalo, and I was like, I don't believe you. Yeah. But that was his big big claim was that hey, that y'all needed to look at this. Y'all didn't even look at this, and I was like, all right, this is the fire and brimstone you bring, huh? But ultimately he loses his gig. I think that there's more on that table there for McDermott himself.
Well, but I'm not talking about McDermott.
I get being frustrated.
Just look at it.
I get being frustrated.
Yeah.
I think that's one of those things. And a number of playoff games this weekend fell into the bucket of I don't know how much complaining you can do when you had some of the most atrocious turnovers in the course of that game.
Again, all factual, all accurate, but that play right there,
that was
the season on the line in every possible sense, and you do that expedited crap. And you don't even look at it? That's bad.
That's rough.
That's bad.
Can I hit you with one more loser on the weekend? And his name is NFL Insider Tom Pelissero. You got to say his whole name. It's NFL Insider Tom Pelissero. I don't make the rules.
That's his name?
Yep, that's how it goes. Apparently, the Pittsburgh Steelers are set to interview a Pittsburgh native, McCarthy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And
he's a yinzer.
Yes, he is. Tom Pelissero, who did who put out this tweet, combined it with a photo that was AI generated of Mike McCarthy with a cigar and a beer in like a
it was so
Pittsburgh
obviously
bar.
AI.
It was just very clearly AI.
Yeah.
And the entirety of the internet was like, oh, this is what we're doing? You're putting AI slop on your news now? Tom Pelissero got beat, I guess, digitally beat down for using AI. What's the point in this?
I don't know what he was trying to accomplish.
Why did he think that was going to help?
How would you think that would help? And it was so bad too.
It was very bad.
It was like Copilot or something. It was like
all right, just a few of the winners and losers here this weekend, but obviously deep loser was the Texans in not being able to get over the hump when you felt like you just had it unfair. I mean, Bo Nix, that the Broncos are losers in that, breaks a bone in his ankle at the very end of the football game when they win it and move on to the AFC Championship game, and it felt like the door opened up for whoever was going to win in Gillette Stadium. Unfortunately, it was not the Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You want to give something away, John
I would
Lopez?
love to.
Let's give something away. How about a 4-pack of tickets to select one of the days to the Houston Automotive Show, which is happening between January 28th and February 1st at NRG Center.
Fun time will be had by all.
Will it? Okay, so that's a guarantee from one John Lopez. That's right. You are guaranteed to have that fun if you are caller number 9 right now, 713-572-4610. There's agents, cars, trucks, off-road adventures, boats, all of that you can see at the Automotive Show in a family-friendly environment. You can buy yourself tickets at automotiveshow.com, or you can win the tickets that are courtesy of the Houston Automotive Show by being caller number 9, 713-572-4610. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. There's a few more things within this game that we need to get to here, and we got to keep going around and figuring out how we feel and seeing if we can exercise some of these feelings after a Texans loss. We'll do that next.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, man, we've just been reacting, just trying to get our thoughts off to some degree after a 28-16 loss by your Texans to the New England Patriots yesterday, bouncing them out of the playoffs. And I mean, we were just conversating about this. That's not a word, but I'm going to say it anyways. Conversing is the word I'm looking for about this. There's so much to get into, and so you had some thoughts. I want to dig some more into this while we
got a lot of time.
There's a lot. Yeah. There's how many months until football back?
Man,
at least Houston Texas football back.
I mean, part of me wants
January.
Part of me is grateful, because we're going to have topics anytime we want them.
No.
Part of me is not very grateful at all.
No.
Not very grateful at all.
I would take having dry ass topics and a football team that was playing in the AFC Championship next week than having these topics to talk about.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. But,
and that means something because I'm very selfish.
Yeah, it does. So there's some other stuff we didn't quite get to. We won't make it officially passing thoughts, but there are some things that I think are really worth digging into, today and maybe beyond. One of the things that just didn't really sit well with me, even though had it worked, we'd be like, hey, geniuses. It truly is one of those. When, if it works, you're a genius. If it doesn't, you start to wonder, and I was starting to wonder. 4th and 1 for the New England Patriots. And, they're clearly the Texans usually rush 4, get to you, strangle you on the back end, and you got nowhere to go to the ball, and they make you kick a field goal or punt. Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans blitzed in that situation, and it turned into a touchdown that Kalen Bullock got beat on. And I felt like it was a little too much out of character for them. That's not how they strangle fools. They usually just two of the best ends in the game, and you don't have anywhere to put the ball. Instead, I felt like it wasn't like, they choked or anything. I thought maybe they were trying to create something, a little twist, a little change in how they approach things. But that touchdown was enormous.
Yeah, that was. And what's funny is, that one felt like, the cover zero blitz. It feels like they've done that from time to time, but I can also vividly remember feeling like, gosh, I kind of wish they didn't do that as much. Like during the course of the season, not just in that moment. I can remember feelings of, I kind of wish they didn't blitz.
I think you and I have had this conversation.
We have. I as you mentioned that, I was like, I recall us having this conversation.
Yeah.
But I understand where they were coming from. Like I understood the logic, and really and truly, if you're going to do that, you trust your defensive backs, as they like to call themselves the Fantastic Four. At least they said that the streets calling them the Fantastic Four on that back end, to play tight defense and be able to make a play and force Drake May to not really have anywhere to go, with the heat coming. And they kind of did. It just Caleb Bullock got a little fingernail on it that wasn't quite enough to dislodge the football. And it goes from what would have been a really, really, gutsy play to a touchdown. And those are the small sliding door moments that change a whole football game. And that's deeply frustrating because enough of those went the other way in this game to where your margins got crazy thin, and you did not do enough to widen that back out.
Another sort of a broad stroke here thought that has throughout the game yesterday for a lot of people, and certainly even today. But it's kind of crazy that for the first time, maybe ever, it was not a silly idea. In fact, it might have been a good idea to put Mills in the game, to put Davis Mills in the game at the half, to make the decision. You're trying to win. You're trying to win that game. We can worry about later. We can worry about feelings later. We can worry about, the killer that C.J. Stroud has been self-proclaimed to be later. We can worry about mental state later because it's already a mess. This might be the first. I've always said Davis Mills, get the job done, no mistakes, but it's silly. It's absolutely silly to even fathom anyone but C.J. Stroud because of the playmaking ability that he has that Davis Mills does not. It was not a silly idea. In fact, I think it was probably a good idea that they didn't take advantage of.
Would you have done it at the half? Is that
Yes.
that's where you would have made that change?
Yes, at the half.
It was 21-10, and that was a position that you had said that you thought that maybe this was already a foregone conclusion, right?
Yes, but I was also, Davis Mills would not have made those mistakes. I mean, he started 3 games and didn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough call, man, because, before this game, we always felt like CJ got a little something in him where he could make some big plays and all that stuff. He just didn't have it yesterday, man. Where it was so bad, I wouldn't have been surprised if he got benched during that half.
Right.
He just looked unplayable.
Yeah, all 4 of his interceptions happened before.
He looked unplayable to the point it looked like he was just maybe in over his head. He was just, thoughtless, I guess.
I told you,
I would have had to put somebody else in there like, hey, get in there for a couple snaps while he calmed down.
I saw the magic words. I saw the magic words pop up about that. Someone compared him to Nathan Peterman in the first half. Like that was it.
He looked like he never played a game before.
Can I go back to something with the 4th and 1, the Demario Douglas touchdown with Kalen Bullock, basically getting horizontal trying to break up the pass. That was the one moment where I was like, was that a snow thing? Because surprisingly, I didn't think that there was anything within this game where the snow actually impacted the outcome. So for all the consternation and hand-wringing, but that one I was
Not that we saw.
Did Kalen Bullock slip when he was trying to make a play on the football? That was the only question I had in that moment.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, and I don't. And that's the thing is, I'm not even sure if he did slip or if he just dove and wasn't able to get quite to the football. This was not this of all the things that you could maybe throw up there as an excuse. Although there was an instance somewhere where you had a little bit of slip in this football game. Was it toe at one point? Or, I can't recall exactly, but there just wasn't very much, if at all, where you go. The circumstances beat you. You can give some credit though to, and we haven't as much. Josh McDaniels did a fantastic job attacking. And I thought Zach Kerr.
That's a real Patriots offense right there.
That was working.
I thought Zach Kerr, the defense coordinator, and maybe Josh McDaniels also factors in because what they're running is probably a relative, version of what the Patriots have run under Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
But Zach Kerr did a great job of I know exactly what you're going to do. I know who you are. I'm sitting on all of it, and you can't get to it.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's hand things over to Figgy Fig for a real quick edition of the mixtape. What you got?
Yeah, so for the first time ever, I actually switched the music this morning, listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to explain why.
All right, we'll get that next.
Bravo Karam Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape Interlude, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday. Man, I'm so pissed,
speak
man.
for yourself.
Yeah, I'm so pissed, man. I'm just in such a bad mood. I was in a bad mood after the game, and it never stopped. And in the mornings, I usually wake up, and I'm sure y'all probably do the same thing. As soon as you wake up, you grab your phone. Maybe you use the bathroom, but you grab your phone and you hit the Odyssey app and you listen to Payne and Pendergast. And
I don't grab my phone. I do a sicker thing. I put on the TV so I can, I can see that bald
all
head
that
on my
light,
TV.
I'm like, oh God, that's too much right there.
I want to see that Sean Pendergast shine on my TV, man. Let's go.
That's too much, man. But anyway, I tuned in Payne and Pendergast this morning, like I usually do, and I don't know why I did this. Because I just knew it was gonna be all gloomy and all that, and I wasn't ready for it. And if I wasn't working here, I would probably not watch any Sports Center, anything, because I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to listen to people talk about it. I'm done.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I decided to turn on Payne and Pendergast, and I wish I didn't, because this is how they started the show. And it just got me so upset over the Houston Texans losing in New England.
That last cut you heard from D'Amico Ryans, the question was, what did you say to C.J. Stroud after the game? And he said, I got your back. I love you. And I just want to tell the audience right off of the top here that if you've come to this show for a show that tells C.J. Stroud, puts their arm around him and tells him how much they love him, you've walked into the wrong room today. The Texans squandered what was their best chance to get to a Super Bowl when you consider the defense they have, the opposition in the rest of the playoff field, and the fact that the Denver Broncos are going to be starting a backup quarterback in the AFC title game. This is the biggest opportunity that this organization has squandered in its 24-season history yesterday.
That was horrendous. That was absolutely unacceptable, and it's because it happened 2 weeks in a row. This is C.J. Stroud got dragged
it's
to a playoff
6:02 in the morning, and I'm sitting there fuming.
And then he managed to finally let the anchor take hold in the rocky bottom and pull the entire ship down with him. And he doesn't have the supporting cast he should. You know who else doesn't have a supporting cast he should? Many other quarterbacks who don't play as horrendously as C.J. Stroud has the last couple of weeks.
Man.
And, I mean, there were times in that game where they would have been doing Cade Stover tush pushes. I honestly thought that at one point. What's the downside to just having Cade Stover do a tush push every single play? And then every now and then pop out and maybe make a little pass or something.
Man.
It's 6:03. I'm sitting here fuming.
Sleep out of your eyes.
Yeah, I'm so pissed off. I'm like, man, let me cut this off, man. I ain't got time to hear all of this, man. I'm switching the music.
Can I one up that feeling?
Yeah.
It's Dr. Martin Luther King Day. If you going to work at 6:02 on this morning, you like, damn, I should be off today too.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going to work. I don't want to be at work. My football team lost. My quarterback stinks. I hate it here. I hate it here.
And the crazy thing is, I did something even worse, even sicker than this.
Yeah.
I decided to say, let me see what they talking about up in New England.
Why'd you do that?
Why
did you do
what
that?
they talking about at our sister station, WEEI, on the Greg Hill show.
Oh.
I'm like, you know what? Let me just. I don't know why I did this.
Yeah.
I could have just shot myself, to be honest. That would have been a better option than listening to New England Patriots fans.
Oh, and they were so bold.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you want to hear how they started their show off?
But yes.
Yeah. Here's the Greg Hill show on WEEI this morning on how they started their show.
Good morning on a Patriots playoff Monday from Gillette Stadium, where it wasn't necessarily pretty yesterday, but a gutsy performance defense wins you a football game, and I can't believe I am saying this, but this team is on its way to the AFC Championship.
Can I just say, who cares if it was pretty?
Doesn't matter.
Does not matter.
I'm with you, Courtney.
It was gritty during the broadcast. All they talked about was how dangerous this Houston Texans team is in the fourth quarter, and oh God, you've let them stick around. The hate for the Patriots is so real. We are so bad because of it.
You're right. We are back. I was in the airport in New Orleans yesterday, and I was wearing my nor'easter gray sweatshirt.
Yeah.
At the one of them little stores in there, and this lady was like, "You lucky I'm gonna sell this to you one time, baby. 'Cause you got that sweatshirt on, baby. I hate the Patriots." And I was like, "Well, you know why you hate us?" She's like, "Man, you win all these championships, and now you're back."
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, it could be worse. I could be a Saints fan."
What was I doing?
Man, what were you doing?
I hate them people. I hate them people.
It just made me hurt more, Figgy.
Man, I started the morning off rough. And thank God it is Martin Luther King Day, so a lot of people are off. So it only took me 19 minutes to get here.
Yeah.
But dog, I was leaving the house around 9 o'clock, man. It was about 8:55. I'm usually here at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, dragging ass. I'm just like, man, I really got to come here, man.
Man, I thought it would make me feel a little bit better if they were like, whew, we just barely beat them. They did that for about 30 seconds. They were like, and then they would call them.
Yeah, everybody hate us.
Yeah.
I was like, can I call them the thing that people be calling them?
Chowder heads?
The mass.
Oh, mass holes.
Okay, so you can't say that. Or if you can't, that was John Lopez. But they went right to there.
Yeah,
it was for a little bit, they were like, ooh, that was nasty.
Yeah.
That was tough. I almost thought we were going to make it. But bleep you. I'm like, I hate you.
Yeah,
I hate you so
we're
much.
back.
I hate you so much.
Here's the other thing. Like last week,
I hope Jarrett Stidham manages to do it. I do. You know
Me
what?
too.
I wasn't there. Sean Payton and his stupid face.
Yeah.
I want him in the Super Bowl, damn it.
Me too.
Yeah. And you know, Friday, I know I sat here and said the Texans, Houston is the problem. They still were. They strangled that offense.
Yeah.
You know, Drake made to his credit, made a couple of really good throws, but how many turnovers they have?
Like 4?
Yeah, the number of them themselves.
I think technically 5, if you count that last
The Texans
Hail Mary.
were the problem for New England.
Yeah, they had 4 fumbles.
They still were that, but C.J. Stroud was a bigger problem.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm so upset about this.
That's what makes me upset. They did what they needed to do on defense.
Yeah.
And then,
hey,
man.
Then the offense had to play.
Xavier Hutchinson, man.
He had a bad game.
Come on.
That was rough, man.
How many? 4 catches and 12 targets?
13 targets.
13 targets.
And he was eyed earlier this season where it was just like, okay, he kind of I don't want to call him reliable, but
it was just hints though.
It felt like, he could,
it was something there.
He could do a little something.
Yeah, it was something there. But it looked like they never even played together.
Yeah.
Crazy, man. So we make sure we get back for this. Yeah, D'Amico.
Yeah, people want answers, and we'll see if D'Amico Ryans are going to give them to you. That's the mixtape, a truncated version, but always 1:20 p.m. right.
If you're a little upset with how short it was, you could contact Mark Vandermeer at @gmail or something.
At Gmail.
Let them know how you feel.
Some poor guy's gonna get a bunch of emails.
It's like, I don't even know what this is. I don't like football. That's the mixtape. Usually 1:20 p.m. every weekday on Sports Radio 610, and also usually a lot more fun. I gotta admit. Gonna be honest. But yeah. At the Figgy Fig on social media if you want, if you see something rather that is mixtape worthy. But coming up next, D'Amico Ryan set to speak to the assembled media. What answers does he have for what felt like an answerless game from his Texans in this divisional round? We'll hear from him next.
The Texans.
This is typically about the time where I go, appreciate it. Been a pretty good show, or it's been a show.
It's been a show.
It's been a show.
Yeah, it was a decision.
Yeah, look.
I don't know. I had to check the tape.
Yeah. A lot of yes. Thank you, Figgy Ryans, for giving us that. Speaking of D'Amico Ryans, we are waiting to hear from him as he gets to his exit press conference, I guess, of the season with the assembled media. I don't know that we're expecting to hear from him anytime here soon before we get into real off-season type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So this one's going to be a very interesting one from the head coach.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued with some of the answers. He has seen the tape. He has had time to think about it.
I don't know. Did you see that the team was on the tarmac for a number of hours?
They watched it on the plane.
Do they?
So he had plenty of time to watch. They didn't get here till almost 8 o'clock.
Yeah, if you don't know, Diana Rossini was reporting this, and of course, if you listened to Texans radio this morning, you would have also heard Mark Vandermeer and John Harris giving you a little side of things. But the fellas were all of the people in the Texas organization stuck on the plane for a long period of time with all the weather and stuff. Huge delays, really tough going. How
miserable is that?
I don't think they landed in Houston until the 7 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
They had the early game yesterday.
It was a 2 o'clock game our time.
Talk about adding insult to injury. And I'm not saying that the injury was anybody's fault but their own.
Mm-hmm.
But the insult is you are going to sit here and think about what you did on this airplane.
I want you to think about what you did.
Sit in this corner until I tell you to come out.
How miserable was that ride?
I can only imagine.
Did CJ have a row to himself?
Ooh, that's a good question, because in some ways this feels like the row to yourself game where you just, hey, we don't want to be around you. But also this team very much came with very strong we support our quarterback energy. I wonder if someone like Will Anderson Jr. was over there like, let me come over here and cheer
Will,
you
if
up.
anybody, right?
Right,
Yeah,
let me
I
sit
think
by
so.
you and cheer you up. Let's talk. Let's play some cards or something.
It wouldn't surprise me if he had a couple people around him just, we with you, bro.
Yeah.
Type energy.
But it's a fair question, just how with him, bro, are they collectively?
And not to sow discord in that locker room, but according to D'Amico, they don't listen to us anyway, so I'm going to say what I need to say.
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder if the 2017 Jaguars of this at all shows up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's time will tell, and maybe that's something we never even get a chance to see. But I still always think back to that 2017 Jaguars team that went to the AFC Championship game. Defense was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Offense was there.
Yeah.
And Blake Bortles was at the helm of that rather. And broke the defense down. They just got to a place where they're like, why are we carrying what feels like dead weight? And I don't even know how fair that is to describe the Texas offense as that in a larger sense, but it definitely felt like that at the very least at times, and it felt like that for sure in this game. And you just don't want that to be the case at all.
Well, I think what you have to realize is they know what we know. They're just not saying it quite as much publicly. The offense is a burden on this team. Now, what part of the offense? Is it C.J. Stroud exclusively? Is it Nick Caley? Is it the quarterback coaches and play callers and game planners? Is it personnel? They still had some issues with that. But no matter where you point your finger, the offense is a burden on this team, and that has to grate on those defensive players.
Somebody said in their case, I hope the Heat stop working. Damn, man. I know we're all down bad, but that one is rough. You know what a question was that I was sitting with, especially as I saw the rest of the divisional round unfurl, had to sit there and try and tap. I'm going to be honest. It took me a while to tap into Rams-Bears, trying to get my mind right, and then I tapped in and had fun watching football again. But the three other teams that lost feel like their arrows are all pointing in weird different directions. The Bears, this was a clear sign of progress in their trajectory. Like you see, they've got the right coach. The quarterback looks better. It feels like there's a angle pointing forward.
Yeah.
The Bills, they just fired their head coach. You could see that this is clearly a step down from where they had been as one of the teams that were the cream of the crop in the AFC. This weird place where you believe in the coach, the quarterback you think you have is good, but the defense is aging, and you're finding some issues there, and you have some players that they have paid that are not really working out. What up, Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah.
Which of those teams do the Texans feel closest to?
Ooh, that's a good question. Not the Bears.
You don't feel like that?
No. I mean, collectively, the defense, yes, but you got to at least feel like you've got your quarterback, and there's no way the Texans can definitively say that. Maybe the Niners in a weird way.
In just kind of this holding pattern, like the Texans on the tarmac.
Yeah, something like that. Not the Bills. They're not regressing. This defense is going to be around. Now, obviously, anything can change in a given year, and we talked about that earlier. But, Brock Purdy, a better quarterback than C.J. Stroud. I know that sounds awful to hear. It was bad to say. But he's clearly a better quarterback than C.J. Stroud. But is he the guy that's going to just carry you the whole way? It's going to take other things.
I'm sorry. I'm here chuckling because one of the things is, and we all cope with sports losses in all sorts of different ways. So please have at it. Don't let me harsh your vibe as we all try and find our different ways to get over what was a deeply emotional and frustrating loss versus the Patriots. But I see people talking about trade CJ straight up for Lamar Jackson, trade CJ for the Raiders #1 pick, and I'm just like, I don't know.
Let's trade for Joe Burrow.
I see why y'all be losing y'all's fantasy leagues, man. Because how does that work?
Yeah.
I mean, I say that with all sincerity and honestly, I try and say that as I possibly can, but I can't imagine us thinking that is a trade that you're gonna find a way to make work.
How about the other side? Hey, we'd like to trade C.J. Stroud for Lamar Jackson. That's not a bad idea. We hadn't thought of that. What in the world?
To what level are you in the C.J. Stroud business, or are you entirely out on the C.J. Stroud business?
I'm on the brink of being entirely out, to be honest. I said it earlier. Like, C.J. Stroud is a problem that has so many different elements to it, but the main one is mental. I think he's a basket case when it comes to this offense, his confidence in the offense, and what they're doing. So he's a basket case right now, offensively speaking. How do you get out of that? Has he been David Card?
That is a scary thought to entertain because you saw so much of the good vibes and the good ideas early on, quick, fast, in a hurry, which is not something you can say for all young quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Year two, there was clearly a shaking when it came to the inability to protect him, and that's honestly one of those things that's still somewhat of an undercurrent this year. But it's harder to make that a big portion of it. But then this offense and the way that they went about it clearly did not feel like it suited him from his place.
Yeah.
We could talk about how we view it as well. We've seen that quarterback success in the National Football League depends a lot more than we care to admit on circumstance. And there is a question to be asked: Did the Texans have a circumstance that might have, at the very least, even dare I say, broken what C.J. Stroud's promise looked to be early on?
Yeah, and some listeners, I know it feels icky to even suggest it, but it's worth suggesting. At 24 years old, John, has he been David Carr? Hey, man, these are deep-seated problems that he has in terms of confidence and it wasn't just yesterday. It was the entire playoffs. He's been bad. He's been shook. He's lacked confidence.
Yeah, honestly, he's been rough all season.
Yeah.
But this one, the last two games, he was just unplayable.
Mm-hmm. Unplayable. You are correct.
This is a tough text that comes in because I understand the thought process from the 936. Elite quarterbacks don't get David Card. I don't know that you can prove that as a negative because how many quarterbacks had the potential to be elite that ultimately did get David Carr? There's not really a way to prove it. So we're going to be at an impasse here. But I believe I've subscribed to the thought process that circumstance matters a great deal when it comes to quarterbacks and the development in the league. I think that might be some of what we've seen with the lack of great quarterbacks, or maybe not entire lack, but sometimes somewhat paring back of what feels like great quarterbacks because we've seen the ways that teams have thrown these quarterbacks into the wolves, and some of this is the structure of the money, which is something that we're going to have to talk about with CJ here. And I didn't want to talk about it today. I'll raise my hand. That is me because I feel like we're all just so emotional that I don't know how productive that conversation is at this very moment. But I do think that circumstance matters here, and that I feel like I'm now in the place where it sounds like I'm defending CJ from what was very clearly a bad game and what are his responsibilities in the places that he's gotten to. Stroud in general, if I could sum it up, it just all feels more complex, and that is something that is kind of unacceptable in year 3 of this, right?
No,
that you have a complex answer here, or that you have a complex way of trying to look at this.
You're absolutely right. We shouldn't be here, but we're here because of things that are not necessarily physical. I mean, I'm kind of giggling now myself as I'm reading the text board.
Giggling?
I'm giggling. Somebody said David Carr would have won yesterday's game. And I didn't think it was a crazy idea. I didn't. Matt Schaub would have
Look at where we are.
Exactly.
So what did you do to us, Texans?
Exactly.
Why did you do this?
Shadur
We were having
Sanders
a good time.
would have won yesterday.
All right. Okay. All right, so I don't have a pivot for this, which I know is surprising, but it's a day. You're just going to have to give me
It's a
little
day.
bit of
It's
leeway
been a
here.
day, man.
As we wait for D'Amico Ryans to step to the podium 10 minutes after where he was scheduled for, by the way. I don't know if that says anything about anything, John Lopez, but I know you saw this text because it went around in our text. Did you see a certain Joe Mixon all of a sudden pop up after this game?
Yeah, I did. Go ahead.
Tweet. This is a tweet that he sent. Quote, "Man, I wish I was playing, ... And I'm not going to lie. And maybe this was the context of we were mad at everything, and I would have lashed out at anything.
Yeah.
That one made me mad.
It made me mad and laugh. It made me like, yeah, we all do. What happened?
You tell us why you weren't playing, Joe.
Yeah. What happened?
That's another where we talk about sliding doors moments on a larger scale.
Yeah.
Woody Marks came on quite a bit. Do you feel like Joe Mixon would have changed the trajectory of what they did this year?
I think it would have helped, which meant seeding. Some of those early games, maybe some of those games that, they won 10 in a row to end the season, 11 in a row. But I think maybe a little bit with seeding. But no, the problem is C.J. Stroud. The problem is C.J. Stroud. The last problem you thought it would be, after his rookie season or during his rookie season is the problem. And that is scary. By the way, I think we might be stumbling into a question of the day.
I don't like this
for
question
tomorrow.
of the day. And why tomorrow? Because people are getting it out right now.
Yeah, but that's a different crowd. Somebody said Fromber would have won. Question of the day tomorrow today.
Tomorrow today. Okay, very good.
Who would have won that game? Let's go with it tomorrow at 10:40.
I'm not.
Who would have won that?
Gerard Johnson would have won that game. And I'm talking.
Right now?
I ain't talking about suiting. I ain't talking about calling plays.
Yeah, like playing,
putting the helmet on.
Somebody said Deshaun Watson would have won for sure yesterday, and I'm.
All right, we got D'Amico right on time.
Hold that thought.
I was like, thank God,
Right
thank you, D'Amico.
time.
We now go to the head coach of the Houston Texans as he talks after the Texans are bounced out of the playoffs. Here's D'Amico.
Things you hope for to try to get accomplished this offseason?
As I stand here right now, my thoughts are I'm just proud of the team that we've had this year, proud of the things we were able to accomplish from a really rough start to a season and to battle back and to finish the season strong, make the playoffs, right? It didn't end the way we wanted to end. Just got to keep plugging away, finding a way to, figure out a way to around. That's one of the goals that we have to get to the ultimate goal. You got to win there, and so we got to find a way to get it done.
How encouraged are you by what your defense was able to do this season and knowing that you have all these young guys that you should have for years to come?
The defense did an outstanding job all year. It's very encouraging, I think, to everyone when you watch the way those guys play, their play style, their demeanor. It's impressive to see. It's inspirational to see how they play. You're always in it with those guys. They always give you a chance because it's a special group, and they find a way to make plays, find a way to get after the football. So it's a special group to coach, really prideful group, and I love and enjoy working with them.
CJ has obviously taken the brunt of the criticism over the past few hours, but given how he played earlier in the season and then the playoff run, like the totality of it, how do you assess how he did?
Yeah, look, the quarterback position is going to get, the most eyes, most attention. We understand that, and in this league, that's what it is, and CJ understands that as well. I thought just throughout the season, I thought he did a really nice job of coming in, learning new offense, new scheme. Thought he picked it up well. We got better as the season went along, and he made some plays to allow us to win a lot of football games as well. So I'm not going to let the bad plays there in that game, really for me dictate to me who CJ is. I know what he's capable of doing, and so we just keep looking to get better. No one feels worse about the situation than CJ. Right, he feels bad, for the team. I feel like he let the team down, and it's just told me keep your head up and you keep moving forward. Look, we all want it better. We can't go back in that game right now and run it back and play it again. Like, we just learn from it. Like, what do you learn from it? That's my main message to him is what do you learn from that? and how do you make that a priority and getting it fixed and improving and getting better.
Nico, what message will you, I don't know if you met with him, what will you give CJ on areas that you as the head coach want to see improvement in his position?
Yeah, I talked with CJ I talked with CJ today, and my message is the same. Right now, it's just about him just flushing this one. Right, it's going to be a lot of negative talk, a lot of attention on him. He can't listen to it all. Right? He just got to get back to work in the offseason of going back to the basics, the fundamentals of playing the quarterback position, playing it really well, understanding how we need to play the game to win the game, right? And he understands that already.
How would you assess, not just offensively, just the production on that side of the ball all year? Do you think they've reached the potential if they wanted to this
I think our offense grew. It didn't start how we wanted it to start. So I think the guys got better as the season went along.
You often talk about how difficult it is to win in this league and how what do you say to the guys who, were so close, like especially the young ones, and put so much into it, and you're like, you kind of start over next year. What do you say to them that's encouraging?
Yeah, for the young guys, especially our rookies, I thought all of our rookies contributed a lot to our season. They stepped up, and did some really nice things for us. And I tell those guys you don't have long to rest. Like, you have to get back to, really training your bodies throughout the offseason. That's where I've always seen the growth from year one to year two of guys that attack the offseason the right way, especially the winter offseason program. Guys that attack that the right way, they really set themselves up to have a really great second year. So I'm just encouraging our guys to do that, be all in on getting that, that personal training, very position-specific training that they need to improve their game.
Defense. What do you tell the defense?
What I tell the defense? Yeah. Man, at the end of the day, I thought the defense did a great job throughout the year. But also, as we look at that game, there are some plays that the defense, like, we shouldn't give up in that game. So I think, when you go back and watch the game, I know they feel this too. There was some plays in that game that we should have made. Their guys made the plays, and we didn't make the plays. So that's what the game ultimately came down to, right? Their best players stepped up in that moment. They made plays. So I'll tell our guys, like, you talk about being the best doesn't talk about. You got to show up and you got to do it. You got to make the plays in the moment. That's what being the best looks like. And we didn't make those plays we needed to make in the moment.
Amigo, I know it's still very soon after the game. In your estimation, is there a common thread for CJ's turnovers, both in this game and from Pittsburgh as well?
I think each one was a little different. I think sometimes you just got to learn if the play is not there, right? Now, CJ knows that. He's trying to make a play. Play is not there. Sometimes you just got to dirt it. Sometimes you got to take a sack, even though you don't want to do that as a quarterback. It's just that's where the growth level comes.
D'Amico, big picture with CJ. You guys have him under rookie deal. You can do the fifth-year extension. How much do you guys want to make him your long-term quarterback, and does that need to happen this offseason, or could you wait?
Yeah, we're not getting into that right now.
Well, your third year in a row that you all went into this divisional game with not being healthy, and the word attrition catches up to you all. I know that you all speak about this next man mentality, but what is the difficulty of finding somebody to be able to come in and replace a Nico Collins or replace a Dalton Schultz? How do you evaluate and keep that same talent level to the position where it's supposed to be?
Yeah, you don't. You don't replace a Nico Collins. You don't replace a Dalton Schultz. When you lose your top guys, as any team in this league, when you lose your top guys, it's going to be difficult. I think you got to see the Niners kind of went through something similar too. Like it catches up with you. Right, the best teams are gonna advance, and the best team is gonna win the Super Bowl, right? And you need your top guys out there. You need your top playmakers out there, and we definitely miss Nico, not being out there. Dalton, he made the huge explosive when CJ was able to scramble on a third down and find Dalton on their sideline. Made a huge play for us, caught another one there, almost got in the end zone. So, yeah, we definitely missed Dalton and we missed Nico, right? They've been two of our most productive players all year. So in that moment, you look for other guys to step up and make plays, for sure. But we missed those guys.
You made the tough decision to move on from Bobby and make Nick OC. Are you confident in Nick getting better, and will he have that opportunity?
Yeah, with the coaching staff, with our players, you guys asking about contracts, coaches, I'm evaluating everything as we go throughout the week.
You all kind of unexpectedly in the spring didn't have Joe Mixon. How much did kind of not having him maybe kind of hurt the offense, particularly at the beginning?
Look, when you have your best players, you're gonna be a better team. Like Joe was he's a really great running back for us, and not having him, yes, of course it affected our running game. And Joe was one of the top running backs in this league, so that affected us.
Can I ask a follow-up question real fast? Wait before you kind of evaluate this season, you kind of take stock and start to make decisions about what needs to happen and keep moving forward.
Yeah, well, I'll take the week to evaluate everything. Go ahead, man.
Just on that, do you expect a future with Joe here?
As of right now, I don't know that answer right now.
Take a few more. The offensive line, that's something that Shaw worked on in the offseason, kind of remade it in a lot of ways. How would you assess the offensive line overall from start to finish?
I thought the offensive line did a really nice job, and I didn't think they get enough credit for the job that they did. Like for the offensive line, we were able to put together. Everybody, a lot of people probably gave us slack for the moves that we made with our offensive line, and they played much better this year than we did last year. They got better. Coach Cole did a really nice job with the offensive line. The technique was better. They improved a ton, and they should get a lot of credit for that.
On that Joe Mixon topic, do you have any clarity on what is wrong with him and what it would take this offseason?
No clarity.
What about
Nico, as you put a period behind this season now, intuitively, what are you going to introspectively go back and look at?
For myself, I just go back and for myself, I'm just looking at making sure, I'm in a great position, great headspace to continue to lead this team in the right way, the messaging, everything to make sure I'm effective with what I'm doing, right? We're reaching the guys. That's the main thing for myself. And I think any leader, you want to make sure you're leading in the right way. People responding, are you getting the message across? Is it showing up, and are you getting it done?
As you evaluate the team and you go through it, you assess all the different elements that you want to assess. How much does what change could look like for any given position or role versus what it would look like versus a guy improving? How much do you weigh into that as you kind of assess the future of various parts of the organization?
Tough question right there. I mean, there's a lot of different things. Like when you're looking at the people that you work with and how can they improve, you just go off of the track record and see, has there been growth throughout the past, and you see if you want to continue down that track or not. Sometimes, unfortunately in this league, change happens, especially at this point of the year. We see it all around. Change happens, and everybody knows that. Every time I stand up here, I always say it's a year-to-year league for me. It's not just because we've done it one way this past year that everybody's going to be the same next year going into it. That's never the league, and I never stand here and act like that is the league. We're always looking to improve. We're always looking to grow and get better, whether that's, with our personnel, with our coaching, with everything involved, our process and what we're doing. That's how we take time to evaluate that to see how can we take a next step forward.
Do you have an update on how Tank Dell's process is going with his recovery and how he can factor into this receiving group next year?
Yeah, Tank has done a really good job with his recovery. Throughout, it's very tough when Tank has such a significant injury, right? And he was battling, trying to get back. He was working really hard to try to get back, at the end of this past season. It just didn't work out that way. But he's showed up every day with a smile, with a great attitude, and I'm excited to see him back on the field next year.
Coach, when you, as CJ gets ready to go into this offseason, and it's his third season here, he's still a fairly young quarterback, but we live in a social media era, and there's a lot of times he's going to hear different types of stuff. What is the message that you will have for him throughout the offseason? When they're still going to be putting a lot of blame on him losing this last game.
I just told him, don't listen to anything. Go put your phone away. Don't listen to anything. It's going to be a lot of negative talk out there for you. So specifically, I just told him he needs to get away, clear his mind. Because right now, at this moment, I know it's going to be a lot of attention on him, a lot of negative media, and today a lot of questions about him. That's what it is, and he understands that. Understand the position that he is in. As a quarterback leading the team, a lot is expected of you. A lot of eyes are on you. So when it doesn't go right, it's going to be a lot of negative talk about you. So he understands that, and he just can't allow the opinions of others to weigh who he really is inside.
You guys it did feel like it was an improved season, even though it ended at the same spot. This team can learn from how this season went.
The thing I hope our guys learn is that whenever you're playing a game, like, it goes down to executing football. We can make all these stories about this and that and this person, that person. Like, to me, I hope everybody understands that the reason why you lose the game is if you don't execute in the moment. Like, if you don't do your job, if you're not where you're supposed to be, if you don't make great decisions, if you don't protect the football, that's not going to win you football games. And we can make it a biggest story about any given person, but you got to do the things necessary to win games. And that's what I hope our guys truly have learned throughout this, no matter who you're playing, when you're playing, where you're playing, what the conditions are. Like, you got to play winning football. That's execution. That's being on the details, and that's finishing the game the right way. That's truly all that matters. If we do those things the right way, and look, we still had an opportunity there to get back in the game and win the game. It wasn't so far reach. We just didn't do all the things we needed to do collectively from everybody to win the game.
Thanks, Coach.
All right.
Thank you.
There goes DeMeco Ryans with his last official kind of comments, at least of the 2025 football season. There's a lot there.
Wait, Coach, I got to follow up on Joe Mixon.
Hey, you calm down over there. I don't know what you're doing over there.
I'm just wondering if he's going to be back.
He answered that actually in there, didn't he? Or no, he said that he wasn't sure if he would be back.
Yeah.
Although he did seem to have a little bit more assuredness on Tank Dell. So maybe that in and of itself gives you a little bit of something. He's going to take the week, he said, and evaluate everybody. He didn't go out of his way to do any level of larger defending of anyone on the staff. And so sounds like DeMeco Ryans very much leaning into the idea that change is a possibility and maybe even a probability any given year. What are the chances you think that the staff ends up looking the same next year?
0% chance there aren't some changes made. Largely, just because we know what the offense looked like, and we know the problems they had, and wherever the message was coming from, however often they sent that message to C.J. Stroud, it didn't stick. It didn't take. And did you notice? I think you did. We actually kind of talked about this.
There's a lot of notes, brother. There's a lot.
He is exceptionally hard on the defense and kind of coddles the offense and C.J. Stroud.
I mean, that's
been happening all season,
all year long.
And we talked about that a little bit earlier today. He feels like when somebody is really, really bad, he's like, hey, y'all need to jump him now.
Yeah.
Don't jump him now. But when he feels like, when you're doing a little bit better, then he'll criticize you. It's funny because I remember when he was critical of CJ earlier on in the year. And it feels like right now he's like, hey, y'all need to jump him. And I remember when he was also, we're all in this together when Nick Caley was early on and it looked real bad.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like that's the same place. So I think that is maybe some level of tell. I don't know. Let's see what the fellas of the drive think, courtesy of DNM Auto Leasing, the crosstalk with the gentleman. Y'all doing okay today?
Good.
I knew you would be. Because you called the game right.
Oh. Listen, I'm all right. I mean, it was in front of everybody's faces. I mean, this is what they've done most of the year, and I get it. I mean, You wanted this to. You wanted to believe, and they gave you at least one side of the ball. Gave you good reason to believe it. I am curious from what you just said, John. You think 0% changes, and I'm certain, but like, do you think meaningful changes to the coaching staff?
Well, I guess they could conceivably be meaningful, but the problem is the offense, and C.J. Stroud doesn't buy this offense. He doesn't buy in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like meaning.
So the meaningful would be a coordinator. That ain't going to happen.
That's not happening.
That's a John Carroll guy. That's a New England guy. That's a Casario guy. Ain't going to happen. So it'll probably be Gerard Johnson, sacrificial lamb, maybe Ben McDaniels, but that's an Ohio guy that has that McDaniels name too. I would say Gerard would be looking over his shoulder. Shaplinski, I don't know. But meaningful.
That's the one you said. That's the only one that's meaningful to me is
Caley.
Yeah.
But then you get into the whole 3 coordinators in 3 seasons, 4 in 4 seasons, whatever it may be.
Well, I don't think it.
So I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, they won 12 games.
Yeah.
Second round of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe this is a dumb question, gentlemen, because at some point I was like, this feels different, but you end in the same place. Did this feel any different for you as you're going through this, like the way that this season turns out? Even though you lose in the division round, 7th time in franchise history, did this feel like there was any different to last year, the year prior, or any of these other divisional exits?
The Texans significantly disappointing. C.J. Stroud, rightfully so, is going to get, cussed a lot, discussed a bit, cussed a lot.
It stopped a lot. It started already,
and it should. Mm-hmm. D'Amico Ryan shouldn't be absent of that. He was awful yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Caley, shouldn't be, he should be one we got to discuss as well. Simply, because it's been an up and down year. We can talk about first year, man. They're just installing this thing. What we're watching is inexcusable.
So is Drake May.
It is.
We've seen a lot of first year. Yeah, Caleb Williams.
It's just inexcusable. So is in this first year for old boy in Seattle.
Yep.
Kubiak.
Yeah,
I know it's Trevor's first year too.
Yeah. First year in that offense.
But what we're watching is the inability to communicate those things. That's unacceptable.
And CJ doesn't accept it. He doesn't like this offense. Let's just say it. He doesn't.
Well, it doesn't. How many times we gonna go through? How many times we gonna go through? We don't like this offense.
But that's a CJ problem. No, I'm not.
And it's not even. It's not just that he doesn't like it. It's that he's fighting it.
Yeah.
How do you have a game like that where you're actively fighting what's happening
or
on
he
the
just
field?
he just isn't as good as everybody thinks he is.
I guess that's a possibility.
The more responsibility you put on his plate, the higher the expectations were. The game has continued to regress. Now it's I don't like this offense.
He punted
the last
an
offense
interception.
we didn't.
It's like he punted it. He just threw it up straight.
Yeah, but you look
500. Oh, y'all playing jackpot? I love jackpot.
You look at those interceptions, and I'm gonna try it if I can find time between my 2-year-old and my 4-year-old. I'm gonna try to just do a breakdown of like how this simple stuff. The pick six. From the time you're knee high to a grasshopper, man, you come off a play action on a boot. First thing you do is get your eyes around to see if you've got immediate pressure off the edge, right? And if you do, and you're not Lamar Jackson, then you flip your feet, you set your feet 6 yards from that guy, and then you've got 3 steps for that guy for you to make a decision.
Yeah.
Right? You don't run out there and drift into him, let him hit you right in the face, and then try to throw the ball to the second or third level of the defense.
Yeah.
You don't do that. That's not – and you don't do that in general. And you're playing in an offense that literally beats the dead drum. Beats the dead horse of, don't make those decisions. So it's not just – this isn't just –
And then you come back –
CJ not liking an offense cannot be part of this equation.
And then you come back and throw a pick to another pick out of bounds, and then the next 2 straight possessions inside your 10, your OC says, let's go straight dropbacks.
Yeah.
6 straight times.
Yeah.
Somebody's rattled, shaken. Just explain everything that Clint just explained. 6 straight dropbacks as the Patriots are pressuring you and they're getting home.
And they're sitting on all your short routes. And
not a move of the pocket, not a rollout. 6 straight dropbacks into the end zone.
Yeah.
Nick be up there just calling stuff.
Yeah, I just don't think anybody that didn't. From Matt Burke,
all of them.
From Matt Burke down. Hey, man, good job, man. Y'all hit the streets. You hit the showers, boys. We'll catch y'all when them winter workouts start. Everybody else, get your ass in the office.
Yeah.
We got
team meeting, offensive team meeting, and any decision maker involved.
Go with
it. Tommy Ue's. I don't even know the deep snapper's name. Get your ass over. See what Weeks is up to. See if you can't get some.
Brinkman. Get Brinkman out here. You good?
He's good. But
Togia, oh no, not Togia. Togia might have to go into offense.
Defense.
You got to, you got to get in here with the offense. You out here playing fullback now.
No, you got to practice it more than a couple.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna make an appearance on my frustration.
Well, let me get out the way because you guys have already started with. This is the place that you want to be, especially on a day where you need to evaluate what C.J. Stroud was in that game. You need to get that real. There's no better place than listening to the drive. So, fellas, y'all have a good one. John, I'll see you tomorrow. Right now, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live on a Reaction Monday. The Texans season comes to an end in Foxborough. They lose to the New England Patriots 28-16. And thank goodness for the defense that they had the 16 up there because the defense helped them. Their only touchdown drive was set up on a short field, a really short field that the defense set up. It was, as Clint just said in the crosstalk, it was worse than the Baltimore or the Kansas City games, at least the feeling coming out of it. You were the more experienced team. You were the hotter team when it comes to 10 wins in a row going into this game. And you looked nothing of the sort in this game. 713-572-4610, text line, YouTube, and Twitch. We will open up the phone lines. You know we will a little bit later on to hear from you, and because this is one of those days as much as is about you than it is about us. Now, Tyler, we're not going to have anarchy. All right? Now, we're not going to just come over here and people just come over here and just take things over and just go crazy. All right? Now, now we'll get these phone lines open because I do want to hear from you, and I do want to hear the passion. But we're not going to go crazy here. Okay? All right? So stay with us here as we'll try to get you through this. Remember, we're off early one more time for the Coaches Show with D'Amico Ryans. That'll come up at 5 o'clock, so stay tuned for this. All right, you all can jump in on this as well. Clint, Tyler, be thinking, and I'll start with you, Clint. Just kind of lay it out, man. You've had almost 24 hours to kind of digest this. I know you did the post-game show, and now that you've had a little time, you've been talking about it, thinking about it. What's your reaction? Where are you coming from off of this game?
Beyond frustrated, beyond aggravated, beyond disappointed. I mean, this was demoralizing. This took the way in which the Texans lost really took the wind out of my sails, and not just in. I'm typically not a guy that has this kind of emotional swing with a game, even a game where you get eliminated from the playoffs. But this hurt. This was
Stop
painful.
being a dumpster
right?
fire.
I mean, and it starts here. The opportunity that was pissed away by the Houston Texans yesterday. They wasted a generational defense that, by the way, their ability to stay healthy this year, I don't know that you're going to be able to duplicate that ever again.
Over there.
Wasted a weak playoff field with the best AFC draw in the first round that any team could get. Playoff field with no Lamar, no Pat Mahomes, no Joe Burrow, right? You wasted an opportunity at an AFC championship that's obviously going to be versus a backup quarterback in Denver. And all of that just pissed down your leg. And why? Because your quarterback was awful. Your head coach left a lot to be desired. And the way in which you lost, it wasn't, there's nothing there that should give anybody any confidence about this team taking the next step to be closer to a Super Bowl or closer to an AFC championship. There was nothing there.
We suck.
To sink your teeth into or hang on to in a positive way. So I think it's got to start with just the opportunity that was squandered there for the Texans.
Yeah, man. It was, for me, it was disappointing, Clint, because in the game, everybody appeared to be rattled. Everybody appeared to be shaken. Clearly, CJ was, right? But then you look at D'Amico, he seemed to be shaken. Just his decisions at the end of the half. Like, how are you the team that is down in the second half, Clint, and you got one timeout with 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter? Like, how called 2 timeouts because you can't get the play in? Nick Caley befuddled at times. It just seemed like everybody, including CJ, seemed to be shaken in that game yesterday and just affected and rattled. And again, I mean, the reasons I gave, Clint, on Friday when we were at Talia of why I didn't like this matchup was, one, on the road. I think that was a factor. They had the better quarterback. I think that was clearly the factor. And the coaching situation. And Vrabel and Josh McDaniels, they outcoached the Texans side, and it really wasn't even close yesterday. And all of those things, and then Nico Collins being out, we saw how big that was, and then it got worse as the game started, and it went on with Trent Brown and Dalton Schultz. So it is disappointing. I don't even know if it's disappointing you lost, but I think what you're saying, the way you lost and who the culprits were that led you to the loss.
Well, I think, look, it's every issue that we bring up, everybody you mentioned, it would be one thing if the quarterback just forced a few balls. And in the waning moments with an opportunity to win, it didn't get it done.
Or they were turnovers like Drake May had.
Right.
Trying to run, strip, strip sack.
I mean, it would be one thing if your quarterback, played well enough to keep you in it, and then just in a certain moment, or maybe even two moments, didn't make a throw or made a poor decision and was too aggressive. It'd be one thing if, appeared to have a good grasp on things throughout the game, but, man, in the fourth quarter, he just made a game management issue that really hurt you, and, man, we got to talk about it, but we can get beyond it. It would be one thing if, your offensive play caller or your offensive staff just went through a stretch of a couple of plays or a drive where, boy, the quarterback was out of sorts, but we settled things down and got things rolling. But that's not what we're talking about. To your point, it appeared that obviously we could see C.J. Stroud being completely rattled and panicking and overwhelmed, but there was clearly some of that with the powers that be on the sideline as well. And so I think you got to look beyond the box score. I think, again, you got to look beyond just, hey, man, here's one play here, one play there. I mean, it was bad overall. And I only say that to say this going into an offseason, you've got a quarterback that appears to be – your quarterback appears to not be a fit for this offense. Your quarterback appears to not rise to the occasion when the moments are big. Your quarterback – seems to have a problem processing and communicating this offense. Your play caller, some of the similar situations. He's obviously the guy that's tasked with making sure the quarterback plays well. I mean, these are all issues that aren't just like, dang it, let's fix this thing and keep it moving. They're all major decisions that are going to have to be made for this organization and should make for an interesting offseason.
So where are you at with CJ? We'll do CJ's grade here in a little bit, but coming out of that game, because that is obviously the coming out of this game from in the city, outside of the city. Where are you at coming out of that game with him?
Yeah, I'm out on C.J. Stroud. I don't believe C.J. Stroud is the guy that's taking his team to the promised land.
Like you're ready to move on from him.
Yes,
for you, if you were running things, he would not be the starting quarterback next year.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be a fool in the sense of of not knowing who my guy was, but if the opportunity presented itself to move on and get out of the C.J. Stroud business, I would get out of the C.J. Stroud business. Look, I mean, here's the reality of this, guys. When you're talking about a really good high-level franchise pocket passing quarterback, he's got to have two things, right, from an intangible standpoint. His strengths have to be communicating and processing. C.J. Stroud leaves a lot to be desired, right? When you talk about a pocket passing quarterback, again, I'm talking franchise-type guy, invest $50 to $60 million in, right? A pocket passing quarterback, intangible, superpowers are poised under pressure, calm in chaos, be the rising tide that raises all boats, all ships kind of deal. C.J. Stroud, once again, leaves a lot to be desired. When you talk about being a superstar in this league, right, you take ownership in the game. You take ownership of the offense. You overcome situations that aren't ideal, whether it's supporting cast or offensive coordinators or this or that. In situations in football, you take ownerships of situations. I said it yesterday. If I were in C.J. Stroud's shoes and the head coach decides to punt a fourth quarter with 4 minutes left in the game, we've got one timeout and we're down 2 scores, D'Amico's going to have to come drag me off the field. There's going to be some level of confrontation with my cleats in the turf on that field to get me to come off. There is zero ownership by this quarterback. Whether the offense, the situation, there's just zero ownership. A star quarterback in this league doesn't need everybody around him to constantly lift him up and voice the support that they have for him. I mean, the fact that Will Anderson felt the need to tell C.J. Stroud that he believes he's still the best quarterback in the NFL is very telling. The fact that people around the things that D'Amico says in press conferences and the way that they've handled him, I think speaks volumes about C.J. Stroud. And we're talking about star quarterback qualities here. You shouldn't need to be constantly be lifted up and reminded how good you are. And then the star quarterback handles post-game pressers or the pressers in general a certain kind of way. And if we're all honest here, CJ handles them like a high school quarterback that's not confident and not comfortable with their game in the situation. I mean, it is chest up, chin up. I'm gonna keep working, and I'm thankful for the opportunity and I and all this, instead of just, hey man, I was not good enough and I killed my team today. I mean, all the other window dressing stuff, I believe, is just is softening the blow instead of just facing the music. And I don't think he has the. I'm going to put a franchise on my back and take them to a Super Bowl. I'm going to live in the playoffs. I'm going to lead a team. I'm going to be the reason we are a Super Bowl caliber team. I just don't believe he's got it.
Yeah, I'm not out on CJ yet. Tyler, are you out? You were?
I'm not out 100%, but I'm closer than I've ever been.
Yeah, I'm not out, and I think that the stuff that's most concerning is the body language and that stuff, the reaction stuff. Like, I was talking to some parents that was at my son's birthday party yesterday, and I told them, I said, when Josh was having all his turnovers on Saturday night against the Broncos, when they panned the camera over there, like, you could tell Josh was pissed off at himself, but you could tell Josh also knew, all right, just give me the ball. We're going to get it. We're going to get it back. You got that feel from him. CJ just did look just defeated, right? I mean, after the second pick, the pick six, he looked absolutely defeated. And so that part you don't love. But, again, he is 3 years in the league, and, yes, we're getting further and further away from it, but the alternative is to start over. And your draft status where you are, it's harder to start over there unless you go and try to find your Baker Mayfield or something to start over. And with a guy who has shown the ability of elite level, like as a rookie, to show what he was able to do. And I don't think he has the best around him, but I don't think that's all of it. I think CJ plays a major role into why this offense and his play has regressed. But to me, it feels more like what the Jags may have done with Trevor Lawrence, where people were feeling this way about Trevor, and then they went and found him somebody that could fix him in Liam Cohen, and we saw a better mix. It is hard for me with how hard it is to find quarterbacks, as you know, in this league, for a guy 3 years ago to show, 2 seasons ago to show what he was. It's a little hard for me to just quit on that when for me personally, I don't think you've just put the best around him the whole way.
Well, here's the predicament that the Texans are in, which me being a fan is what's pushed me to where I'm at. Yes, it's hard, Ron, to find your guy, your franchise guy. It's hard to win when you pay the wrong one. It's hard to win, which is proven this year. You've got an all-time great defense. It's hard to win when you got a quarterback that can't just simply not lose the game. Dan Orlovsky said it best, boys. It is the Texans win that game with bad quarterback play. Bad quarterback play. They win that game. And it was awful to the point of where you lose the game. Yeah, it's all, to me, it's all hard, man. And it's going to be a hard decision that they're going to have to make. And the way they're built, I think there's with less than like elite talent at the quarterback position.
Yeah, We'll see. Yeah. I think I'll just be honest, and I'm sure they're listening, but I think they have a joke of an offensive coordinator and a joke of an offensive staff. And I think they have put that around him pretty much from day one. So, I mean, that part is a part that you also have to look at. All right, coming up as we continue, let's head to the look at the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, his performance yesterday, and something that potentially is rubbing people the wrong way. We'll discuss that next.
All right, it's a new year, y'all. We're here, baby. And
Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Reaction Monday. Again, a tough one yesterday, a season which a lot of people rightfully believed that the Texans could go places they've never been before. Cut short yesterday in Foxborough as they lose to the Patriots in the divisional round. 3 straight years they've made it to the playoffs, which is a great feat, especially coming off of where they were. But now 3 straight years, Clint, in the divisional round, they lose on the road to a higher seed. And really you start to look at the head coach a little bit, right? CJ is wearing the brunt of this, and trust he deserves to. And he deserves criticism that he gets. But D'Amico Ryans is his head coach as well, Clinton. And those two are kind of tied, right? Those two are the 2 biggest reasons why Texans fans over the last 3 years have had the hope that they have had is because of D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud. And I know you said you're out on C.J. Stroud being the guy to take him to the next level. Clint, how would you judge the head coach, D'Amico's performance yesterday in the biggest game of the season?
I thought he was not as bad as C.J. Stroud, but I thought he was bad. I thought he left a lot to be desired. I thought it was a bad day at the office for D'Amico Ryans as well on several fronts. And I think a lot of it is just being in touch with who you are and what your guys need and again, getting the best out of your guys and, giving guys the best chance to succeed by playing them to their strengths and putting them in position. And while D'Amico Ryans does that, again, on the defensive side of the football, I mean, unbelievably good, maybe as good as we've ever seen. I mean, the defense is tremendous. He's also responsible for the stuff on the offensive side of the ball, especially since he's given up play calling duties, and Matt Burke has done a tremendous job. This is a head coach that's a CEO that oversees everything. And so everything lays at his feet, more so than just he's got the head coach title, so everything. I'm talking this is a CEO that is delegated responsibilities on game day and delegated responsibilities from a preparation standpoint to oversee and make sure that because they have that CEO. And I thought he was bad. I thought he left a lot to be desired. And I've got some bullets here to run down. Look, I think it starts with the Togiai foot, at fullback on the goal line. These silly ass gimmick plays. You're 0 for 2. You tried it one time. Your quarterback fullback exchange was a mess. A busted play down there. And look, we can look at that particular play. And I know a lot of folks, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. The reality of it is it never should have been in the game plan, right? If you look at your offense, you struggle mightily down there inside the 10-yard line. The closer you get, the more difficult it is. You're missing guys, right? And not fullbacks. You're missing guys. You've got players on this team that have played running back that can carry, that have lined up and understand that the quarterback's cadence is going to snap the football. You've got guys that are on the offense that do this day in, day out to get lined up the right way. Putting these silly, gimmicky plays in and having defensive linemen at the fullback position, it's to me, it shouldn't be part of what they're doing offensively, given what their struggles have been. This isn't a well-oiled machine that's just throwing a wrinkle in there every now and then that you see around the NFL. This is an offense that's struggling mightily. To think that they think the answer is to put a D lineman at fullback, which then in turn causes a busted play one week, and then you do it in the biggest game again,
British Brooks couldn't have done that.
Bingo. And the guy doesn't get lined up, and you end up getting a penalty, a touchdown off the board in a playoff game, and ends up kicking a field goal. Look, we sit here, we say, as a former quarterback, I know, boom, I got a personnel with a defensive lineman in the game. I'm gonna make sure he's set before I move the tight end, right? So it's really on CJ. He screwed that up. Another one of those, like, what the hell is This is year 3, man. You can't be doing that, right? Then you go to look to Dalton Schultz, and you go, Dalton Schultz is a veteran tight end. Dalton Schultz knows, hey, I got a D-line in the game. Let me check that guy before I move. Regardless of what the quarterback says, let me check that guy before I move. So there are some other blame that you're pushing on, but it never should have been in the playbook, Ryan. Never should have been in the playbook.
That's what I was going to say. When I talk about the offensive, when you got 3 or 4 people who you're looking at saying, boy, this person should know better. Yeah. This person should know better. This person should know better. Yeah. How often did we work on this?
Know who you are. Know your problems. And bottom line is getting cute inside the goal line or near the goal line is a bad idea for this football team. All right? There is clearly nobody on that sideline that could calm C.J. Stroud down and settle him down. And he was in a bad way for the majority of the first half, missing throws, throwing interceptions, giving up on throws. I mean, it was blatantly obvious, and nobody on your sideline, including yourself, who has this unbelievably close relationship with the quarterback, could settle him down. That's on D'Amico, right? Whether it's him personally or somebody on the staff. Bad feel for the game at the end of the half. The end of the half has been a disaster for the Texans all year long. So, 1, it bit you in the ass again in a big moment. But 2, what in the first half told you, let's go with this offense? You're lucky to even still be in striking distance. What told you with a rattled quarterback that is not even remotely close to being settled down, let's go be aggressive? Again, that is a head coach call and a feel call or just an awareness call if you're the head coach of this football team.
You get the ball coming out of the third quarter.
You get the ball coming out. That's right. Why be so aggressive at that point in time? It's been a disaster all year. Another one of those head scratchers of what's going on. Punting the ball with 4 minutes to go, down 2 scores, 12 points. 4 minutes to go in the game.
Even at 4th and 18?
Absolutely. 100%. It's criminal.
He said he thought his defense had a better chance.
I think this is, to be honest with you, I know there's several things you can pinpoint. Didn't trust CJ. Defense had a better chance. I think my man got frustrated. I think my man had seen enough. There is absolutely no excuse. 4 minutes left in the game. You're down 12 points, and you've got 1 timeout because your piss poor management beyond that had wasted all your timeout. There's no way punting. Ron, I'll argue that going for it and not getting it is better than punting. Now they've got a short field. They can't chew the whole clock up. You hold them to a field goal, it's a 2-score game, you're right back in it. There is absolutely no excuse to punt right there other than I quit, waving the white towel. And by the way, the presser, which maybe we'll get to later in the show, I understand.
Let's do it next segment.
I absolutely hated it.
Well, there's the tease. All right, we'll play a little piece of the of D'Amico Ryan's postgame, and Clint's very passionate about what he heard in the postgame, something that I know Tyler does not want to do, but we get the pleasure of doing it. We'll do our Man Eye Institute Players of the Game. We'll do that coming up next.
After another rough performance, C.J. Stroud took responsibility for the
Living Designs Furniture.
It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do this before we get to Clint's thoughts on D'Amico Ryan's press conference. 713-572-4610. Please jump in with us. Give us your players of the game. Shout out to Man Eye Institute. Man Eye Institute See Life Better, giving us our player of the game. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. Who was your player of the game? And I'll start here. I'll go with I think I know what the guys on the outside did, but unbelievable find he was, and he just made some plays in the middle of that line all day long. That screen that they threw to Stevenson, and he took Stevenson down to the ground by the jersey for him to read it, see it, and then get him down just one arm was amazing. He caused the turnover. He forced the fumble on Drake May when Drake May was running to gain yards on that busted play. Tommy has been sensational this year, and he continued. Man, he is one of their best defensive players. It is insane how good. It's like he's getting better by the week. Hell, I'm really ticked off the season as it ends because I want to see what else he was going to do. Like he seems to be getting better and better each and every week and impacting the game. I'd like to see. I don't even know what the snap count. It seems like his ass is on the field all the time. Or he just like he just drugged somebody down and ran the hell right off. Like I'm done. So Tommy is my Man Eye Institute player of the game. Who you got?
Yeah, look, Tommy Togiai, that's a big one. I mean, because not only has he played, exceeded expectations, in a huge way, but we also was a time when, hell, we needed it the most, Ron. We needed it. We needed it in a big way, and so yeah, I like the Tommy Togiai one there as well.
Your player of the game.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Will Anderson. Yeah. I'm gonna go with Will Anderson. Did I see that right? 3 sacks.
Yeah.
Daniil Hunter had 2, but Will Anderson, I'm gonna go with him. 3 sacks, 2 tackles for loss. Just absolutely out of his mind. A guy that can take over a game.
Couple forced fumbles.
It's sad that he's not going to get to play in an AFC Championship and a Super Bowl this year, and you got to hope they can keep that thing together and he can make another run, stay healthy again, and make another run. But I'm going to go with Will Anderson. Not only that, but as soon, I don't know when, but whenever the period opens up where you can pay a third-year guy, a guy that's been in the league 3 years, before that 4th year,
there's no decision on him.
No question about it. Pay his ass and let's ride. So yeah, I'm going to go with Will Anderson.
Yeah, Will Anderson, fantastic performance. Him and Daniil around the other side. I see a lot of people jumping in with Daniil Hunter out there. He was special. Yeah, those two they tried their damnedest. They forced a couple of. I think both of them forced a fumble. And then they almost had another big play, almost got a touchdown on Daniil's if they could have recovered that thing. But big game from those guys on the defensive end of the field. Tyler, who's your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
Well, it sure as hell isn't anyone that was wearing pads out on the field. So I'm going with the fellas, that you hear right here on Sports Radio 610. Any Texans game, that'd be Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and Johnny Harris on the sideline. Those fellas having to watch this offense week in, week out, and call it and be professional. To you guys, hats off to you, because I don't know how you did it, but you did. You were pros like you always are, and another season's in the book. So I'm going with Vandy, Johnny Harris, and Andre Ware.
Yeah, there had been some disappointments. I'm gonna have to lean on. What I heard from John Lopez and Figgy saying that Andre Ware he was just he had moved to the point of, man, I'm not even going to get mad at him. Wow, just like you get there, man. I ain't even cuss. I'm not even gonna cuss you out. And here we go.
Yeah.
So it was a tough one there, but that is our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Will Anderson, Tommy Togiai, and Vandy, Andre Ware, and John Harris are your Man I Institute players of the game. Man I Institute see life better. All right, Clint, I know you were a bit disappointed overall from D'Amico's postgame. Here is a little portion of how he kicked the thing off and some of this spread throughout the time he spoke yesterday.
First and foremost, and all glory, honor, and praise to God. I'm just thankful for the season that we were able to have. Didn't finish the way we would like to see, but I'm proud of this team, proud of these guys for just being the light and shining bright. We guys accomplished a lot of firsts, did a lot of great things, throughout this year. Provided a ton of inspiration to a lot of people, especially to the city of Houston. So I know we did. And we know we have a ton of fans. They're proud of what these guys were able to accomplish this year, and I'm proud of these guys as well.
That's not what you was looking for to hear from the head coach. That'd make a lot of people proud in Houston. No. I think they do.
No, it started there. It started there. Yeah, it started there, and I hate it. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of people that are proud in Houston. I just don't think anybody wants to hear it after that football game.
Maybe
I don't doubt that. To be honest with you, I think a lot of what D'Amico Ryan says is true and fair, and I think it's
did love the timing of it. Huh?
The timing, the awareness, the feel, and look, I think it's. I mean, I'm talking from a fan perspective, but I don't think it's good as some of it's good as a head coach either. I mean, one, nobody wants to hear about how proud the city of Houston is after that loss. I mean, we are waiting. We are chomping at the bit to hear from the head coach to explain what we just watched. And there was plenty to talk about, and it was blatantly obvious, a lot of it. So it wasn't like you're throwing anybody under the bus. And but the inability to just I think communicate. What just went down on the field, or what you just watched on the tape, like the obvious, I think the obvious avoidance or effort to not step on anybody's toe, ruffling feathers. I understand a head coach always protecting his team. To me, this goes beyond that. I just hate the way that D'Amico Ryan's handled that post-game pressure. Asked about C.J. Stroud and about, what's the message, and it's I love the man, we got your back. It's last week it was glad he didn't go in the tank, and it's just, it's almost like being a friend instead of a football coach, instead of the head coach. In that scenario with C.J. Stroud. Asked about the turnovers, and it's more about I wish I knew what was causing the turnovers instead of just – I mean, it was blatantly obvious to everybody that the kid was unbelievably overwhelmed or underprepared or there's just several examples throughout that post-game presser that I hate the approach.
Yeah, listen, and I've said this, and we've talked about this since he got here, that and it happens – Tyler, it really has happened. I've talked with Tyler about this, is D'Amico, when it goes – because I think D'Amico is being 100% himself when he goes up there. I think, like, when he goes up there and he kicks things off like he did in the stuff he says, I think that is D'Amico. But when things go poor, his style is going to rub people the wrong way. His style of that, like, where he seems to lean positivity – and he seems to lean big picture and personal. It is many people right off the bat, because now when it goes good, it's like, oh man, that's our guy.
Well,
that's our guy.
I mean, anybody can do a press conference when it goes good. I mean, to me, it's bad when it goes bad.
But he's going to be the same thing.
Well, I disagree. I think there's an avoidance to talk about certain topics. I mean, you can talk about one side of the ball versus the other. You can talk about the quarterback. You can. Like, I think there's – when the head coach is up there, I love the man. I'm just worried about the man first, and I'm worried – like, what are we talking about? I mean, my man just went out there and set an NFL record in 2 games. He fumbled 5 times and threw 5 interceptions, and we can't just say, hey, man, that quarterback play ain't going to get it.
Oh, my God.
We got to sift through all this other stuff just to get to a point where we go, hey, finally see, oh, man, you can't turn the football over like that and win. Like that's got to be the lead, man. I mean, that's got to be once you get through with thanking the good Lord for the opportunity, like that's got to be the lead. It's the inability to do that is, I mean, it's just wild. And as a fan, for me, it's like I hope the love for the man from D'Amico to CJ, I hope the love for the person and worry about him as a man and all this, like I hope that doesn't cloud the judgment of what's the next move for this organization? What does it need to be? What's the answer? And are we going to make football decisions or are we making personal decisions? Like that's the part to me that I hate the way that the defense and CJ Stroud are handled, you know, in those moments. But I think it was.
No, I like I said.
I mean, he could have even gone hey, man, I was bad. He could have done what CJ should have done. He could have done like, hey, man, I did not have these guys ready. That end of the first half was terrible. I should have never had Togiai in there. We ain't been good on the goal line all year long, and now we're playing these silly-ass games with Daria Gumbawale and Wildcat and Togiai at fullback. Like he could have leaned into personally like I was bad.
But that's him. But if they'd have done well, he'd talk about the person too. It'd be like, first and foremost, man, CJ is a great kid and a follower of Christ, and like he would do that. They did good. I just think when it goes the other way, it could be annoying because, as you're saying, don't nobody want to hear that right now. Don't nobody want to hear you talking about how good of a man is. We know how good of a man CJ appears to be.
I don't want to hear about how the city's embracing you. I don't want to hear about how thankful you are for the opportunity. That's just him. I don't want to hear about how good of a man CJ is. Again, like everybody's telling me as a fan, everybody's telling me what I already understand. I already understand that this team is unbelievably tight and they got everybody's back. I already understand that there's a tight relationship between head coach and quarterback. I already understand all that. Now tell me about the game, man. Let's talk about the game. Let's cuss and discuss what the hell we just saw. I mean, don't tell me it's about execution and technique and you fire Bobby Slowick a week later.
Well, I knew that postgame was going to rub people the wrong way for both of them. Really, they really didn't have a chance anyway, but it was going to run them the wrong way just by the way they generally handle things. All right, coming up, let's get the phone lines open. 713-572-4610. Tyler, we'll get you ready. Grab a line. This one, to me, and Clint, you said it in the crosstalk. I've listened to people all day. I've had people going back and forth over the last near 24 hours. Why is this one leaving such a bad taste in your mouth? Why is this one have you so disappointed and pissed? What is it about this particular loss? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, if you've got a house for sale, here's what the decision you got to make. Do you want to put it on the market for 95 long, stressful days, let it sit on the market, not sell it fast, no offers, no sale? Or do you want to put it on the market and sell that sucker in about 3 days? Right? Do you want to take all the hassle out of the process? Well, if you want to do that, you need to get with Orchard. If you want that first part I mentioned, you need to go with some just traditional agent out there that's going to leave you frustrated and is going to leave you spending more money than you should spend. Going to put less money in your pocket, if you know what I mean, right? Orchard is where it's at. Lock arms with them and get it done the right way. When your home sits unsold, it's stressful and expensive. The longer it sits, the more buyers assume something's wrong, leading to price cuts, and again, less money in your pocket. Lock arms with Orchard. This doesn't happen with Orchard.
postgame. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And the Texans seeing their campaign come to an end. A crushing defeat at the hands of the Patriots. Too many mistakes, missed opportunities, and an offseason filled with questions. After a run that brought them 10 wins in a row, including the victory at Pittsburgh. But the dream ends with a nightmare in New England.
All right, there it is. On a Reaction Monday, you heard from the voice of the Houston Texans, Mark Vandermeer, on the call right here on Sports Radio 610 yesterday. That led into Clint and Sean in the postgame show. We're reacting to it all. We're off early today at 5 o'clock, so we're going to get as much as we can in, and we're going to get as much as we can in with you. 713-610. Tyler will get you on. We'll hear from the people as we do on Mondays, Clint. And somebody texted in, Clint is on one today. And I think obviously, and we'll hear from a lot of you, but this one seemed to bother you more than the other ones that we've been able to cover and not just cover, but the ones that the Texans have had throughout their franchise history.
Yeah, hell yeah, it bothers me. I mean, we're back in the same spot. Quarterback's not a good fit for the offense. What do you do with the offensive coordinator? The same problems that we watched throughout the year with the offense it was the problem again this year. You know, at the end this year. I mean, the obvious, the elephant in the room, a quarterback that you thought was going to be a franchise guy that you paid after year 3, whatever the hell he wanted, is a guy that might. I mean, there's a chance he's not even the guy, and so I don't know, man. It's taking the wind out of my Texans sails for the time being. Absolutely, got to be extremely frustrating for D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio right now.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is frustrating for everybody, and really frustrating for you, the fans. And so we'll hear from you now, David. Kick this thing off, David. What is it about this loss? Why is this one leaving you and many Texans fans so disappointed?
Good afternoon, show, and good afternoon, Red. I'm gonna go with Red's take here. The art of insanity is doing something again and again and again, and that's where we're all right now. And if you're going to keep Nick Haley as your offensive coordinator, cut C.J. Stroud. I am sick and tired of the same two people, your starting quarterback and your offensive coordinator, on the same field over and over and over and over again. It's insanity. I mean, what's your take on it, Clint?
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I just said it. I think, I mean, how many years are we going to talk about the quarterback doesn't like the offense, and how many years are we going to talk about with a defensive-minded head coach we can't get the offensive coordinator right, and how long do you wait on the offense to get installed, and all these communication issues to be – I mean, it's a tangled web, and it's extremely frustrating, absolutely.
I just want to get this straight from you, David. You if you had to choose, you would rather roll with Nick Haley than C.J. Stroud?
I would get rid of Nick Haley.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm just making sure. You're saying if they're going to –
Yeah, well, I know. But Nick Caserio and Nick Haley are buds. I get all that. But you can't have C.J. Stroud being your starting quarterback and Nick Haley is your offensive coordinator next season. It's the art of insanity. It's over and over and over again.
I agree with you, David. I'm with you. They know what they need to do. Actually, let me check that. I don't know if they know what they need to do. I think it's clear if C.J. Stroud's going to be your quarterback, like you're out on him, I don't think they are. If C.J. Stroud's going to be your quarterback, just like Jacksonville said, well, Trevor Lawrence is going to be our quarterback, that you should do everything you can to put him around people that will be able to get the best out of him.
I agree, Ryan, but I mean,
I'm not saying it's not just on the quarterback.
I don't know how great football minds, which Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are. I don't know how you can't be closer to being out on somebody than in on somebody. You just went through a season where there'll never be a football season again in Houston where you ask less of your quarterback. There won't be. There won't be there will not. You could, like my man Dan said, you could have won. Like, they would have taken bad quarterback play. I mean, they clearly support it. They clearly, oh man, we're just glad he didn't go in the tank. Hey man, we love you. Like, it's you're never going to have a football game and a team in a season where you can literally win more with less at the quarterback position. Yeah. And it was still the reason that you got booted out of the playoffs. Like, they can't sit there and tell me, like, nah, we still in this. Yep, 100% we're in.
Well, if they are, to me, if they think that Nick Caley gets the best out of him, and we've seen how good he could be, if they think Nick Caley gets the best out of him, I think they're crazy. Corey, go ahead. Where are you at in this thing, Corey? Why is this one feel like it is so gut-wrenching to Texans fans?
Man, first of all, thank you and Clint for having me on. And I know I sound like a whole bunch of Houston fans. I feel like when we go this every year, if they get our hopes up and get us to a high, then we win a wild card game and we're ecstatic. Then we get to the divisional round and we get our butts kicked. And I'm tired of defending CJ. I've been defending him for 3 years, but yesterday, bro, I couldn't lie. He was the reason that we lost. It's like, when you looked at him on TV, he looked like a deer in headlights, bro. His eyes were bucking. He was just looking around. And that one interception he threw when the man was rushing at him, and he threw it up like a punt. Dude, that's inexcusable, bro. You don't even do that in Pee Wee football. They tell you to throw the ball to the ground or take the sack.
Corey, he was out there playing jackpot, dog. He was out there playing GTA 500, baby.
They're going for it, and then it's like, you can't keep blaming each offensive coordinator that we get. At some point, you got to look at CJ, and you do have to have that hard discussion and thinking if he's the guy or is he our franchise guy, we have to find out. If you think that he might be, at least bring in somebody who's really going to compete with him at the quarterback spot. Go get a Mac Jones, or go get somebody else, and let them know it's going to be an open competition. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. Because at this point, we cannot keep wasting these defense, man. As a Houstonian, my heart was hurt yesterday watching that game, dude. We had a golden opportunity with a backup quarterback in Denver to actually go to the Super Bowl, and we pissed it away. And one more question I want to ask y'all. How come D'Amico didn't call a timeout after the second interception, or at halftime go in there and had a hard conversation about CJ? If you're not getting it done, bro, we're going to have to go with Davis Mills. I know that you don't intentionally bench a quarterback during a playoff game of that magnitude, but it's on offense. The offense wasn't moving anything. And furthermore, before I hang up, I want to say, if you're going to keep CJ, we need to surround him with more weapons besides Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, because once they get hurt, if you have nothing else on your roster that can help you win a game, you're done. So this free agency, we need to go invest in another receiver, probably get a backup tight end, and you know that we have to do the offensive line. And thank y'all.
All right, Corey. Listen, Corey, I don't know what he said to CJ. I mean, I know he said to keep, hey, we believe in you, and I think he does believe in him. I do think he may be done, as Clint said. Hey, Tyler, if Davis Mills would have tried it out and would have been the starting quarterback, he'd have been done. It's over.
That's what I was telling the people I was watching the game.
It's over. It's over. He is done. He may be, but if they're pulling him out,
it's over
of that game. It is over. You're looking for you're done with him. And for him, I think he clearly did. He had belief that he could have a better half, and I guess according to him, he did have a better half. He didn't turn the ball.
Yeah, and look, I'm not. I thought there may be a chance, but I would never have bet on it simply because of how close they are off the field. Again,
and what it would signal, right? Like you don't come back from that, right? You don't come back from getting benched in a game that is still in doubt.
Well, CJ Stroud, that I believe is as fragile as he is. No, I don't think he comes back from it. No, I mean, but that would have been, that would have been a changing decision right then and there And now the flip side of that is it may have given you a chance to win that game with a different quarterback that was a little bit more settled in and not rattled.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't have done it. I'm just telling you that's probably the reasons why. Joseph, go ahead, man. Why did it feel like this one was so difficult and left you so disappointed / pissed?
Hey, guys, thanks for having me on the show. I love the show. First time caller, long time listener. This one hurt it. This one really hurt it because, we lost an amazing defense. We just left a great defense just go to waste. That hurts. Try to get back to that point, it's going to be tough. Number two, why this one really hurts, I feel like they didn't care. They should have made a business decision coming out in the second half, getting the ball, coming out in the second half, put Davis Mills. What do we have to lose at that point after CJ's, horrible game last week at Pittsburgh and now another bad first half? What do we have to lose at that point? Nothing really. Bring in Davis Mills. At least give us a chance with Davis Mills. Maybe he has some of that magic left from that 19-point comeback against the Jacksonville Jaguars early in the season. What do we have to lose? Number three, honestly, Clint, I like what you said, but I disagree with you as far as D'Amico punting right there with 4 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. I think, honestly, he was trying to give his defense an opportunity to go out there and give us 6 points at least. So I kind of agree with D'Amico on that call for them to punt it. And we'll see what happens. Long story short, I think CJ's not our guy. I think we need to move on.
All right, Joseph. Joseph is with you. I think what Joseph did say off the top, I think that's a real thing that's bothering a lot. One, this Texans defense, had they gone, I think if they just got to the Super Bowl, I think they're probably in the conversation of like the Legion of Boom, that 2015 Denver defense that drug Peyton to a Super Bowl, the Bucks. But now when you don't make it out of the divisional round, I don't think people are going to be historically talking about this defense the way it could have, and that does suck because the Texans could have been talked about right there as an all-timer when they talk about all the great defenses because that's what they were. So I think that part is extremely disappointing coming out of this game. All right, Junior, jump in here, Junior, man. We appreciate you jumping on, man. Why does this one hurt so much?
Man, I'll tell you why it hurts. It hurts really because of the fact that, of course, you got this generational one-time defense, but everybody talked about it at the beginning of the season. The mismanagement of this offense going into this year, we knew what this defense was going to be sort of coming in from last year. We knew that they were getting better. And just the fact of the mismanagement of this offense, these problems that came out, it just Band-Aided throughout the season. Band-Aided throughout the season. There is no way that you're going to tell me that you want your quarterback to be as successful as maybe even Caleb Williams was this year. Whenever he had no run game, there was no run game. If you look back at just the plays, at some of the plays, as soon as the ball was snapped, the defenders were in the backfield, 3 yards in already. In CJ's grill, in the running back's grill, there was nothing. He wasn't going to do anything. I mean, you're talking about we've been riding on the back of, hey, CJ, you have to make this pass. Last year, Joe Mixon was there. He missed a couple games. CJ had to go out there, basically win the game or try to win the game. And, I mean, without no run game, what could he have done?
I hear you, man. And no, I think that's a good point. There were a lot of what we saw offensively yesterday. It should not be a surprise because those are things that we saw a lot from communication issues, from mismanagement of time, from lack of running game, from pressure becoming a problem. All of those things are things we've watched and seen all season long. And the Patriots, especially with no Nico Collins to start and then no Dalton Schultz, it enhanced their ability to take advantage of that even more.
Yeah. I mean, look, the inability to overcome some of those things is the conversation. How shorthanded they were as I think the the Dalton's massive. I mean, more that's bigger than Nico, bigger than Trent Brown.
You probably went into the game with a game plan with him.
Yeah, well, the tight ends have had a lot of success against New England, so that, and then boom, right out of the gate, you get an explosive. I know it was an all script, so it really wasn't like a schemed up play, but nonetheless, it was just that one hurt, no doubt about it. But I just refuse personally. I just refuse to lead with. Boy, we didn't have Nico. Boy, it hurt not to have our stars. It hurt Joe Mixon. We're going to dig down and get Joe Mixon into this conversation. I can't lead with that after what we watched.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we talked a little bit about CJ. Let's get CJ Stroud's grades in. I feel like I have an idea of where this may go for most. But we do this every Monday. We'll do a CJ Stroud's grade. He was 20 of 47, 212, 1 touchdown, 4 picks, quarterback rating of 28. A career low. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, it's the new year, and if you're out there and you're dealing
Karam Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as it is a Reaction Monday right here on The Drive. We are reacting to the season coming to a close for the Houston Texans again in the divisional round, again with a loss on the road to a higher seeded team, and again a double-digit loss for the third straight year in the divisional round. We are discussing. We're going to do C.J. Stroud's grade. Before we get there, Stephen, holding through really well, man. I appreciate you holding through. Get us going here, man. Why does this one feel so disappointing to you, Stephen?
I'm going to say I'm going forward. It's going to be disappointing because they're not going to do the right thing, and the right thing is to bring in a quarterback-ready individual that will complement this defense and not beat the team. And I'm going to throw some names out. I'd like to get your opinions on this. Malik Willis up in Green Bay, he would fit in well. I would hold my nose on this. Aaron Rodgers, Daniel Jones, he's also a free agent. Marcus Mariota, these guys, and even Gardner Minshew. None of these guys would have beat us yesterday, and we just need an average quarterback with this defense, which for the most part is going to be intact next year. We would have a definitely different result. But
Steven,
yes,
we could have had a good conversation. I just think there are better names you could have dug up.
Well, give me a free agent. I'll take one.
You got one who's got an Achilles. You got one who's got a bad knee. Like, I mean, I hear you, Steven, but listen.
Give me one, guys. You guys are the experts.
I mean, hell, with what you're saying, they should just go with Davis Mills. I mean, you know,
go with Davis Mills then.
Yeah. Yesterday, I appreciate the call, Steven. Yeah, yesterday was bad and was awful from really just the last couple of games, really from CJ. And I understand there are some people who are ready to move on, but if you're ready to move on and that's the route, like Malik Willis, or Marcus Mariota, I'm out on that. Because you run with those guys, you ain't winning 12 games.
No, look, the decision is not about bringing anybody in here. The decision is about getting somebody out. I mean, are you going to pay C.J. Stroud $50 to $60 million, and are you going to fire another offensive coordinator until you find the right fit? And are you going to bend the knee to what C.J. Stroud is in hopes that potential turns that into reality? And if that's due, then you got to commit to it. Or you got to tell yourself right now, C.J. Stroud is not the guy, and it's time to move on. C.J. Stroud's value is never going to be higher than it is right now in a move. Like your defense is going to have to be. Are you going to break your defense up because you mess around and pay C.J. Stroud $50 million, $60 million a year? Right? You got to decide. Do you want to be all in on C.J. or do you want to be? Do you want to run this thing as defense being the headline and just have a passenger in the quarterback position?
Yeah, and then figure out what your move is at the quarterback position after you.
Your move is sitting over here right now.
Oh, Davis.
He just brought you back from 19 points down in the fourth quarter. If that's what you're going to do, I mean, it ain't and I'm not saying that is the guy 100%, but that's the guy that you have in house that makes you confident in making that decision.
All right, let's move over to your grade. 713-572-4610. I see a lot of people seem to have one letter that they're giving with, and I think I have an idea where you're going. But your thoughts of how you evaluate quarterbacks and what you look at. What I'm guessing you're in an F range.
I'm in an F range.
Yeah, I'm guessing you're in an F.
I'm not in that range. I'm squarely. I'm zeroed in on it. I mean, it is bullseye right now. I've never been more confident.
I mean, if we're honest, that's the only answer here. It was an F. You had 4 first-half interceptions. F.
Yeah. F feels strong. I see a couple of Z's and P's for pathetic here on the text line. But what bothered you the most? Like, as somebody who obviously has the history at playing the position, what was it that you watched that bothered you the most about CJ and his effort yesterday?
To me, I think it's because it's the moment in time when I firmly believe that he's not the guy and it's time to move on. Like that for me is because this isn't about turnovers, guys. This is about maturity. This isn't about installing an offense in the first year. This is about the inability to process and communicate. This is not about one problem in a vacuum. This is big picture. Like, I mean, sirens should be going off everywhere. Man. I mean, this is really, really bad. And the odds are it's not going to get much better. And even if it does, there's still a big moment problem. There's still a take control of the offense and take ownership in your role. There's still a problem with that. So I think for me personally, it's the lowest grade CJ's ever got because of the box score and because of the performance. But for me, the reality of being a Texans fan is this is the first time that I've thought, yeah, he's just not it.
Yeah. When you potentially tear somebody's knee up on a misfire that's wide open. Now, fairly, I don't know if Cade Stover would have caught it because he dropped one earlier. Knee up potentially on a misfire. That probably can put you into the F range. That right there, that Cade Stover throw, you knew it felt like it was going to be bad right off the jump. His first throw.
There's a jock too.
Yeah, right off the jump, young jock. It was so off to Hutch. It was like, whoa, what's going on? What's with the hands or whatever? But it was a performance where nothing else was to be given than an F. And I like that. That was it for me. It was he was so off, just so off. Like throughout, he was high. Like even the pick off of Hutch's hands, and Hutch will tell you, I got two hands on it. And I should have caught it, but even that one was not where it needed to be, not where you would want it.
As a quarterback, every one of those plays are completely inexcusable. As a quarterback, when you're throwing a slant, especially from a cut split, the one thing you cannot do is lead them uphill and throw the ball high. It's one thing you can't do. He did it. When you're throwing the ball to the flats, and he did it multiple times, the injury and the interception, you can't throw it behind them. You just can't do it, especially a ball placement specialist. Right? When you're on a book into unblocked defender. That defender was never going to be accounted for. The tight end was going to slip and go into the flats. That guy wasn't a surprise. You can't float into that guy.
And just because the tight end slipped and fell does not mean that's the next move. What he ended up doing.
No. I mean that's the more, like, to be straight up honest, like that's the more, to me, concerning of, like, he's not even playing ball. Like he's so shook that he's doing things that are super uncharacteristic for any NFL quarterback. Like it's rookie type stuff.
This will be deeper. I'm glad you said that word. This will be deeper conversation we can have later on as the days come. But like how do you get around what we saw when he first arrived here? Because all of those things that you've been saying about why you're out, that's just not something that we didn't see that 2 years ago, 2 football seasons ago. Like all of that he had and handled. And now, like, it is like, in 2 seasons.
Did he though? Or was he in an offense that he had no control of? Was he a rookie, so everything was kept simple, stupid, so he could handle it? Was he a first-year guy where nobody knew his tendencies and what he could and couldn't do? Were the expectations so low from a control of the offense that, any positive was good? Was the organization so dysfunctional before that any level of he was going to be magnified times 10? Or was he? Well, he was good. I'm not thinking anything.
I was going to say, man, that like as you said, man, it was convincing. All of the things, question. Like right. Whether he didn't have control or not, man, he made He made the opposite of what he's doing. We've watched him go toe-to-toe.
The more he's had to think, the more we've been led to think that he's got more control, the worse he is.
The last 2 years, he's taken a step back. But this is way back.
Oh,
absolutely. Way back.
Absolutely.
All right, coming up, weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can text in your weekend's best, weekend's worst. We'll do that and discuss coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about QC.
Or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner.
All right, welcome back to a Reaction Monday. A lot to react to with the Texans. Clint also reacting to the Buffalo Bills as they lose in the divisional round this year. And, Clint, they fired their coach. Sean McDermott, the latest one out. And now with Kevin Stefanski, who's probably kicking himself, going to Atlanta, and John Harbaugh finally finalizing things with the Giants. With this one, I think there's still 7 openings. 7 openings available in the NFL of teams.
This is the year
that are firing their coach, including now the Ravens with Lamar Jackson is open, and now Josh Allen is open. The last 2 MVPs, they're open.
Now's the year, Chief. This is the year. If you're a team that needs a head coach, you need to make a change. Now's the year to make that change. If you need an offensive coordinator or a defensive coordinator, this is the year that you want to be in the market for those guys right there. And to your point,
crazy.
To your point, the Bills are obviously going to be, at the top of that list, given that you got Josh Allen. Now, I'm sure there's some coaches out there that may not like their cap situation, which I don't know exactly what it is. I just know they're paying their quarterback a boatload. So there may be some sexier options out there, but that's got to be one of the top ones. Is you got a chance to do a rebuild if you'd like. You got a chance to go with a team that's actually won some games but doesn't have everything figured out. You can go with a team that's got an MVP quarterback, got some pieces. They seem to be just a kind of a culture away from being competitive. I mean, there's a lot of options.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a rebuild. I don't know if they're going to be accepting of a rebuild with Josh as the quarterback, but like a reset. Yeah.
That wouldn't be the rebuild or the reset. I mean, you got an MVP caliber quarterback. I'm
you talking about the jobs
I'm
around?
talking about Raiders. And,
I thought you were talking about the Bills.
If you're a head coach out there, you
got
pick,
anything you want.
Pick of the litter, baby. Which one do you enjoy? Which one do you want? So a lot of different scenarios out there and a lot of opportunities.
Teams around. We'll see what the Ravens are going to do, which will affect the Texans. We'll see what the Bills are going to do, which will affect the Texans. It looks like, according to Tom Pelissero, the Chiefs have hired Eric Bieniemy back as their offensive coordinator.
There you
go. After their season ended, as he had been with Ben Johnson with the Bears. So it looks like he is going to be back. Not a surprise after hearing what Patrick Mahomes had to say in his press conference last week. And they need accountability. Was the first thing he said about what they need. And here comes Bad Cop coming into the building to Andy Reid. So a lot of that affecting the Texans, who are going to have to start things back over.
Crazy world we live in, right, where the best quarterback in the game over the last 10, his team doesn't make the playoffs. Not got beaten in the first. They didn't make the playoffs. Yeah. The offensive coordinator that's there getting head coach interviews, and he's saying we didn't have no accountability on it.
Oh, and he would have been gone anyway. He may be a head coach. He may be the Titans head coach. I'm guessing Matt Nagy has a chance to get one of these jobs.
Yeah, well, but the fact that he's even their owners are even entertaining it, and I'm not saying that it's end all be all whatever Pat says, but if you're an owner and you're firing your head coach, you have to replace your head coach. How do you seriously entertain a guy that the best player in football is saying, man, we need some accountability on the offensive side of the ball? Not, hey, man, we were vanilla, we weren't creative enough, or, hey, man, we need some weapons, or we didn't throw it enough, or we didn't run it. No, man, just across the board, we need some accountability. And that guy is getting head coach interviews. I mean, that is the damnedest.
They will probably potentially get a job when you look at what's so many openings.
I mean, that is the damnedest thing. And I'm not banging on Nagy. Hell, I played against him in the Arena League. I'm kind of fond of the guy, but damn, I mean, completely failed as a head coach in Chicago, and just torpedoed the organization.
But specifically, like, damn sure the last two quarterbacks he's been in contact with have played worse, including Mahomes once he arrived working with him, and then Justin Fields. That was it. It almost looked like he was trying to make things as difficult for him.
How's that guy getting? How's he seriously even though there's 9 openings? How's he getting entertained?
I don't know. I got 12 wins with Trubisky one year, and then Trubisky went south after that.
Yeah.
All right, weekend's best, weekend's worst. I'll kick it off with weekend's best. Clint Tyler, my weekend's best. That throw again from Caleb Williams on 4th down with the game on the line. When he hits Cole Kmet in the back. I don't understand it, man. He's got 2 in a row. Now I know they lost and it ended in an interception, and I would still love to hear Ben Johnson's thoughts on that route by DJ Moore, if that was what it was supposed to look like, because it sure did not look like. It sure seemed like Caleb thought DJ Moore was going to be coming across in a fashion that he wasn't. But that throw to Cole Kmet, he drifted back to the 40, foot on the 40, fading away, getting hit, and he puts it on the money in the corner of the end zone to Cole Kmet to tie the game. Just amazing, and that's coming off the heels of that throw he had against the Packers in the wild card round on 4th down. The dude is just nuts right now.
Yeah, did you see the? I think it was is it Jamie Erdahl?
Yeah, she's on NFL Network.
Did you see her? She was the one filming that video is going crazy where he throws the ball, he swings it like a bat. She actually was videoing that on the sideline. She was just happened to be there, standing there, videoing it the whole time. So she was she caught the video. I mean, that clip's going viral. Obviously, everybody here saw it. So that was a good one, man. That cat right there is going to be fun to watch, man. Yeah. I don't know how often they're going to get as far as they did this year, or if he can Pat style of play to as many Super Bowls or as many wins as Pat can. But one thing is, it's fun to watch. That's for damn sure.
What's your weekend's best?
Man, I'm going to go with Bo Nix. Man. I mean, I didn't get to see a lot of the game, obviously, but 26 of 46, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns, out-duels Josh Allen in a gotta-have-it situation, man. Just I mean, the way that I got to give him his flowers, Ron, because I tried to just – I mean, as I have with a couple of quarterbacks where I was proved completely wrong, I had him buried in college. When he was at Auburn, I remember standing on the sideline watching him beat my Razorbacks, and I just thought, good player, scrappy player, college guy, no chance. Then he goes to Oregon and just lights it up and becomes who he is today. I got to tip my cap. Weekend's best is and I'm not gonna go any further than that because I know there's a weekend's worst coming that includes Bo Nix as well. So yeah, I'll let you have that one.
And also, man, it's just kind of the luck of the draw for him too. He's got Sean Payton too, and a great staff. And I mean, they got a guy that's not even their OC who's getting head coaching interviews. Like he's got a great staff, and Sean Payton, who I think is absolutely getting the best out of him in that offense. Running back goes down. It doesn't matter. They got multiple receivers that went down in that game for them. Franklin, the guy who they clearly had game plan, and Patrick Bryant, he gets the first 3 targets of the game, and then he's out with a concussion. And they got to figure things out. But he's so fortunate to have the offense he has. You know, he could have been stuck with Nathaniel Hackett, but he got Sean Payton. Good for him. All right, my weekend's worst. You said it, man. Bo Nix. God, dog, man. I thought it was a lie. I had to make sure I checked every last one of these folks. I said, damn, I don't think of Jordan Schultz, Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, all of them are faking it. I mean, and the way Sean just walked back, he said, "Hey, coming back, not because I love you. Got some other news." And you know, it's a damn shame. Bo Nix, this has to be killing him. Clint, broken bone in his ankle. I mean, he came up. It's an hour after the game. They know that it's broken. They know the scheduling of his surgery is on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Dog. I mean, can we get a second opinion in there? Like, you already know he's out for the season, and it blew me away, Clint, because he's doing post-game interviews. I remember him standing there with Tracy Wolfson doing the interview, shaking hands. It's just crazy. Well, that sucks for Bo Nix.
I tip my cap to Sean for how he handled it. Did you see his reasoning behind coming back out there?
Why?
He said that half the team had already left the stadium.
Yeah.
And he said he didn't want them to find out. He said, hell, they're not getting back together until, I guess, today. He said 24 hours, I knew it would leak, so I wanted them to hear it from my mouth one way or another. Here they're going to hear it on national TV instead of in a team meeting, but I'd rather them hear it from me and not from a source that's an agent or a doctor leaks it. So
he's got to be devastated. Your weekend's worst?
Weekend's worst has got to be Josh Allen. I mean, I love Josh. I'm a big fan, man, but to not get it done this year, we talk every day on this radio station about how the opportunity that's there for C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans and how much of a shame it is they weren't able to take advantage of it. Well, it's tenfold for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
I mean, not only did Josh Allen have 2 interceptions, 2 fumbles. One of the interceptions I saw would have been a throw in the ocean touchdown if he just throws it on the R of the Broncos up there and lets his guy go get it.
It's the one at the end of the half.
Yeah. I mean, it's
that one, the fumble, he threw it back into field goal range. With 2 seconds left. I'm like, my God.
And then, I mean, to add insult to injury, man, his head coach gets fired. I mean, Josh, weekend's worse. I mean, he was
in tears in the postgame.
Yeah, man, it's a shame they didn't get it done. And then it just, I mean, salt in the wound, man, is coach getting fired. So
what you got coming up?
Well, I mean, it's unfortunate, but we got to circle back to it. Well, where are you at with C.J. Stroud? You out or you run it back? C.J. Stroud, I've seen enough. I'll tell you where I've landed next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter. Power outages, they're going to happen around these parts. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Extreme heat, hurricanes, and right now what we're up against is we're in that time of year where extreme cold could knock your power out. Bottom line,
Life's important. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily brought to you today. I'm going with Boomer Jacks, y'all. Got a couple of locations around the city. I think it was my favorite Football Friday location this year. Ron, you good with that? Are you good?
I'm good with that. I'm partial to my good guys over there at Talyard. So,
okay, that's a good one. That's a good one.
But yeah.
Hey, I got to go, man. Boomer Jacks. I'm going to go Boomer Jacks and my man over at BB's. Which, by the way, BB's is starting that crawfish up. Boy, it's about time. I'm going to start hammering some crawfish now. Come on.
Still another tour coming.
About that time of year. Why not, man? All right, I asked it on the other side. Where are you at with C.J. Stroud? Are you out? Are you in that run it back crowd? And I think I've seen enough from C.J. Stroud at this point. 3 years. And I'm going to tell y'all where I've landed. But here's what I need you to understand. There will never another Texans season where the expectations are lower for their starting quarterback, right? With this defense this year, it was a generational defense, and it was literally to the largest extreme that I've ever witnessed. It was just don't lose it. Just don't lose it, and C.J. Stroud was historically bad. The defense in the playoffs, in the 2 playoff games, 3.5 yards a play, 17.9% on fourth down. You take away the pick six, and the pick six that CJ threw, and they only gave up 13.5 points a game. With that setup, generational defense, literally the organization looking you dead in the eye and saying, hey, just don't lose it, man. No sacks, no fumbles, no interceptions. Keep the penalties to a minimum. Don't even take the risk. Just throw it away or eat it, whatever. To the point where they're talking about dirt the football, which I don't know where that term came from. It used to be throw it to granny, but either way it goes, dirt the football. That's literally the expectations. With that setup, right, which, by the way, had the chance to win you a Super Bowl this year if you just do your job. C.J. Stroud went out there and became the first quarterback in NFL history to throw 5 interceptions and have 5 fumbles in one playoff series. And he did it in 2 games. Keep in mind, there's going to be 4 quarterbacks that play 3 games, and there's going to be 2 quarterbacks that play 4 games every year. So nobody that's even played 4 games has had 5 interceptions and 5 fumbles. No quarterback. That's how bad C.J. Stroud actually was. Where are you at with C.J. Stroud? Are you in or are you out? Are you run it back with C.J. Stroud? I'm going to tell y'all, I'm out. I'm officially out on 7. I'm out on C.J. Stroud. I do not believe C.J. Stroud has taken this team to the promised land. I do not believe that C.J. Stroud is going to be worth $50 or $60 million. I don't believe that C.J. Stroud or his agent are going to be willing to accept what would have to be an extremely organizational friendly contract so that you can keep this defense together and put the necessary pieces around the quarterback. And therefore, I just don't believe that C.J. Stroud is the future here in Houston. And here's why. I've got some reasons why, because this isn't just an emotional decision. This is sitting back and thinking about what we've seen overall this season. And here's what I know, right, is when you're a pocket passing quarterback, your intangible strengths, like the intangibles that you have to be really, really elite at in order to be a playoff caliber quarterback consistently and a Super Bowl caliber quarterback, the intangibles that have to be strengths of yours are communicating and processing. And it's blatantly obvious that C.J. Stroud, again this year, is lacking in both departments. There's others, but I believe those 2 are the ones that are like non-negotiables. You got to be able to do it. For all championship caliber pocket passing quarterbacks is you got to be able to communicate and you got to be able to process. And like I said, I think C.J. Stroud leaves a lot to be desired. Now, let's talk about superpowers. As a pocket passing quarterback, and if you're going to be in the playoffs and be a Super Bowl caliber quarterback, you got to have superpowers. And when you are that pocket passing quarterback, I believe that you got to, first and foremost, be poised under pressure and super calm in chaos, right? Those are the moments on the road. It's super loud. It's cold. I mean, maybe the headset's working or not working. Maybe you've got some injuries. Those are the moments that you at least stay cool, calm, and collected. I'm not saying that every time you got to rise to the occasion the way that my man Matthew Stafford went out there and had, 55 fourth quarter drives to win games last night. I'm not saying you got to be that, but you got to at least appear to be poised under pressure and cool and calm in the chaos and give your guys a chance. And again, C.J. Stroud leaves a lot to be desired after what we just watched in year 3 in the playoffs. When you talk about a star quarterback, which we're talking about $50 to $60 million, we're talking about franchise, we're talking about committing long term. When you talk about a star quarterback, he's got to take ownership of the game. He's got to take ownership of the offense. He's got to take ownership of situations in games. And I'm going to tell you, Ron, when it comes to this one right here, the punting the ball on 4th down with 4 minutes to go and only one timeout, down 2 scores. Stroud jogged off the field, and everybody, not just CJ, but everybody jogged off the field. Nobody pushed back. Nobody stood on the field and said, wait, what do you mean? Come on, we're down 12. We got one timeout left. You're going to give it back to the second highest scoring offense in football in this situation? I cannot believe that nobody bucked the system at that point in time, which shows me a bigger overall problem is the ownership, the taking command of, the having an opinion in situations like that's lacking. Star quarterbacks always have that. Star quarterbacks, they don't need everybody around them to constantly lift them up and voice their support. The fact that Will Anderson felt the need to tell C.J. Stroud that he believes he's still the best quarterback in the NFL, I believe that's very telling. If your quarterback is in a position where your head coach is proud of the fact that he didn't go in the tank when times got hard against Pittsburgh, if your team feels like they've got to constantly uplift your quarterback, if your other superstar, and his buddy, I get it, but feels like he has to go remind him that he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, the head coach after the game has to remind everybody how much he loves the man and he's worried about the man and he thinks about the man more so than just talking football, then I just don't think you got a star quarterback. And last but not least, a star quarterback handles the press and handles post-game pressers in certain fashion. And I believe personally that C.J. Stroud handles them like a quarterback, even a high school quarterback that doesn't quite have confidence in what he's doing.
Younger than 24, huh?
Younger than 24. Yeah, just doesn't have confidence and isn't real comfortable in his own skin and isn't real comfortable with his game and isn't real confident in his game. I know he says, I'm confident, chin up, chest out. I know he says all those things, but the fact that you need to say all those things constantly, to me, screams insecurities. And for those reasons right there, Ron, I just don't believe that C.J. Stroud is the long-term answer here in Houston. I don't think he's the guy that takes DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio and Cal and Hanna. I don't believe he's the guy that takes this team to the promised land. Great guy. Obviously, the locker room supports him and loves him. Doesn't surprise me. You got a locker room full of good guys. You got a locker room full of guys that love first. Cool, got it. But I think your quarterback, as I've said many a time over really the last 2 years, I think your quarterback has to have the ability and the willingness to step on necks. I think he's got to have the willingness and ability to keep guys accountable. Not just when, hey, man, the wheels have come off and now it's obvious somebody needs to do it. I'm talking about on a day-to-day basis. And I don't believe that C.J. Stroud is that guy here in Houston.
Text line coming through. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Clint is cooking. Preach, brother. C.J. solidified his home as a bottom-tier quarterback. I'm out on CJ. Been out. Text line. That's the text line. YouTube and Twitch. Nick, I can't take another day of mopey CJ. It's time to move on. Make the move. Rip the Band-Aid now for the future of the team. That's coming from YouTube and Twitch. Someone here on Twitch. Give CJ time. I can't go, and I know this is probably going to be unpopular today. I can't go with being out on CJ at this point yet. Just for a couple of reasons. One, it's just now you're just saying, all right, with the great parts we have around here, like we're potentially gonna start over at the quarterback position, and that's one route of it. And another part is for me is like this guy's 24 years old, and I've seen him 2 years ago, 2 football seasons ago, not be good but be great. Now he was pathetic in the playoffs, and he has taken steps back every year, but he's not 40 to me. He's 20. This is 2 years removed from being the number 8 finisher in the MVP race. And yes, I can completely acknowledge that he has taken steps back and held off last night, major steps back, because that was awful. And I don't think Dan Orlowski is that far off when he says that 30-something quarterbacks could have come in there and had a better shot in that game yesterday. But what I also look at is I don't think he is surrounded by the best parts. We look at Caleb Williams last night. He's got Ben Johnson. We look at Bo Nix. He's got Sean Payton. We look at Trevor Lawrence. He's improved. He's got Liam Cohen. And there are other young quarterbacks that fit this mode. And he's got Nick Caley and the rest of that staff. And I think that's, to me, the major change that we're seeing of him. Have the great season he had, and then the next year seemed to kind of take a step back, but you could still see 3,700 yards, whatever. You could still see he was a top type quarterback. Now this year's just off a cliff. And to me, I think, as I said earlier, the offensive staff around him is a joke, starting with his OC. And that's hard for me to just say 2 years removed from a guy that had the ability to do that. You don't do that for 16, 17, 18 games, what he did, and it just be a fluke, to now come back here and all of the and the staff that he's to just give up. So for me, I'm out. I'm with you. I don't love the body language stuff. I don't love some of that stuff, but I'd rather take the Jacksonville route of let me find somebody for real, not somebody that I'm going to try to pick their entire offensive staff for them, not somebody who doesn't have experience working with quarterbacks and getting the better. Somebody for real to bring in to get CJ to play at his best, because at his best we saw was MVP level, and that was 2 years ago. So for me, I respect where you are. I hear you and those of you saying that, but I just can't. I can't give up on that.
Yeah, look, I think everything you say is 100% accurate, and just unfortunately, I think in adverse times you find out about who a guy truly is, and in this instant, who a quarterback truly is. And you want to talk about shrinking under pressure. You want to talk about completely not being able to handle it. And just I just do not like what I've seen. I will be the first to admit, and have admit, we've talked about it at length. I think the way they've supported him has been, they've failed him miserably. I completely agree with that, but I don't believe that that we're going to see that rookie year.
And maybe he doesn't have it in him. Maybe he doesn't have, although his rookie year, we saw it. I saw him go right up to Joe Burrow, throw an awful pick, and say, "Give me the damn ball again." Yeah. And somewhere. Like, I just don't – it's hard for me to think you just lose that in 2 years. Like in a 2 year, you just lose that. So I get – but listen, again, I get where people are.
Yep.
Like, I understand where people are. I'm out. The facials, because nothing about his face looked like, all right, man, we're going to jump back here and take this.
I didn't even – you make a great point. I need to add that bullet to my list here. The body language is absolutely awful. I mean, you can tell me about how it's him. It's just what he, and I agree, it is. I think he's going to have that poor body language 99.9% of the time. But when you're losing, it's bad and it needs to change. And so you can add that to the list as well. Real quick stat, Ron, that blew my mind that I heard this morning. The Texans are 3-3 in the playoffs under DeMeco Ryans. In the 3 wins,
they're getting ass.
In the 3 wins, Tyler, you listen to this. In the 3 wins the Texans have in the playoffs, the defense gave up 32 points total. Guess how many they scored, Tyler?
32.
32.
Ouch.
In the 3 wins. So every game where your defense isn't scoring as many points as they're giving up, you've lost. And I will add, you've really been embarrassed, if we're honest. It's not a walk away like, dang it, man. They beat us on a field goal last second. It's glaring issues where
we suck. Oh, they're double-digit wins. All three, double-digit losses. Excuse me. All 3 of them. Yeah.
32 points allowed, 32 points scored by the defense.
All right. Yeah, man. It's a rough one, man. And we got all week, all off season. I know. I see you're out. I'm
out.
I think we got to dive into that. We got to dive. We got a while to dive.
We got all day. We would talk about the future tomorrow, but these Texans got a decision to make, man, and I don't think it's one you can wait.
They've got to. Yeah, they can't. They cannot just run them back. Like one of the big pieces. They've got to make a move on. All right, coming up, we are reacting on a Reaction Monday to the Texans. But Clint, there is a pretty big game tonight. The national championship game is tonight. Miami, on their home field, will play the number 1 ranked Indiana Hoosiers. Many people think this is just a coronation for Indiana. How Miami win this game? How can they pull off this upset on their own home field at home? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. College football natty is upon us, man. And Underdog Fantasy is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action because you can make picks and you can win money right now.
Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, it is a Reaction Monday, and feels like somebody just scored a touchdown when I hear that. There it is, Christian Kirk. And by the way, he finished the season. Did you see his numbers? He went straight to Applebee's, baby. 2 for 20. Like right on the dot. 2 for 20 and a touch. That's what he got.
Certainly does look
He caught that first touchdown. I thought he was going to have another big game. I think say, oh boy,
Did
here
you
we
tell
go.
that one tied him up on the first drive?
First drive, right at me, right at you. Do I catch it with my hands as an NFL wide receiver? Or I turn it over like every junior high wide receiver and catch it with my chest.
This guy stinks!
What the hell are we doing, man? Catch the football with your damn hands. Strong with your hands. Finish the
2 receptions, 20 yards.
Bad habits.
That's
Bad
the
habits. You're either coaching it or you're allowing it.
Yeah. His last game was a Texan, right?
No chance.
You think he comes back?
They gave him under contract.
Oh, I thought he was a one-year deal. I thought he was he's a one-year deal.
Oh, is he a one-year deal?
Yeah.
They restructured that deal?
He's a one-year deal. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
then no, he does not come back.
That's going to say, he's 1 year 16, baby. Yeah, 2 for 20. There you go for him. All right. Let's get to T-Mill's best bets. As we're out early, we're out at 5 o'clock as D'Amico Ryans, the coach's show, will come up behind us at 5. And if you miss these, make sure you remember to head to @T-Mill Real Deal. I'm guessing these are going to be national championship game picks tonight. What you got?
You guessed correctly. We got a natty tonight.
We do. Natty
and
light.
The damn team that beat my Aggies is playing in it, so that's cool. But let's start there. Miami Hurricanes, I got them and the points. Plus 7.5 is what I got as they take on the Hoosiers tonight in Miami at Hard Rock. I'm also on the under in this game. Miami, Indiana, under 48 tonight. And then lastly here, it'll make sense whenever the game ends, trust me. These Canes are going to score more than people think against the Hoosiers. I got Miami's team total over 19.5 points. So that's over on Miami's team total, but under for the game at 48. And those are your 3 best bets.
So it did come down from 8.5. I had been seeing it 8.5 all last week leading into the weekend. So now down 7.5 under on the points. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad thought. Who you got winning?
I think Indiana probably wins it in a close one.
I'm just trying to see here.
Yep.
Under on points, but you got them going over 19.5. I know Clint, you believe this is just going to be a wipeout again. Check out @T-Mill Real Deal. He'll have those posted, all those bets. I know you really believe in Indiana tonight, but if we come in here tomorrow looking at this national championship game, and for me, I'm just hopeful for a really good game. I don't know who I'll be rooting for until the game starts. I'm that one that gets in, I'm watching it, and then naturally I start to pull for somebody. But if Miami does win this game, Clint, what will have happened? What do you think will happen, or what we'll be talking about coming into tomorrow if Miami pulled off this upset?
I think the 2 edge rushers for Miami got to just absolutely change the game. I think it's the only way it happens. I mean, it is too complete of a team with Indiana. Any level of success on either side of the ball just typically snowballs. It gets the momentum rolling, and they just steamroll folks. And so I think the best players for this football team in Miami, which is definitely the 2 edge rushers, those 2 guys have to – they're not going to be able to – they're not individually going to be able to slow down a run, right? I mean, obviously – but they've got to get – when they get them in 3rd and long situations, when they get them in obvious passing situations, those 2 dudes in the first half have to change the game and keep it close to where now – and Malachi Toney and these guys – can make one play and swing it big. I think it starts with the 2 big defensive, the 2 edge rushers that they got. Dudes are absolutely electric. So I think it starts with those 2 guys.
Yeah, and to me also how they're able to run the football. That's a big one there too. How they're able to I tried to save it.
Good catch, man.
I was trying,
nice
man.
peripherals.
I saw it sliding down. Yeah, how their run game, man. If Fletcher and them boys can control the game, because really like if you have just jumped, and I said this Friday, but if you just jumped in and started seeing Indiana for the first time, and I wouldn't be surprised by some, you'd think, boy, they've been kicking teams' ass all up and down the field.
Yeah.
And they have some games. That Illinois game, they beat the hell out of them too. But most of their games haven't been against the better opponents, haven't been blowout fashion. Right? They've had their tightest game was the Penn State game, but they had a tight one with Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game. I think Miami is good enough to keep it close. But it's got to be on the run game and not on. It can't.
Fletcher's a bad man.
He is. But also that's got to be the success. It can't be on Beck's arm like it had the word to where he has to come out and make a bunch of plays like this. And that's the scary part with Indiana is Indiana up front is good enough to try to take that away, to take Fletcher away and say, hey, you're gonna have to do this. And Beck surprised me with how busy it's Ole Miss, and there were some drops in there that made his night look worse than it was. But Indiana, as you've talked about it, is very sound, and even on the back end, they can get after the quarterback too. On the back end, it seems like even if they put it in his hand, I don't think Beck can have a night like he had against Ole Miss.
Well, that's the thing is the interesting kind of layers to this is the quarterback draft this year. The prospects at the quarterback position are, I mean, it's pretty bleak. I think Mendoza's established himself as, especially with Dante Moore coming out, he's going to be the top guy. I know Ty Simpson's still wandering around in there, but and I don't know where Carson Beck lands, but I know after the semifinal game, I know he's ranking higher after that game than he was before that game. That is like if he comes in and plays lights out and has a monster game and they win it, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how high he climbs on draft boards.
Yeah.
I mean, because the quarterback he's played a lot of football. Now he can add championship to his list. I'll argue that just getting there is going to be a huge plus for him, obviously. But you're talking about a longer in the tooth guy that's a little bit more mature, at least he should be, and a little bit older. And, I wonder how high he can climb on them draft boards.
Yeah. 1 year younger than CJ.
He's 1 year younger than CJ? 7 years in college, baby.
He's
it'll
23.
Do it.
Yeah.
7 years in college will do it.
I wonder how old he is. Yeah, he is. He is 23 years old. I like Miami to keep it closer. I need one for Mike. I need Mike Irvin to give me one tonight.
Oh, hell.
I really do. I want him, like, he might crawl to the 40. He might get on his knees. I think he's throwing caution to the wind on an outfit. I think his outfit is going to be something that he can really move around in.
Right.
That he doesn't mind getting some grass stains on.
I hurt my nose.
Okay, come on, man.
He's
not on that anymore.
You think he's spotted in intros in the introductions?
Oh, absolutely.
Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
I bet you we see Mike. What would you put the over-under on and how many times the camera hits Mike?
Oh, Lord.
Tonight total?
High.
Yeah.
Oh.
What would you put it on? 7.5?
That's a good number. I like 7.5.
I'd put it at 5.5.
It also depends on how the game
depends on how it's going. Yeah. Like he's like because I think he's got at least 2 accidentals. Where it's not on purpose, where he's just roaring through the back.
That's what I was asking. Like during introductions, I think he'll be in the tunnel.
I hurt my nose.
Oh, yeah. He'll be in a couple places. He might give them. They just let him have it, Mario.
Just let him run out with the team.
But let him speak to the team before the game. That's he wants to. We may lose Mike if he does.
He did that back in the day. There's one that went viral.
I've seen the video. Let him, man. Pull out all the stops, man. Let him sing the national anthem. All right. Coming up as we continue, something that Clint saw yesterday that he thought was criminal that did not involve C.J. Stroud. We'll discuss that coming up.
If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I make decisions there in the game for us to get the ball back on get the ball to our defense and see if we can make a play.
All right, that was the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. By the way, D'Amico Ryans coming up behind us, 5 o'clock. He will get started with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, so stay tuned for that. But, Clint, that was him responding to the media after the game yesterday when he had a couple of decisions there, using the timeouts where his offense had to use timeouts that left him with 12 minutes left in the fourth of the half, which goes along with more of the same we've seen this year. But that was him down 12, around 4 minutes to go on fourth down. They were on their own side of the field. It was 4th and 18 after CJ had just gotten a sack. And I know Aikman and Buck were blown away that he punted, but that was his response. And I know for you had strong feelings on him making that decision.
I think that is mislabeled. By the way, I heard that on In the Loop. I'm pretty sure the question, which you can't hear real clearly, they're asking him about the punt when he decided to punt at the 12-minute mark of the fourth quarter. There's also a punt there. So I think it was the questions were real hard to hear because Sean and I were talking about it last night in the postgame show, and we were like, nobody asked him about the punt that with 4 minutes to go. But nonetheless,
I just figured that's what they were talking about because there was a punt with around
12 minutes left.
But
yeah.
it was
4th and 6.
It was coming off the ACL tear of Cade Stover.
Yeah, it was 4th and 6, and that's what I think is DJ or one of the guys outlined when they. Anyway, point being, your question is about punting the ball. Yes, absolutely, criminal decision. That decision cannot be made. I've heard people talk about, I got more confidence in your defense and no, absolutely not. 100% not. This is a extremely bad decision, the worst decision that I've seen D'Amico Ryans make in his as a Texans head coach. You are down 12 points.
Said the worst, huh?
Absolutely, no question about it. You are down 12 points. It's 4th and 18. As you mentioned, you had wasted all, but we got one timeout. And your defense is gassed. They've been on the field way too much. Their emotions have been swung with immediate change or sudden change situations all day with the turnovers. And you choose to punt the football back to the third best offense in football, and which you can't control. And they've got 80 yards or whatever it was to milk the clock. Absolutely cannot happen. Terrible decision. No excuse is other than I made a mistake is gonna fit. I mean, the whole thought of like I punted, I trusted my defense to make a play more than my offense. Like that's not. If that's the case, here's the deal: you go for it no matter what is number one. Number two, you go for it and you don't get it is a better answer than punting because now you give the football back to them with a short field, which is less field to eat the clock on you. And you put your defense back out there, and if you hold them to a field goal, it's still a two-possession game. So you eliminate 60 yards, 50 yards worth of them running the clock out on you, which they did, by the way. Not run it out, but they ate a lot of it off. So the decision to punt the football there was the absolute 100% wrong decision to punt the football. Anybody that thinks, like literally, think about what you're saying. Anybody that thinks, and I've heard it multiple times in the postgame last night as well as we heard it from a caller earlier. You really think that up 12, like you're the Texans head coach and you're losing by 12, you really think, no matter how good your defense is, we're going to punt back to one of the best offenses in football. You really think that they're then in turn going to go out there, you're banking on them going out there and throwing the ball 3 times, up 12 with 4 minutes in a 4-minute situation, to give you the opportunity to turn the football over and get a pick six or anything like that. Like, it doesn't even add up. It was a terrible decision that was the last poor decision that DeMeco Ryans made of several. He made several poor
He had a
decisions.
bad night.
Bad night. Bad feel for the game, the inability to settle the quarterback down, the punting on fourth down right there with the game on the line. I mean, that's the equivalent, guys, that's the equivalent, Ron, of you got the ball at midfield, you got the ball with 2 seconds left in the game at the 50, and you're down 6, or you're losing. You're out of field goal range, and you decide not to throw a Hail Mary. Oh, hell with it, man. We ain't gonna throw a Hail Mary. That's ultimately what – or throwing the ball 15 yards on an out route and catching it out of bounds and being like, what the hell was that about? Like, that's the equivalent of it. I mean, you absolutely cannot punt in that situation down 2 scores with 1 timeout. Now, if you had 3 timeouts, I could listen to it. If you had 3 timeouts and the 2-minute, I could listen to it at that point in time. But 1 timeout, the 2-minute, down 12, nah. There ain't no excuse. There ain't no reason. That's waving. Immediately, we all look at each other and watch.
That's what everybody did.
Waving the towel, waving the white towel. They done gave up. Can't happen.
Either gave up or incorrectly thought it was the best move. Because my thinking is they're probably sitting there thinking, oh, it's 4th and 18. Like,
well, somebody's got to talk me into that being. I mean, I am blown away. Nick Caserio. How does Nick Caserio let that happen? How does DeMeco Ryans let that happen? How does C.J. Stroud not sit down? Like, we always talk about a bad call. A coach needs to sit on a 50-yard line and say, nope, this game ain't going no further until you come get me. If I'm C.J. Stroud, DeMeco's got to come pull me off the field.
You got another.
Ron, they should have talked about it, Ron.
You got to delay a game.
Ron, if you're my quarterback, before you ever go out there, hey, Ron, we're down 12, man. We got 1 timeout, bro. All right, we got 1 timeout. This is at 4 downs. You can argue that C.J. it was a bonehead move by C.J. taking the sack the play before to get into 4th and 18 because you know you're going to go for it on 4th down. So it's not like you have to take the sack and you could have threw the ball away knowing, hey, let's try to get on 4th and 10. I mean, punting the ball there, absolutely inexcusable. The fact that the initial thought was he quit, he's waved the white, like that is telling of the decision. And as I said earlier, I believe it's very telling that everybody just put their head down and jogged to the sideline in that situation. It tells you the kind of guys you got on the field. Either it speaks to the preparation of those guys, like the situational awareness of those guys. It speaks to like the taking ownership and having a voice in what you're doing. I don't want a quarterback that's going to talk back to my head coach all the time. I don't want a quarterback that's going to throw stuff on the sideline and bitch and moan all the time. But I do want to in those kinds of situations, at least makes you explain, like, what the hell what do you mean we're punting? Right? Make him say, CJ, get your ass off the field. Get over here. Let the camera pan over there to the sideline, and there's some kind of discussion about, hey, what the hell are we doing? No, they just head down, go to the bench, put the beanie on,
they thought
and
the
stare off into
was a
space.
better shot, too.
No chance. Even the defense should have been like, Azeez Al-Shaair, he's such a good leader. His ass should have been over there going, DeMeco, what are you doing?
You guys good?
Go for it, and if you don't get it, trust me, we'll go out there and stop him. We'll hold him to 3. Don't punt it. Yeah, no, I completely disagree. And again, for a team that is so invested. And
then immediately the Patriots just started running the football.
Bing, yep.
Yeah, and ran more time off the clock after that.
You can't do it. Ryan, you can't do it. I mean, I cannot believe that there's one individual, much less several of them out there, that believe that really have fooled themselves into thinking that DeMeco Ryans made that decision thinking his defense was going to make a play and score points.
Sex line coming through. I did not want to see another offensive down in that game. No way that offense gets 18 yards.
No, I agree wholeheartedly with that texter. But that's where you're at. You literally would be better off even if you just took a knee and gave it to them at the 15 so they didn't have 50 yards to run the clock off. You would have been better off giving the ball to them right there.
Rough one. Coming up behind us. Maybe DeMeco will have something to say about that as the Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans coming up behind us. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris will have that coming up at 7 o'clock. Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. Be good to hear their thoughts on this thing as they get this thing rolling. I know we're out, and it's a lot of reaction. For me, the thing that it wasn't really surprising that it got away from CJ, but to me that the whole team experience was that the whole team, the whole decision makers, the staff. You just broke down some of the D'Amico stuff. I felt like Nick Caley fell into this.
Mm-hmm.
They just seemed to just panic and lose their minds. Like it's like, I don't know if it's when CJ got started throwing the picks, not sure when it was, but it's just like they lost their minds. That end of the half thing, just everybody collectively thought dropping back and not making them call a single timeout. It was just like the Denver game, how Denver won in Houston. Thought, boy, that's a move. It was just, they just completely, they got overwhelmed completely. Just seemed like all of them did. All right, but we'll continue to react to what happened. Texans season is over now. We move towards the future and the offseason. And no, Malik Willis is not going to be the starting quarterback here.
Well, I heard that last night, too.
Oh, man. A guy said it. Somebody just texted that in just now. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I am Ron. The show, as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
Seemed impossible to fail when someone else instead of me.
You tell Milner.
The Texans offense just didn't do enough to get the team over the hump in a 28-16 loss to the Patriots.
Here we go, 4th and 4 from the Houston 47. CJ airing it out deep, and he wants Hutchinson, and Hutchinson comes in with it inside the 10. No, they're going to say incomplete. He could not reel it in inside the 10, and that's going to do it.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. I-10 the Katy Freeway eastbound at Taylor. It's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Get on out to West Point Lincoln and ask them about these vehicles. A 2025 Lincoln Aviator, $12,300 off MSRP. A 2025 Lincoln Nautilus, $9,730 off MSRP. 2025 Lincoln Corsair, $6,400 off MSRP. Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood. It's West Point Lincoln.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Bills GM Brandon Beane decides now to fire Sean McDermott. Seems to me that Beane is feeling the heat and has created his scapegoat. It's McDermott's fault that the offense committed 5 turnovers in Denver. McDermott's fault they haven't had a Pro Bowl caliber receiver in over 3 years. This is the worst Bills roster in 6 seasons, and they still got as far as they did. I understand the whole reach their ceiling argument, but if the head coach is going, the GM should too. I'm Pat Boyle.
Friday Night Lights. Fielder's Choice Sports Construction makes them happen, y'all. With over 25 years of experience in and around Houston, Fielder's Choice will get it done on time and on budget with plenty of strong recommendations to back it. ADs, coaches, superintendents, we want to help with your next project. GCs, architects, and engineers, call us. Let's grab lunch. Parks and rec directors and private sports organizations. Trust me when I say you want to see what we can offer. Go to FieldersChoiceInc.com. That's FieldersChoiceInc.com. Or heck, give me a call at 713-829-0010.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula? No. Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone? Yes.
See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo? Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is Lincoln Stahl, managing partner at Easy Honda. Do yourself a favor and come see me to start your year with savings. I may be able to lower your monthly car payment for 2026. Find what you're looking for with wide selection of every Honda model from CR-V to Civic. Plus, 5 models are priced to move. I won't lose a deal over trade value either. I'll give you 5 $5,000 over Kelly Blue Book for yours. Easy Honda on I-10 between Gessner and Beltway 8. Easy Honda, making it easy.
See dealer for complete details. Offer ends 2/2/26.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients peace of mind and the best hope to overcome cancer. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
The Carl's Jr. lawyers said we couldn't name our new burger the biggest burger for the smallest price burger. So we didn't. And that's called a loophole. The new Cali XL burger. A beefed up char-broiled double burger with double cheese, only $5.99. That's more meat, not more expensive. Get it now for a limited time only at Carl's Jr. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Tax not included. Not valid for use within a combo or in combination with any other offer or discount.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back to UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At Air Specialist, we believe a good name is earned, not given. With every AC repair, we dedicate ourselves to the craftsmanship and precision that you would expect from a specialist. And now we're proud to offer the same attention to detail on plumbing. Repipes, water heaters, drains, and more. Being a specialist is not just our name, it's our brand. Air Specialist Plumbing and AC. Excellent quality at a fair price.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The D'Amico Ryan Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amity Bank.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the D'Amico Ryan Show, presented by Amity Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. As we hit the offseason on the program, that means this is the last one, unfortunately. I was hoping the last one would be in 3 weeks, but that is not going to be the case because the Texans are done. Losing to the Patriots on Sunday in Foxborough, very tough one to take, no doubt, because we were all riding high. 10-game winning streak going in. Texans dynamite in the fourth quarter of these games, but fourth quarter against New England did not go the way they wanted it to. They were down 5 entering that final frame and needed to make a stop. The Patriots started a drive late in the third. In the fourth, it continued, and they got a touchdown with that amazing throw and catch. Kayshon Boutte with the reception in the end zone, and that made it a 2-score the Texans get closer. But here they are going into the offseason, so we have a lot to cover with the head coach. What happened in the game against the Patriots? What happened good this season that they want to see continue? And what needs to improve in the offseason as well? Let's get to it all. Our conversation with head coach D'Amico Ryans. Joining us in studio, head coach D'Amico Ryans. Coach, great to see you. Season is over, unfortunately, but we have a lot to cover here. Let's start with the game against New England. Did not go the way you wanted it to. Too many turnovers, missed opportunities. Is that how you saw it?
Yeah, that's exactly how I saw it. We had multiple chances there in that game to get back in it and to win the game. But when you look at the first half, right, definitely didn't go how we wanted it to go at all. Turned the ball over way too many times. And really the pick six, that's the one that really, hurts you the most when you turn it over, but then you give up the points. So that was tough. But as we've been in a lot of tough games throughout this year, I always say at halftime coming, like, we got to flush it and forget what happened in the first half and let's come back out and let's finish the right way. And we had an opportunity to do that in that game. Felt like we came out the second half, had a really, good drive to start it. Would have liked to finish it with a touchdown. Didn't happen, but we got points, right? And then we take the ball away. We driving down. So it was, a lot of good in that game. Look at the defense. You look at Will and Daniil, the way they, got after the quarterback, the way they strip sack at the ball. We had a couple, and sometimes the ball just has to bounce your way, so to speak. Daniil and Will both. The ball is literally right there underneath them in their grasp, and it kind of slips away, and their offense is able to recover it. But man, I'm so proud of the effort of those guys. They kept battling, giving us chance after chance to get back in the game. And so didn't go, of course, how we wanted it to go, but really proud of the team. Just throughout the season for us, not starting great, but finding a way, learning how to win as a team, learning how to finish games. We did that, and we just had some miscues there in the biggest moment, and not having not having Nico was a huge miss for us. And when we lost Dalton, there was another guy. I think CJ's security blanket. He's been there all season. Not having him was also tough. So things you have to battle through. In those moments, you got to still try to find a way to win a game, and we had opportunities. We just got to execute better.
Coach, when you mentioned Will's name, it made me think back to him as a rookie. And, I mean, he's been so wide-eyed, bushy-tailed since he's been here. Like, how do I get better? How do I get better? And I remember watching him, and he was a relentless competitor, but it feels like his game is really kind of rounding into shape. You've seen it up close and personal for these 3 seasons. How have you seen Will really develop since he's got here in 2023?
Yeah, Will started off as just, this physical knock-em-back player, like really old school. But when I think adding Daniil to the group that second year, it really is up really how he can advance his pass rush game, right? And that's where I've seen Will take a huge step when it comes to getting after the quarterback, like having – the savvy moves, not just the one-trick pony, but he has the savvy moves, and not only now beat the tackle, but his ability to get the strip sack this year was, it had to be the best in the league, had to get the most strip sacks in the league, just an uncanny ability to go after the football. He learned that over time, and it's been now the best in the league at doing it. So it just goes to show, man, a guy who, drafted really high, and he's come in each year and he's wanted to improve, and he's put in the work to improve. And you've seen that improvement, you've seen that growth, and now he's one of the best edge players in the league.
Coach, you talked about it after the game, getting to that moment, the moment where you can advance even deeper into the playoffs. And you won 10 games in a row, very difficult to do. You mentioned it, you learned how to win together. But taking that to that next level is very difficult, obviously, and you just weren't able to execute. What are you looking to see offensively moving forward into next year? Again, not turning the ball over, of course, but I know you want to see more consistency running the football, that kind of thing.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Mark. It starts there. We didn't run the ball well at all, right? And that's been a formula for our success. Like, we've ran it. And we had some success, especially in the Pittsburgh game there. And now we get in this game and we get nothing from the run game. And so if the run game isn't working. People think, well, why are you throwing it so well? What's our other option?
Yeah, right.
Right. And so, you try to balance out that passing and rushing attack, but, when you see so many runs go for negative or no gain at all, you got to try to advance the football some type of way. So, we want to see our rushing game improve for sure. I think that just helps the passing game so much when you can run the football, but it comes to owning the line of scrimmage, right? And I think our offensive line definitely improved this year from a pass protection perspective. We got much better. Quarterback was not sacked as much as we were last year, so huge improvement in that area. But we can still take strides in the running game and getting better there with up front running the ball, also the backs, all across the board. We can improve that area.
I'm glad you brought up the offensive line, Coach. I was on with Vikings play-by-play man Paul Allen, and being in Minnesota, he asked me about Ariante Arcery. He said, hey, what'd you think of Ariante? And I told him what I thought from this year. What'd you see from him his rookie year? Played the majority of the year out at left tackle, seemed to hold his own, and he strikes me as the kind of guy that you like, that the organization likes, because he seems to be all about ball. He cares a lot, and he goes out there and he plays his guts out. What was your thought about his rookie year playing out that tough spot at left tackle?
I thought it was really impressive. For a rookie to come in at the toughest position and on the line to play the left tackle position and to not have to really worry about him a lot, he held his own going against some really good rushers in the run game. He finished really well. And just as a rookie, if this is a start to where Tay is, man, I'm excited to see, how he improves moving forward. But, man, to get a young guy left tackle of his caliber, it's really it's a blessing for us to get him at the spot where we got him. And for him to be as consistent as he was all year, you don't get that much from a rookie. And so I'm proud of his consistency, proud of his growth, excited to see him take that next step.
Looking at right tackle, Coach, it looked like Trent Brown was one of those true game-time decisions. He was working out before the game, trying to test it out, see if he could go. We all wanted to see him go against his former team, and that was going to be big. But what goes into that, particularly maybe with him, but anybody who's trying to test something before a game? How do you determine that?
With Trent, man, I tested first and foremost based on the player and their willingness. And no one wanted to go more than Trent. And when a guy has that type of mindset, I wanted to give him, as I said, I wanted to give him that up until the last minute to see if he could go, because I know how effective he could have been for us. And he pushed and he tried to go, but the ankle was just, it couldn't hold up. But, man, I'm thankful for Trent. Thankful for him just being able to step in for us this year at the right tackle position, and he was a difference maker for us. I know the quarterbacks felt settled when Trent was in there. It's hard to get around him.
Right.
Big, tough guy, hard to get around. Guy who's a veteran who really helped those other young guys along the line. He was hurt by not being able to go. It meant a lot to him, and to see a guy be in that position, I hurt for him because I know how much it meant for him.
Coach, for an organization, most times two individuals end up having the most noise around them, one being the head coach, one being the quarterback. You've been around it. You were a player. You know noise means nothing. But with younger players, and obviously, CJ's, 23, 24 at this point, how do you kind of help him deal with the noise that's always out there for quarterbacks, but coming off a game that there were some struggles? How do you kind of help him through that, and obviously things that he'll go through this offseason to just, hey, the noise means nothing. What you and I talk about, what the team talks about, the coaching staff talks about with you, that's what matters. How do you kind of counsel and help him to get through stuff like that?
The first thing I told him is understand that it's going to come. It's going to be out there, right? Being, when you're one of the final teams in the playoffs and the performance doesn't go great, you're gonna catch a lot of slack. There's going to be a lot of negative attention because it didn't go great. Understand that that's coming. I try to tell him, hey, don't stay away from it. Don't look at it. But I told him in my office, like, hey, it may not be you looking at it, but the family or the friends, it's going to get to you. So understand what's out there, but also understand you need to just step away for a minute. Just really get away, take a vacation somewhere just to reset your mind. And like, what were those fundamental things, those little things, the technique things that didn't go right for you? All right, let's take a moment. Let's write those down of what we have to improve on, what we can't miss on. And just let's write those down, put pen to paper. And now as we attack the offseason, let's attack those things the right way, and let's not let that happen again, right? And he's on board with that. He knows he has to have a great offseason, right? Mentally, physically, he has to be on it and come back ready to go.
Coach, Dalton Schultz led your team in receptions this season, and you went into the game with no Nico, and then you had no Schultz all of a sudden. And I'm sure he was a factor in that game plan when you were putting it together. So what was it like trying to get through it without him? He had a couple of catches before he went out. You had Stover. He went out late in the game, too, and Harrison Bryant did what he could. He had a few catches. But that position got hit hard by injuries, and starting really with Brevin Jordan, who's back next year. He signed. So that was something that you were trying to work through all season long, really.
Yeah, for sure. We tried to work through that, losing Brevin, and that really hurt us. With Dalton, man, I'm proud of him, proud of the season that he had. I thought he stepped up for us from the first 2 years. He was here with us. This year, Dalton really stepped up in the passing game, and also I think his run blocking improved this year. I thought he did a really nice job, and I'm proud of the work that he put in. He was able to be that security blanket for CJ, and now he leads our organization in receptions by the tight end position. He just made a huge play for us in that game there on the sideline. We needed it. He got an explosion. I hate to see him go down. Like, when I got that news on the sideline, it was just it's like somebody came up and just gave me a gut punch, because I know, how much he's meant to the offense when it comes to us and what we need in that game to sustain drives, to catch those intermediate passes. That's where Dalton has been really efficient for us. So to take him out of it, that really hurt our game.
Coach, I feel like when I talk to people from outside the city, and maybe they watch the highlights, or maybe they're just kind of catching on to who we are and what we do. Oh, 55-51, Will and Daniil. Oh, man, you got Stingley and Lassiter. But very rarely do they bring up what I find at times to be the guys that have stepped up in particular. A guy that really has improved is Henry To'oTo'o. And I remember the very first day at training camp, I asked him, what's been the focus? And I know players in the offseason, they want to get better at everything. But I said, what's the main focus for you? And he said, I got to make more plays in coverage. And I thought about that when he has the pass. I can't remember who it was to. Maybe it's to Hunter Henry. Early in the game, he knocks it away. But it felt like Henry's kind of that same boat as Will. Every year since he got here, it feels like he's gotten better and better and better. And after rebounding from the Raiders game, that Chargers game, and the way he played, it felt like Henry was front and center as well. Like, hey, you guys better take a look at me, because I'm pretty damn good, too. What are your thoughts about the way Henry played this year?
Yeah, proud of Henry, man, and the improvements he's made, especially as a tackler.
Yeah.
Like, he, last year, I thought he's probably probably had the most missed tackles last year, and to see him step up and improve in that area. And sometimes it takes those bad plays that it's just like, oh, man, team's going to attack me in coverage. I know I got to be on my coverage, and I don't want to let the team down. Henry, he stepped up big time. Yeah. His coverage improved as the season went on, and I'm more impressed by how he tackled, especially to finish the season. Thought he tackled really well. He worked on it every single day, and he was intentional about it, and he got better.
I'm supposed to ask you about tackling, so I'm going to ask you about it now. The 2025 Texans, tackling, scale of 1 to 10, where would you say it was, Coach?
Oh, it's up there.
Yeah,
it's up there. It's up there. It's pretty good. We got better.
Happier with it.
I'm happier. It didn't start out.
Happier with it.
I'm happier with it. No, our guys, man, they watch those guys fly around. JP, the missile, just shooting through the backfield. Thought Aziz played much more under control, in command this year. Tackle really well. Henry tackle well. Tommy, Togiai, just interior guys. Everybody tackle well. And that was a drastic improvement, I think, from last year. Even to start our year this year, we needed to tackle better, and the guys did that.
Coach, what's the day after the last game like as far as meeting with the players? Because I got to think everybody's got a different prescription going into the offseason. Some similarities, but take us through that when you meet with these players. It has to be hard to meet with everybody.
Yeah, it is hard to meet with everyone. So I had a team meeting earlier today. We just go through a lot of just reminders as we have season-ending checklist things. Make sure you meet with your different coaches, different of the football. When it comes to me, you have all the players and everybody. You have some guys who are a lot of guys. We have a lot of free agents, right? So you have like where do I stand like with the free agents? So you try to explain to guys that we'll try to be in contact with all our free agents before the combine starts. You want as many of those guys back as possible. It doesn't always work out that way, but during this time meeting with players, everybody has a different. It's all personal, right? Now you take that step away from the team first mentality. Now it's personal. Okay, it's my contract situation. What am I looking like for next year? Or maybe some players who are under contract, like talking with CJ, meeting with him is, okay, what are the things I need to improve upon? What are the things I need to work on throughout the offseason? So the younger players, talking to Ariante, okay, hey, make sure you're here during our winter offseason program so you can take those steps physically to help your game, to help your body improve. So it's, where are you in your career? Is it a first to second year player? Really sticking to those guys about their offseason process. And year 3 through 4 to 5 is, okay, hey, how are you going to really take that next step? You know what it looks like. You've been through it a few years now. Like, what are you doing personally to take that next step? And then you have your veteran guys who kind of been there, done that. And a lot of it is just telling guys, man, I appreciate you, right? I love you for the work that you put in, like, and I appreciate the men that you are. We have a good people. And that's what's cool about how Nick and myself have built the team. It's a roster of really good people. And so you still have those difficult conversations where you can't keep everybody, and the team is constantly changing each and every year. And that's why I told the guys this morning or this afternoon, still messed up on this flight.
Yeah, sure.
I told them,
one long big day.
It is. It's every year for me. Like, we're going all in every year. It may not look the same with everybody's staff and the players, but, man, we're going to find a way to improve our roster, improve our process, and we're going all in again next year.
You talked about being in here every single day. I remember seeing Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock every single day in here together. And I thought about that later in the season, about the work they put in this building and the number of guys that were here in this building. I know Nico was here, and he signed a contract, did an interview with me, and then he went off and he did a workout. It's like, that's ingrained in them. It's amazing to see a bunch of mini D'Amico Ryans, like we like to say. All right, there were 10 wins in a row. There's a road playoff win. There was a win at Baltimore. There were sweeps of both the Titans and the Colts. Thursday night win against the Bills. There are a lot of really good moments. Not imagine as coach, there are probably a lot of moments behind that we don't see, but just game-wise that people got to see this year, that they got to experience. Is there a moment or two that stand out to you, Coach, from this, where you think I can go, yeah, that was good?
Man, you got to, of course, start with the Thursday night versus the Bills.
Yeah.
I mean, the sea of red, just I mean, and the defensive performance that the guys put on that game, versus Josh Allen, that was an outstanding game. I mean, the crowd was insane.
Yeah.
So that was one of my favorite moments of the year. And then the moment of the year for me is the Jacksonville comeback when Davis leads us to victory, and Rankins getting a touchdown and a certain head coach running in the end zone, jumping like that.
Jumping over a Jaguar.
Oh, man, that was probably the most special moment, I would say, just for me as a head coach. Like, that was a really, really cool game to be a part of.
Yeah.
Coach, you have this great disposition, this even demeanor, very positive, very uplifting to those around you, and us included. I'll speak for Johnny on this one. There they are, the Texans at 0-3, and you're the same guy, and 3-5, and you're the same guy. Is that a conscious effort, or are you just the same guy? You have to come in here, all right, we're 0-3, don't lose it, because I would have a difficult time with that, but you tell us.
No, I try to be the same guy. Like, I get upset at times, but I just stick back to, like, man, as the leader of this team, and how do I want guys to see me? I want to see that I'm unfazed by, we be 0, like we're gonna still attack this thing the same way. I believe in what we're teaching. I believe in our process, and I know it works. So let's stick to it. Let's keep working, and we'll come out of it the right way. And so you got to be the same every day. I don't think anyone wants to be around a leader who's kind of up and down, riding the waves. It's not good for anybody. So I'm always remain as steady as I can throughout this role as a head coach. Man, I enjoy it, and I just want to be able to be impactful as a leader, and however I can do that, I want to make sure I'm impacting people in a positive way. And I think the only way to do that is you got to show up with joy every single day. No matter win, loss, like it's easy to get down. That I was telling the guy, man, we lost a game. It's easy. My kids, I call home. My kids they're distraught. They're crying. Like but it's tough when you see that. You know, as a parent, it's like, man, like they're all in, right? But also tell them, like, I understand that, Daddy, we wanted to win that game. It didn't happen, and that's life. Everything doesn't always go your way, and it's about, like, how do you respond when it doesn't go your way? You got to pick your head up, and you have to keep moving, and that's what I wanted to tell them, and that's for everybody. Does life always go how we want it? No. We have our ups and downs throughout life, but, man, be happy that we're still here, we're still breathing. You got another chance to, keep improving and impacting and helping somebody else.
Coach, it's a long season. Mark and I talk about this all the time. It's long for us, that much longer for you. When the season's over, I can imagine it's kind of like, catch my breath. Yet, with all the different coaching changes and movements and personnel and all this kind of stuff that goes on in the league, you might lose a coach to a different team or a different opportunity, or you may want to move on from a coaching. How tough is this time right now that the season is over when you have to sit down and evaluate all the different groups, all the different areas within the organization to take a look at and try and figure out how to move forward? We say it all the time. Every year is different. So getting ready for 2026, how tough is that, starting that? What day is today? I don't even know what today is. Same thing, coming back. How tough is this next few days to get that jump start in 2026?
I wish I could just take a deep breath after this season is over, but unfortunately it doesn't happen. And it actually speeds up, and there are a lot of decisions that have to be made, and very swiftly. And it's tough. This is probably for me, this is the toughest week, because you go through the season and it's long, it's tough, but you get a consistency going, and you have your, you hit your stride where the weeks are the same. But now it's like, man, a lot of decisions have to be made, and they're not easy at all, whether it's with personnel, players, with coaches. It's tough, and everybody understands that, that it changes every year, but it's not easy on the head coach during this time. During this time, but you guys pray for me and be with me, because this is a tough time. But we'll make it work. Work with a lot of good people. That's what makes it hard. The people that you work with, when you work with good people, it's always hard for changes to occur. But it always happens. So I've just learned that throughout my playing career, coaching career. It's just for the past 20 years, every year the team is different. And no matter which team you're on, it's always changing. So it's part of the business, part of what we have to go through. Not easy for me at all, but I'll handle it the right way.
Well, is it because after a regular game, with a game the next week, I'm focused on that opponent. Now I got to look back at the whole body of work, the entire season, and look at the entirety of next season in addition to that, right? Yeah,
it's a lot to digest in a short amount of time. It is a lot to digest. But also, as I look, you have to take you have to take back, and you have to step back, and take a wide view of like, man, it was a really cool year, right? Really impressive year, really. To start 0-3 and for everybody to be in the tank, or you can't make the playoffs, nobody's ever done this, and you've never done, and to see guys just keep working and to get it done. We can't do this, huh? We do it. We keep going. We get on a nice win streak here to end the season. So it's really cool when I talk about, as a leader, you want to see growth. From your players, from the staff. Like, I truly saw growth in our entire team and finding a way to win. win, about being a leader. Like, how are you growing? And I saw the trajectory of our team grow this year, and that's what I'm most proud of.
You had so many great fourth quarters, 10-game winning streak, clutch fourth quarters, the point differential. We all know that number. And the Pittsburgh game was amazing, too, in the fourth quarter. And the guys believed, and there was a lot of pressure because you had no margin for error. Like you said, 3-5, 0-3.
Right, no more. We played playoff football for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. Very true.
I think that was after the Denver game. It was like, oh, man, like, this is tough sledding.
Yeah.
But, man, we just believed in each other. Everybody kept working the right way, and things started to turn. And you start finishing in the fourth quarter the right way, and we look up and, man, we have a chance to win a division. Like, we didn't think we would be here.
Yeah.
And so it was an impressive year by everybody.
Amity Bank Ask Coach question of the week. Coach, it's the offseason, so we just talked about it. You don't have much time to do anything, but eventually you might. Do you have any other hobbies? Have we talked about this? Do you like to fish? Do you like to do anything else? I know you don't golf that much.
Not a good golfer. Man, coaching takes so much of your time. It's hard to find hobbies because as soon as this is over, it's like, okay, now we're on the free agency, then we're on to the draft. But, man, I kick back and just really enjoy just spending time with the family, watching the kids, watching their sports, trying to help them out with their flag football. I can't help with gymnastics. I just watch gymnastics.
That's enough.
It is, but if I can get out and golf, I do enjoy just the time of being on the course. Not, like I said, not great at golf, but just being able to get away, take a vacation somewhere. It's also always fun too.
Coach, thanks so much for all the visits this year and for such an exciting season, an unforgettable campaign. We will never forget the 2025 Houston Texans season. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you guys. Always enjoy every week. You guys made this fun each and every week, no matter win or loss. Always fun being on with you guys. So you're the best to do it. So thankful to be here with you guys.
We appreciate it. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
We have plenty more coming up on the D'Amico Ryan Show, including the head coach at the podium and thoughts from Andy Kalu, who will weigh in on what happened yesterday and what needs to happen in the future. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amity now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amity will be there for me for my next steps.
Amity Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah. That too. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
It's been said, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Not with Ford trucks. We're leading the change with innovative technology like Ford Blue Cruise hands-free highway driving, raising the bar on capability with features like Ford Pro Power on board. Leadership in a world of change. That's what makes Ford F-Series America's best-selling trucks. Visit your Texas Ford dealer today and you'll see why.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Attention Texans fans. Texans Lux Suite memberships are available for next season. As a Houston Texans Lux member, game day goes beyond your suite. Enjoy an unparalleled game day experience from the moment you arrive. With hassle-free valet parking, James Beard award-winning chef-curated food selections, in your very own private suite, and so much more. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com today for more information.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain, and getting you back to life on your terms. That's sitting medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
In a world where January is supposed to be boring, one staple of the holidays refuses to end. The great deals at Verizon. The joy just keeps on coming. Right now, you can save on 4 new phones and 4 lines. Critics agree. It's the deal that keeps on giving. Come into Verizon and save on 4 new phones and 4 lines on unlimited welcome. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
The Texans season came to an end with a divisional round loss to the Patriots.
Here we go, 4th and 4 from the Houston 47. CJ airing it out deep, and he wants Hutchinson, and they're going to say incomplete. He could not reel it in inside the 10, and that's going to do it.
You know, I look back and I just feel like I let people down, and not happy with that, and it hurts.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play.
Back to Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the D'Amico Ryan Show, presented by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. As we hit the offseason on the program, that means this is the last one, unfortunately. I was hoping the last one would be in 3 weeks, but that is not going to be the case because the Texans are done. Losing to the Patriots on Sunday in Foxborough, very tough one to take, no doubt, because we were all riding high. 10-game winning streak going in. Texans dynamite in the fourth quarter of these games, but fourth quarter against New England did not go the way they wanted it to. They were down 5 entering that final frame and needed to make a stop. The Patriots started a drive late in the third. In the fourth, it continued, and they got a touchdown with that amazing throw and catch. Kayshon Boutte with the reception in the end zone, and that made it a 2-score lead. The Texans could not get closer. But here they are going into the offseason, so we have a lot to cover with the head coach. What happened in the game against the Patriots? What happened good this season that they want to see continue? And what needs to improve in the offseason as well? Let's get to it all. Our conversation with head coach D'Amico Ryans. Joining us in studio, head coach D'Amico Ryans. Coach, great to see you. Season is over, unfortunately, but we have a lot to cover here. Let's start with the game against New England. Did not go the way you wanted it to. Too many turnovers, missed opportunities. Is that how you saw it?
Yeah, that's exactly how I saw it. We had multiple chances there in that game to get back in it and to win the game. But when you look at the first half, right, definitely didn't go all.
Back here on the D'Amico Ryan Show, presented by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. It's the last one. The Texans finished the season 12 victories in the regular season. They picked up the playoff win a week ago tonight. This is amazing. What a week it's been. You had that Monday night win at Pittsburgh, all the hype going into the Patriots game, but unable to win at New England. Let's check in. Andy Kalu, we visit with him, John Harris and I, in the Hyundai Texans radio studio on his thoughts on the game and the offseason.
I think, Indy, this is the thing, and I kept thinking about this on the plane and on the bus over. This defense was so damn good, and it's so physical. And in some sense, I don't want to say lucky, but lucky because they weren't banged up much this year. And how long does a great defense stay a great defense? That to me is like, okay, this defense was otherworldly. You start running up against salary cap issues, and then maybe some guys start to get a little older, et cetera. I think that's the frustrating part for me, Andy, is that this, and I believe in windows, like the windows. You try and keep the window up open as much as possible. And this is still a pretty young defense. But you got incredible play from Tommy Togiai. Henry To'oTo'o was absolutely amazing this year. Naquan came in at the end of the year. Naquan had a huge play on Sunday. I want to say yesterday, but it feels like it's all one big day, one long day. that's my worry, ND, and I'm not to bring everybody down, but it's like I loved watching this defense. You and I called the preseason games. We only got to see it together a little bit, but we watched it all throughout the year. It's such a balanced unit at all three levels. I just worry about how long you can keep that defense together due to contracts, health, and especially because you're going to have to pay in some way, shape, or form, whether it's money or draft picks, to the offensive side to get it right. And I just worry about, man, did you lose the window? This was the opportunity. It was going to be Jarrett Stidham next week in Denver.
Stop.
I know.
Don't
I'm stopping, so I want ND to react.
Stop on Stidham. Go ahead, ND.
I know.
No, you nailed it, John. Like, what you just said is why I felt so, I had that bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, is because of what you just said. To expect this defense to play next season the way they played this season is ridiculous, because this was a magical season, and a big part of it was the health. A big part of it was to be this late in the year and to still have your nucleus intact, to have the guys that were injured, the Petries in the world, coming back right on time. You can't expect that to happen every year. And you mentioned Tommy Togiai. There was a point yesterday during the game where I looked over to the person next to me and I said, that dude just made a lot of money this year. And more than likely, we've seen it. It's probably not going to be here with the Houston Texans. I'm not sure what the status is on his contract, but that was a guy that was on a year-to-year deal for most of his career. And I think he just made himself some money. Henry Toto, like you're not going to see the same superstars, but I just don't expect every year for the defense to perform the way they did this year, and that's why you have that bad feeling that you really missed that window, you missed that opportunity to take advantage of that.
Tommy's under contract, so that's good.
Yeah, they got him under contract when he was inactive for the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, so through the 2026 season, Tommy is under contract. That is good news, and I will share with you in the next segment a list of pending free agents. Now, they could sign these guys before they hit the market.
Right.
But I will share with you. The defense is pretty shored up here. Now, not everybody, but they got a lot of guys coming back who are going to make a lot of plays, and they should be really good again.
You know what? It's interesting you say that, Mark. I'm having a really hard time this morning, even though it's been a long freaking day, talking about the damn offseason instead of talking about the Broncos.
Oh, see, really?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I'm not completely turning the page yet. Don't get me wrong. But I know that this is a program, right? We just got through 3 years. Look, I am extremely disappointed. It's so tantalizing to think about what this week was going to be like.
Yes.
You don't get to have that. So we have to have the funeral for this season. It ended yesterday. It's over. It's a finality. And more on this stuff, because the offense clearly was a problem. Now, I know they were banged up, but some bad plays. They just needed to hold it together, and they didn't. What's the remedy? I guess that's a long answer, but what did you think, and what do you think needs to happen moving forward here? They got to fix this stuff.
No, you have to fix it, and y'all already mentioned you're going to have to spend some capital and draft picks on the and with the guy, the most important position on the team, you have to work with him in the offseason and just kind of understand what happened. Whether it's the quarterback coach, the offensive coordinator, it's not just the quarterback. It's also the people who are developing him. CJ is a good quarterback. Like, this is a guy that I expect to lead a franchise to the promised land before his career is over. But for whatever reason, we just didn't see it consistently this year. There were flashes after his concussion protocol. We're like, oh man, he's back. He looks good. He looks comfortable in the pocket. And then we see what we saw the last 2 weeks. So whatever it is, whether it's a sports psychologist, whether it is talking to him about his mental approach, there's something that has to be done to get him to play towards his ceiling a little bit more consistently. Now, that's just one man. Obviously, there's some issues with the offensive line. You want more consistency out of the running back position, and I think they have the pieces at the running back position. But let's be real. If we're going to be honest with ourselves and the people listening, it starts with the guy under center, and they need to get him to be more consistent.
Andy, how much do you think it hurt the offense not having Nico to start and then losing Dalton Schultz after the first, second series maybe of the game? For the majority of the game, losing Dalton Schultz. His two top receivers, the two guys he leaned on the most, and I would imagine were, at least Dalton was in this one, a big part of the game plan. How much do you think it impacted him without Nico and without Dalton?
Oh, that's huge. I mean, Nico, y'all know I'm a huge Nico fan. There aren't too many wide receivers out of the AFC over Nico, and not to have him this late in the season in a huge game in New England, that's big. Not just for the numbers that he puts up, but the attention that the defense has to pay Nico Collins. When you have Nico on the field, then he becomes that guy, one, that's going to make big plays, and two, that your safety has to cheat over, and it's going to open up your other receivers. So it's not just, oh, he's going to have 5 catches, 100 yards. He's opening things up for Xavier Hutchinson. He's opening things up for Christian Kirk because of the fact that he's that huge presence out there.
Yeah, and look, you got some good performances this year from the rookies. Now, Noel didn't have any catches yesterday on 1 target, and that's one that is a kind of a head-scratcher, really, because Noel's a big playmaker. I know only so many balls to go around, but CJ threw the rock 47 times, and I get it that Higgins has to get 10 targets, which he did. Hutchinson's going to get his share. He got 13 in this game. You'd hope that maybe they could find a way to get the ball in the hands of some playmakers. Maybe it's easier said than done, but what about the rookies? Higgins, Noel, the job they did, Woody Marks through the course of the season. Yesterday it wasn't materializing, though, with the ground game, but they did get some good performances overall, and Ursery was holding it down at left tackle this year. You just didn't get the oomph that you needed in this particular game and a few others, but we are talking about a 10-game winning streak heading into yesterday in New England.
No, I like that you bring that up, because in 2 weeks from now, or when the entire NFL season is over, Mark, and we're talking about the upcoming draft, it's going to feel good to know that you don't have to go draft because of Nico and these young guys and what they've shown, and they're going to be a year older. You know, they're going to have that experience of starting a season 3 games down, 0-3, going on a 10-game winning streak. Like, that does a lot for your maturity. You learn a lot. So you're going to have some second-year players that were a big part of that streak. They're going to have kind of that veteran mentality. So I am excited about the young guys on this football team, and it makes some of these picks that we're going to see, or some of these free agents signings, where you could really attack the necessities and you don't have that many holes to fill.
Andy, losing in the playoffs, reflect as a player the pain of losing in the postseason. You were part of some losses in the postseason. Hate to bring it up right now, but you tell me what that's like when it comes to a screeching halt, because your whole body is projecting, your mind projecting into next week. We got to get to next week, and all of a sudden there is no next week. What's that like?
No, that's tough, because the closer you get to the big dance, the harder it is to accept the fact that you're not going. So I've been part of many teams where you lose in the playoffs, and it hurts worse than not even making the playoffs. Like right now, the Texans, the players, they feel worse than the Dallas Cowboys, and they sucked all year. But they knew they sucked. They knew they weren't going to the playoffs. They knew they weren't going to the Super Bowl, so they didn't really have those dreams. They weren't that close to touching it like the Houston Texans. There's something about the further you go in the playoffs, the harder it is for your season to be over, which, doesn't sound like it makes it. There's not many you go, better season you had, but the closer you are to feeling it, to knowing that this thing could be a reality, and then it's just ripped away from you. So it's tough. It's going to bother you the entire offseason. There were some years where we really felt like we had a team good enough to make it to the Super Bowl, and when you lose, you can't even watch. You can't even watch the rest of the season. Like, there are seasons where I wasn't a big go out of town guy, but I really made sure when the playoffs were on, I kept myself busy, because it hurt too much, and I didn't want to be around any televisions where I was going to look at the game or watch the game.
I felt that way last night. Mark looked at me on the plane. We were still sitting there, and he goes, "You watching?"
Chicago.
And I said, and I was like, I don't want to watch.
Yep.
I don't want to watch this. I really don't. And then I turned it on. I'm glad I did, because I was reminded how much I love football, and I watched that incredible ending. This one's for both of you, and we might get into this a little bit more later. Who is your Texans MVP for 2025? Because, look, it was a 10-game winning streak. They won 12 out of the last 14 in the regular season. The win at Pittsburgh will be one that we remember forever. It's tough because it was an opportunity squandered, but when we get further away from the tough loss of yesterday, I think we'll look back and go, man, there were a lot of really cool things that happened this year. Who is your Andy Kalu MVP of the Texans season?
Man, that's tough. And the easy answer is like, just give it to the entire defensive coordinator. But to choose one guy, I have to go Will Anderson. Like, for me, it was going to be between Will Anderson, Petrie, but he missed some time. So even with the way he played yesterday, Will Anderson, and the impact that he has on a game, he has the impact like an offensive player, but from the defensive side of the ball. So I'm going to go Will Anderson with that one.
Okay. Yeah, it's on offense, maybe Nico.
No, I just want your overall MVP.
I was going to say Will. If I had to pick a position group, it's the D-line, the engine. The secondary is impressive, too. And linebacker's not bad. I mean, that defense is amazing. We all know that. And I think the fact that it's difficult to answer says something about this team. Now, if the quarterback was, thrown for 4,000 yards and didn't miss the 3 games and all that, well, we'd look at that on a 12-win team. But this team was clearly highlighted or carried by the defense. And I thought the offense did a really good job of killing the clock late in games, of not turning the ball over for a big stretch, because Stroud threw a pick in the Colts game in the first half and then shut down the interceptions until the Charger game.
Right.
And then it flashed again in the Pittsburgh game and obviously against the Patriots. So that turnover bug, Johnny, and ND, in the last 3 road games was absolutely killer. ND, you have to address, you mentioned it, you've got to talk to CJ, you've got to coach him in the offseason. I don't know what you do, but he's got to figure that out, because he was pressing. He was trying to do some things that he shouldn't have tried to do. I get it, you want to make plays, but it wasn't happening. So you got to figure that out.
And I want to emphasize that it's not just CJ. I think it's a team effort when it comes to developing quarterbacks, especially quarterbacks that are good and can be, true leaders of a team. So you have to sit down with the coaches, whatever coach. I don't know, whichever coach really works with him on a daily basis, and understand, okay, what are we teaching him on a day-to-day basis? How are we trying to reach him? Are we doing it the right way? Because he is too good of a player to play like that when the game really matters.
And what you're dealing with yesterday, no Nico, no Trent
Schultz,
Brown, who was really important to the O-line.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that loss of Trent was a lot bigger, figuratively and literally, than anybody's thought. You didn't ask me my MVP.
Oh, Johnny, I'm sorry. Who's your MVP?
Kamari Lassiter.
That's a good one, too.
Kamari Lassiter.
That's a good one, too.
He's going to be one of the top 2 corners, he and Sting, next year.
There's some stuff with ND Kalu. More from your Texans coming up. CJ Stroud, D'Amico Ryans, as we close out the season on the D'Amico Ryan Show. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to 60%. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Constructing the vital connect from communications and critical infrastructure to renewable and heavy industrial facilities is what we do at Burns & McDonnell. We deliver innovative projects with an integrated construction and design mindset, a direct hire construction force, and a steadfast commitment to safety and quality. Come see how our growing Houston team is designed to build and what opportunities are waiting for you at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
Ever feel like the road is out to... Thankfully, Hyundai is always working to ensure it doesn't, with over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Lease a Hyundai Elantra for $219 a month, or get 3.99% APR for 60 months. See your local Hyundai dealer, the official car of the Houston Texans. Offers end February 2nd. Call 469-405-7740 for details.
The Texans season came to an end with a divisional round loss to the Patriots.
May steps up to the line. He takes a knee, and the season is over for the Houston Texans. A crushing defeat. 28-16 final. The Patriots take it.
Yeah, we got to play better football. There's not any secrets. We got to protect the ball. We got to play better football when we get in this moment.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stand with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $8 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the Victory Dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your Victory Dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your Victory Dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, the smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain.